Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Green Flash Deku Got Harem? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. SPOV. It had been 4,899 years, I thought as I stood atop a mountain, gazing down at Mizutofu City, which had once been the Hidden Leaf Village. Now, not a trace of its history remained. Humanity had evolved, and the concept of chakra had vanished. Instead, people were born with powers known as quirks. Those with quirks could no longer possess chakra, leaving me as the only being capable of using it in this era. A voice echoed in my soul, "Naruto, don't forget about me. Even though my brothers have all ascended to the afterlife, I am still here." Third-person POV. The individual now recognized as Naruto Uzumaki was one of the most powerful men to have ever walked the earth, previously known as the Elemental Nations. Cursed with immortality, he awaited the opportunity to leave this place. He still looked as he did the day he became Hokage, but his eyes had dulled, lacking the longing and life they once held. The man jumped down from the cliff, applying chakra to his feet as he ran down the mountain at extraordinary speed. Upon reaching the bottom, he ventured into the city for a walk, observing the neighborhood. Women carried groceries while chatting, and middle school and high school students engaged in lively conversations as they returned home. He reflected on how much had changed since the arrival of quirks. People with powerful quirks formed a profession called heroes to protect others from criminals misusing their powers. While he appreciated the noble idea at first, he became disillusioned after a century, realizing that not all heroes acted selflessly, some sought popularity and wealth. However, he admired one hero, All Might, who was stronger than Lady Tsunade, and saw that he was genuinely passionate about saving others. While he appreciated the hero profession, Naruto felt sorrow for the quirkless individuals, a small minority of 0.0004%. Many faced tragic fates, often taking their own lives or being ostracized by society. Disheartened by a world that valued power and fortune above all, Naruto was passing through a park when he heard small explosions. He turned to see a bruised green-haired child on the ground, marked with burns and bruises, while three other children loomed over him, smirking. The blonde one taunted, "I hope that teaches you a lesson, quirkless Deku," as the others laughed. Naruto's anger surged, and he was about to intervene when he overheard nearby adults. "Isn't that the quirkless kid who lives in the apartment?" one said. "There are still these freaks around?" another added. "I should keep my kids far away from him." The comments continued, and Naruto felt a familiar pain as he recalled his own childhood. He had never been beaten, but he had faced similar scorn and neglect. As the adults left, the three boys abandoned the green-haired child, who lay bleeding on the ground. Kurama's voice cut through Naruto's thoughts. "Oi, Naruto. Snap out of it. The child will bleed to death if you don't help him." Returning to reality, Naruto rushed to the child, checking his pulse and injuries. In his mind he thought, "It's too late, Kurama. The injuries are severe. The kid will die unless he has someone like you." An idea sparked. "Oi, Kurama. How would you feel if this kid became your next host?" Kurama was taken aback by the question but recognized the resemblance between Naruto and the child. He knew he could heal the boy but hesitated to leave Naruto after so many years together. Naruto continued, "I know this seems shocking, but I don't have a place in this world anymore. I can at least sacrifice myself for the future generation. You still have a place here. You can nurture the future. I'm sure this kid will remind you of me." Time was running out. Kurama finally responded, "Come to the mindscape, Naru." Naruto sealed Izuku's body in a stasis seal to prevent further injury and teleported to his flying thunder god kunai set up at home. He sat down and entered his mindscape. Naruto arrived in his mindscape and saw Kurama, who greeted him with a small smile. "We have been through countless journeys together, Naruto," Kurama said. "I can see that your eyes grow dimmer with each passing year. I think it's finally time to use that and join your father and grandfather. This will be my way of atoning for my past. I will train the warriors of the future. Just watch me. Kurama extended his fist for a fist bump. Naruto smiled, a tear running down his cheek, and they bumped fists, sharing a moment of understanding. Right? It's time for me to leave Earth, Naruto said, and Kurama nodded in agreement. Naruto then left his mindscape and returned to reality. He performed a series of hand signs and placed his palm on Izuku, forming the same seal that was on Naruto's stomach on Izuku's. Naruto knew he couldn't seal Kurama completely by himself. He needed the help of the Shinigami, the god of death, to do so. As Naruto performed another set of seals, black smoke erupted from him, taking the form of the Shinigami. I sacrifice myself for you to remove the QB from my seal and seal it in this young child, Naruto declared. The Shinigami smiled and removed the QB from Naruto, who experienced immense pain during the process. With Naruto's help, the Shinigami sealed the QB in the 8 trigram seal on Izuku. The Shinigami then clasped Naruto with his scythe and swallowed him. Kurama, feeling the shift, opened his eyes to find himself not in Naruto's mindscape but in an appealing meadow filled with grass and trees. Wow, this kid has quite the mind, he thought. He immediately began healing Izuku with his chakra, realizing he could only access his yin half and not the yang half. Naruto must have sealed that half with some of his chakra so he can meet the child in the future and unlock it for him, Kurama mused. Kurama was pleased that Izuku was quirkless, meaning his life force was chakra, with no other source. His yin chakra would enhance Izuku's chakra coils instead of corrupting them like his yang chakra would. After a few days of healing, Izuku slowly opened his eyes and heard a voice in his mind say, "Welcome back to the land of the living, child." Izuku looked around, startled, and screamed, "Eh, a big fox." He tried to run away, but Kurama gently caught him and lifted him to his eyes. "Ah, please don't eat me, Mr. Fox. I am not very tasty," Izuku exclaimed, flailing his arms. Kurama chuckled softly. "Oi, kid, I am not here to eat you, so calm down, okay?" Izuku, hearing the fox speak, opened his eyes wide with curiosity. "Really? You're not going to eat me, Mr. Fox?" Kurama shook his head, and Izuku let out a huge sigh of relief. "Hello, Mr. Fox. My name is Izuku Midoriya." Kurama nodded and gently placed Izuku on the ground. "Hello, child. My name is Kurama, or QB, the nine-tailed fox." Izuku looked around, confused. "Where am I, Mr. Kurama? The last thing I remember is being at a playground and getting beaten up by Kaken and his friends. Is the kid I was trying to save okay?" Kurama thought carefully about how to respond. "Well, boy, I am your quirk, like one of those sentient quirks. I cannot appear outside you, but I can give you my power to use." Izuku, still in disbelief, stammered, "Are you telling me the truth, Mr. Kurama? But the doctor said I would never gain a quirk in my life." Kurama's gaze softened as he understood the boy's feelings. He gently patted Izuku's head with his large, furry hand. "I'm not lying, kid. There might be some things I am not telling you, but you will learn them as you grow. For now, I will help you, okay? Just don't inform anyone." Izuku nodded vigorously. "But Mr. Kurama, I must tell my mother. She always worries about me." Kurama considered this. "Since I am inside you, the energy I have is also your life source. You can train with that energy, but we will focus on that later. For now, concentrate on training the energy inside you." Little Izuku nodded his head excitedly as he said, "Then I can tell Mom that my quirk is controlling an energy inside my body. I hope I can learn a lot as a student from you, Mr. Kurama." Kurama smiled and replied, "I hope I can help you become a hero then, kid." Izuku then extended his fist, grinning as he said, "I am glad I met you, Mr. Kurama." Kurama paused for a moment, staring at the fist, then smirked and returned the gesture, giving the child a fist bump that made Izuku tumble back and fall onto his bottom. Releasing a small chuckle, Kurama said, "Well, kid, we are not done yet. We need to unlock your energy for you to control and use it." Izuku got back up and asked, "Whoa. How do I do that, Mr. Kurama?" After thinking for a moment, Kurama replied, "I will tell you later, kid. First, you need to get home, your parents must be worried. You were unconscious for 3 days. Izuku began to run around in panic, yelling, is gonna be worried. How do I get back? Where am I? He stopped and looked at Kurama, who was amused by the situation, and asked, Mr. Kurama, how do I get out of here? Kurama smirked and said, well, kid, just imagine yourself leaving the place since we are in your mind after all. Izuku nodded and closed his eyes to concentrate. When he opened them again, he found himself in a cave. He looked around as Kurama's voice echoed, yo, kid, remember the location of this cave, okay? The opening has an illusion, so you need to know the location to come back here. Confused, Izuku asked, why do I need to come back here, Mr. Kurama? You can speak with me. Kurama answered, you don't have to speak out loud, kid, I can hear your thoughts. Just think when you want to talk to me, or else others will think you're a weirdo. Izuku thought, I understand, Mr. Kurama. Kurama continued, good. You need to know this place because there are many things related to the energy you have. You can learn from it once you unlock your energy. It was written by the person I was previously inside. I came into you after he died. Izuku sensed a hint of sadness in Kurama's voice and thought, I understand, Mr. Kurama. I will make sure to remember this place. He walked out of the cave and looked around, noticing there were no entrances. When he put his hand against the wall, it went through. He then approached the cliff in front of him and gazed at the view of Mustafa Town. Awed by the scenery, he looked around for any sign of a road. Spotting some heroes searching the area, he took a deep breath and yelled, hello, Mr. Crosswire, please help. The hero heard the voice and, deducing it was a child, looked in the direction of a small boy with green hair waving his hands. The hero smiled, relieved to have found the child they were searching for, and pulled out an intercom. Pressing the speech button, he said, guys, I see the kid. He is on the cliffside just north of me. Swift, fly to the kid and bring him to us. He received a quick yes in response from Swift. But why were heroes searching for the kid instead of the police? Let's go back 3 days to Inko's perspective. Izuku, can you hear me? Inko called out, having searched every corner near the park without finding her son. It was 8 p.m., and he was supposed to be back by 5 p.m. Maybe she should call Mitsuki, she would know how to help. Dialing Mitsuki's number, Inko hurriedly said, oh my god, Mitsuki, I don't know what to do. Izuku hasn't come home, and I have searched the whole park. Mitsuki's voice came through, what? But Katsuki came home on time. I will ask my son and come there, just wait a few minutes. The call ended, and Inko sat down on a bench, anxiety flooding her thoughts. Please be safe, Izuku. Meanwhile, at Bakugo's household, Mitsuki rushed to her son's room, slamming the door open. Katsuki, have you seen Izuku? He is missing right now, and his mother is searching everywhere. Katsuki feigned shock but thought, I hope I didn't accidentally hurt him. Why does Aunt Inko even care about that useless Deku? He replied, no, old hag. I left before him, I don't know what happened. Mitsuki noticed her son's lack of concern for his best friend and felt a twinge of suspicion but pushed it aside. She hurried to her bedroom and woke her husband, saying, Masaru, wake up. No called me and said Izuku is missing. We have to help find him. Masaru, who had just woken up, heard the words, Izuku is missing, and his eyes shot open. He quickly got out of bed, and he and Mitsuki changed their clothes before running out of the house, since the park was nearby. Katsuki, who saw them from his window, sneered and said, why do they even care for a quirkless Deku like him? They should be glad he's gone. Mitsuki and Masaru reached the park and found Inko in tears on a bench. Mitsuki ran to her and hugged Inko, saying, don't worry, Inko, we will find Izu-chan soon. Let's go to the police station. The three of them hurried to the nearby police station. Inside, 3 officers were playing cards, their uniforms straining against their figures. The middle officer said, man, I'm glad I became a police officer. Heroes do our work. All we have to do is a little, and the pay is good. The other 2 laughed just as Mitsuki barged in, making the officers alert. One officer asked, what is the problem, ma'am? Mitsuki quickly replied, officer, my friend's child is missing. He's only 5 years old, and his name is Izuku Midoriya. The officer looked at his colleagues and instructed one to run a database search for Izuku Midoriya and print out his details and picture. As Inko and Masaru waited in the lobby, the officer searching the database saw the child's details and, upon noticing the quirk description, thought, why waste our time on a quirkless child? Better to tell the chief to pass the case to the heroes. The officer whispered to his chief, "Chief, it says the kid is quirkless. It's better to hand it to the heroes than waste our time on this." The chief agreed and approached Mitsuki, saying, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but you'll need to take this case to the detectives or heroes. That area is not under our jurisdiction, and I don't think we can help." Mitsuki felt frustration rise within her. She knew this was another instance of someone dismissing Izuku because he was quirkless. Instead of arguing, she decided it was best to go to the nearby hero agency. She added, "I hope you have a good excuse when you get a call from the head commissioner." The chief panicked but couldn't stop her as Mitsuki stormed out. Mitsuki, Inko, and Masaru left the police station and ran toward a nearby hero agency. Mitsuki exclaimed, "I can't believe they let the fact that Izuku is quirkless decide whether to take the case. This happened right in the same neighborhood. How dare they say it's not in their jurisdiction?" Masaru, equally angry but less vocal, said, "I'll call the head inspector and inform him about this." Mitsuki nodded, glancing at Inko, who was running ahead with tears streaming down her face. They arrived at a hero agency called the Walkers, known for its many heroes and efforts to keep the neighborhood safe. Inko and Mitsuki rushed inside while Masaru stopped outside to make his call. At the reception, Mitsuki shouted, "Please, you have to help us. My friend's son is missing. He's only 5 years old. We've searched the area but haven't found him yet." The receptionist immediately pressed a blue button, triggering an alarm. Within moments, several heroes gathered as the receptionist explained the situation. One of the male heroes approached Inko and asked, "Ma'am, do you have a recent picture of him and some details?" Inko nodded and handed over a picture of Izuku, sharing some of his habits. The hero looked at the picture and said, "All right, make copies of this photo," and everyone set out immediately. A chorus of "yes" echoed as the heroes sprang into action. Inko fell to her knees, exhausted, and the receptionist and Mitsuki helped her to a sofa. Masaru entered, informing them that the 3 officers would face consequences for their negligence. For the next 2 days, the heroes searched all of Mustafa City but found no sign of Izuku. Then, one hero suggested searching the hill area. They decided to head there at sunrise since it was already dark. The next afternoon, while searching the hill and forest area, one of the heroes heard a child's voice yell, "Hello, Mr. Crosswire, please help." Back to the present. Swift brought Izuku from the hill range as the heroes kept asking questions about what happened, but Izuku only answered, "Please take me to my mom. I want to see her quickly," tears streaming down his face. The heroes decided to hold off on the interrogation until Izuku was reunited with his mother. They returned to the forest entrance and carefully skirted Izuku to Inko's address. Upon reaching the front gate of the apartment, Izuku quickly opened the car door, dashed out, and ran toward his home. Swift flew up to the first floor and rang the doorbell. The door opened, revealing Mitsuki Bakugo. Mitsuki was stunned for a moment but immediately cried out in happiness as she scooped up Izuku and hugged him tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. Inko and Masaru heard the commotion and rushed to the hallway, where they saw Mitsuki embracing Izuku. Inko immediately stepped forward, scooping Izuku from Mitsuki and hugging him tightly as both mother and son cried in their embrace. After a while, everyone gathered in the hall, with the heroes on the big couch and Inko on a sofa with Izuku on her lap, still holding him close. The hero Crosswire asked, "Now, ma'am, is it okay if we interrogate little Izuku?" Inko nodded but remembered something important. She gently put Izuku down and said, "Izuku, let me check for any injuries." He responded in a scared tone, "No, Mom, I didn't get hurt at all. I'm okay." Inko insisted, "For Mama's sake, let me check, please, Izuchan." Izuku began to panic, trying to prevent his mother from removing his long-sleeved shirt, but it was futile. Mitsuki held his hands and legs, and Inko quickly pulled off his shirt. The scene before the heroes and the adults was alarming. Izuku had a large scar on his chest shaped like random spikes around a circular area, along with many smaller scars on his arms and stomach, and several bruises. Inko gasped, "Izuku, what happened?" Izuku stayed silent, trying to cover his body with his arms. The heroes and the Bakugo adults snapped out of their shock as one hero stepped forward. "Miss Inko, may I please check your son? I have experience in the medical field, maybe I can assess the scarring." Inko nodded silently, her hands clenched. The female hero approached Izuku, who was still trying to hide his scars. With a gentle but firm grip, she held Izuku's hand and inspected the scars. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to the others and said, "I've seen these kinds of scars on people who have survived explosions, likely from a quirk. What's fascinating is that his body seems fine, as if his injuries were treated, leaving only the scars." This revelation unsettled everyone, as it seemed impossible for someone to be treated so quickly. Suddenly, Izuku spoke up, I have awakened a quirk." The room fell silent, and Mitsuki asked, "Is that true, Izuku?" He smiled and replied, "Yes, Aunt Mitsuki, my quirk allows me to control the internal energy in my body." One of the heroes suggested, "His sudden quirk awakening might explain the healing." The heroes nodded in agreement, as quirks were often mysterious, and this was the only lead they had on how Izuku had healed at such an abnormal rate. Kurama, who had been watching the scene unfold, realized that Izuku mentioned his quirk to distract the adults from asking more questions that might reveal what truly happened. He thought, "This kid is too kind and forgiving for his own good. I can't let this affect his growth. It seems I have to reveal myself earlier than expected." Kurama then took over Izuku, a feat made possible by Izuku's current vulnerability. Izuku's head dropped, prompting Inko to ask urgently, "Izuku, what happened?" He lifted his head, and everyone was surprised to see two crimson eyes instead of his usual emerald ones. They heard Izuku say, "Fear not, everyone. The kid lied a bit about his quirk, but that was according to my instruction. I am Izuku's quirk, a sentient quirk. I cannot appear outside of him, but I can lend him my power. He didn't completely lie, I awakened inside him, and he does have internal energy. I took over his body because he is unwilling to reveal what happened." Everyone was astonished and bombarded him with questions about himself and Izuku's quirk. Kurama clarified that he could only take over when Izuku's mental state was weak and vulnerable. Finally, Mitsuki asked, "What really happened, Kurama-san?" As Izuku, Kurama responded, "I was dormant inside Izuku, waiting for him to grow up to awaken me. I witnessed his life. After he was declared quirkless, he was completely ignored and mistreated by his classmates and teachers. People in his neighborhood whispered about him behind his back, making their children avoid him like a plague." Izuku heard everything but kept smiling, pretending nothing was wrong, even as he began to believe what others said. Inko fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she said, "My poor boy has gone through so much but never said anything to me. I couldn't even see the pain behind his makeshift smile." Kurama, trying to comfort her, replied, "It's not your fault, Ms. Inko. Izuku was never physically bullied until recently, so there was no way for you to know. He always wore a wide smile, even when he heard the whispers about him." Inko nodded weakly, and Mitsuki, catching on to Kurama's words, asked urgently, "Wait, you said he was never physically bullied until recently. What do you mean?" Kurama explained, "These scars are the result of 3 kids beating him for hours." Mitsuki felt a wave of dread wash over him as he shakily asked, "Was Katsuki one of them?" Inko and Masaru turned to Mitsuki in shock, exclaiming, "How could you say that, Mitsuki? Izuku and Katsuki are the best of friends." Masaru added, "Yes, dear, Katsuki might be brash, but I'm sure he wouldn't bully his best friend." Kurama interjected, "You are correct, Mitsuki-san. What happened 3 days ago was your son leading a group of 2 other kids in bullying Izuku. When Izuku confronted them, they shifted their target to him, and your son used his quirk on Izuku until he was nearly unconscious. That was when I awakened and sacrificed part of myself to restore Izuku, taking control until he could heal, which took 3 days. Mitsuki and Masaru were frozen in shock, collapsing to the ground, while Inko fainted from the emotional strain. The heroes present were also taken aback, but one of them said, "I'm sorry, but we have to hand over your son and his group to the court, Mr. and Mrs. Bakugu. Only they can decide the judgment." The Bakugu couple remained silent, contemplating their next steps. Masaru finally spoke. "This is also our fault, and we should take responsibility too, but is there a way for our Katsuki to avoid severe punishment?" A hero familiar with parenting replied, "This is not behavior a 5-year-old should exhibit. Perhaps your child was influenced by someone. I know a police interrogator with a quirk that compels anyone he questions to answer truthfully, but it can only be used on one person per day. I can call him to help us." Everyone agreed, and the hero left the room to make the call. Meanwhile, Mitsuki and Masaru cried as they apologized to Inko and Izuku, who regained control as Kurama retracted his influence. Inko tried to comfort them, while Izuku, confused, wondered what had just happened. When he came to, he saw his aunt and uncle crying and apologizing to him. The hero returned, saying, "The interrogator will meet you in front of your house, Ms. Bakugu. We will leave the case to him. I believe fewer people will be better for you." Mitsuki nodded, expressing her gratitude. The Bakugu adults and Inko bowed their heads in appreciation as the heroes said their goodbyes and departed. The Bakugu adults and the Midoriyas walked toward the Bakugu household. After a few minutes, they arrived to find a man waiting at the door. Mitsuki approached him and asked, "Excuse me, are you the interrogator hero Swift told us about?" The man nodded and replied, "Yes, Ms. Bakugu. I have the details provided by Swift. Here is my license." Mitsuki acknowledged him, and they all entered the house. Katsuki, hearing the door open, rushed down to greet his parents. He entered the hall with a cocky smirk and asked, "Has Deku been found yet?" Mitsuki felt a surge of anger at his casual tone. When Katsuki noticed Inko and Izuku standing there, with Izuku hiding behind his aunt, he thought, "Did the useless nerd snitch on me? They won't take his word seriously anyway." Mitsuki turned to the interrogator, nodding at him. The interrogator approached Katsuki, who, feeling intimidated by the tall man, asked in his usual tone, "And who is this geezer?" The interrogator sighed, focusing his eyes, which glowed blue, and said, "Now you will answer all my questions for the next hour with only the truth." Katsuki was unsettled and asked, "What is this creepy guy doing, old hag?" Mitsuki stood behind him, firmly holding his hands to prevent him from running away. The interrogator then asked, "Is it true that you used your quirk multiple times on Izuku Midoriya with the intention to severely harm him 3 days ago?" Katsuki attempted to lie, insisting he didn't know what the interrogator was talking about, but his mouth automatically replied, "Yes, I did." Mitsuki flinched as tears began to form, but she held onto Katsuki as he yelled, "What is going on? Why is my mouth answering on its own? Old hag, I didn't do anything to Deku." Ignoring him, the interrogator asked, "Why do you call Izuku Midoriya Deku?" Again, Katsuki's mouth answered without his control, "Because he is quirkless and useless, so he is a Deku." Mitsuki took deep breaths to calm herself as the interrogator continued, "Why do you think you are better than Izuku Midoriya?" Katsuki glared at Izuku, and his mouth responded, "Because he is a quirkless freak while I have a great quirk, and everyone praises me while they hate him." Inko was sobbing, hugging her son, who tried to console her. The interrogator then asked, "What do you think about your classmates?" Katsuki's mouth answered, "They are just stepping stones for me to become the strongest hero." The interrogator sighed and asked, "Why do you bully other kids?" Katsuki replied, "Because they have weak, useless quirks. They don't deserve to be in the same place as me, the future #1 hero." Even the interrogator was frustrated but pressed on, "How do you feel about Izuku Midoriya being found and your parents working hard to find him these past 3 days?" Katsuki's mouth answered, "I wish Deku would just disappear. I don't know why they even bother searching for a quirkless freak when they have a perfect child." Mitsuki, trembling, let go of Katsuki, muttering to herself, "How did my child become like this? Is this my fault?" Masaru shared her sorrow, while Inko was horrified by what she heard from someone she viewed as her nephew and her son's best friend. The interrogator asked, "Why do you think Izuku Midoriya should just disappear?" Katsuki laughed, responding, "Everyone in this neighborhood hates Deku. Why shouldn't I? He ruins my reputation by being in the same class as me and tries to help me when he's just a useless freak." The interrogator finally deactivated his quirk, and Katsuki, free from his mother's grasp, jumped at Izuku, yelling, "You quirkless freak! You dare snitch on me? I should have gotten rid of you." Suddenly, Katsuki froze midair, glowing pink as Inko glared at him with tears in her eyes, saying, "You dare come near my child, I will not hold back." The detective placed quirk-canceling bracelets on Katsuki as Masaru tied him to a chair. Katsuki shouted, "Release me! Why do you care for that quirkless freak? You should be glad I'm getting rid of him." Masaru brought out tape and secured Katsuki's mouth shut as he fell to his knees, sobbing. Mitsuki approached her husband, tears streaming down her face. Inko declared, "I'm going to sell our apartment and move far away where no one lives. I'll take care of Izuku's education online after consulting some schools. I can't let my child grow up in such a toxic community." The Bakugo adults couldn't meet Inko's gaze as they nodded in agreement. The interrogator sighed and looked at Masaru, saying, "Mr. Masaru, I think it's best for you to make a judgment now. You likely don't want this matter to go public." Masaru wiped his tears and responded, "Given the clear evidence that Katsuki Bakugo is responsible for attempted harm, bullying, and illegal use of his quirk, but considering his young age and the influence of his surroundings, he needs rehabilitation. He will wear quirkless bracelets until his teenage years, and his behavior will be closely monitored. If he shows no improvement, he may face consequences as he grows older. The family should also relocate to another city, and they will pay a fine of $10,000 to the victim's family as compensation." The interrogator nodded, offering his regards before leaving. Inko also departed, unable to control her emotions around Katsuki. The police arrived an hour later, placing quirkless bracelets on Katsuki and attaching a camera to monitor him, which would only be removed during personal time. Katsuki was yelled at by his parents as they tried to make him understand what he did was wrong, but Katsuki was confused about why his parents even bothered with someone they considered a quirkless outcast. Right after Inko and Izuku got home, Inko started crying while hugging Izuku and apologizing for various things. Izuku also cried, feeling a burden lift off his shoulders as he finally showed his mother how sad he was about the way people treated them. After a while, Inko calmed down and went to Aldra's elementary school, heading straight to the principal's office. She signed a letter to withdraw her son from the school and warned the principal that they would face consequences, but he dismissed her threat, believing he could easily handle any repercussions. Inko returned to their apartment and called a meeting for all the tenants. The tenants were generally neutral toward Izuku. They neither hated nor loved him, but treated him like a human being. Inko explained what had happened to Izuku, substituting a random name for Katsuki, and the tenants were shocked, asking if Izuku was okay. Inko reassured them that Izuku is fine but has decided to stay in his room for now, and he finally got his quirk. The tenants congratulated her on Izuku's achievement. Inko then shared her decision to sell the apartment complex. The tenants were worried since she had always been a good owner, never charging extra rent for maintenance. Inko reassured them that she would ensure another good person would take over. When they asked why she chose to sell, Inko explained her decision regarding Izuku, and the tenants offered to help financially, even though they had just paid their rent. Inko was overwhelmed with gratitude, and her friends consoled her, apologizing for not being better neighbors to Izuku. She smiled, grateful that they treated him like a normal person, unlike many others in the area. Inko then went to an agency to hire an agent to negotiate the sale of the apartments. A week later, the agent had tried his best, but no one accepted Inko's terms, viewing her as too soft. Frustrated with the greedy attitudes of potential buyers, he began advertising the apartments online. Meanwhile, Mr. Akira Yaoyorozu, one of the richest people in the world, was looking to buy apartments or land to construct affordable housing for his employees. He had heard about the struggles of employees living in overpriced apartments and came across an advertisement for Inko's apartment complex. Intrigued by the well-maintained properties, he instructed his secretary to find out if anyone from the company lived there and to arrange a meeting. After some time, the secretary returned with a nervous 30-year-old man who shared details about Inko's situation as a single mother of a quirkless child. Akira listened intently, his concern growing as he learned about the challenges the Midoriya family faced. After the man left, Akira reflected on how easily he could have been in the boy's position if not for his own parents' support. Akira decided to buy the apartment complex, agreeing to the current owner's rules. He considered adding more complexes since there was plenty of empty space. The asking price for the complex was $400 million, which seemed fair given the size and the 4 15-story buildings, each containing 60 double-bedroom units. This meant a total of 240 individual living spaces across all complexes. Akira contacted the agent mediating the transaction and requested a meeting with Mrs. Midoriya. The agent relayed the message, and Inko agreed to meet the potential buyer the next day. She was surprised that someone of Akira's caliber was interested in purchasing her apartment complex. The next day at 9 a.m., Inko waited at the entrance gate of the community. A black armored Mercedes-Benz limousine arrived, accompanied by SCRT vehicles. Bodyguards emerged and opened the door, allowing 2 adults in their early 30s, a man and a woman, to step out, along with a 5-year-old girl with a spiky ponytail who hid behind her mother's leg. Inko wore her usual outfit, while Akira was dressed in a black suit and his wife in a tailored women's suit. Inko nudged her son, Izuku, who was hiding behind her. He stepped forward and said, "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu, my name is Izuku Midoriya," bowing slightly. Inko introduced herself, "And I am Inko Midoriya, the current owner of this community." The Yaoyorozu family returned the bow, and Akira introduced himself and his family. "Please come in. Would you like to see the property first?" Inko asked. Akira nodded and suggested, "If possible, could little Izuku show our daughter to the playground? They might get bored with us." Inko considered this and turned to Izuku, who looked nervous. "Well, son, why don't you go play with Momo-chan in the playground?" she encouraged. Izuku slowly nodded and approached Momo. Do you want to play with me?" he asked. Momo shyly replied, "I would like to play with you." Izuku smiled and said, "Please follow me to the playground," and he started running with Momo trailing behind, trying to keep up. The adults watched the kids run off with smiles as Akira instructed a few bodyguards to follow them while Inko showed him and Athena around the community. After an hour, the tour concluded, and the adults were a bit exhausted. Inko invited them to her home for a rest and some tea, which the Yaoyorozu couple accepted. Once settled, Akira remarked, "Ms. Inko, the community is nice and well-maintained, and the foundations are solid for any future expansion." Inko smiled and shared, "My father owned a construction company. He built this community as a gift for me before selling his company." Athena then asked, "Could you tell us about little Izuku?" Inko's expression grew complicated. "It's not easy to explain," she admitted. Akira signaled for the guards to leave the room. Once they were alone, he smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Ms. Inko. Please keep this between us, but I am also quirkless. My parents concealed it by saying my quirk was business IQ. I've heard about your situation from one of my employees living in your community, and I can't express how I felt learning about the challenges a 5-year-old like Izuku has faced." Inko's eyes filled with tears as she shared Izuku's experiences, omitting details about Bakugo. Akira and Athena listened attentively as Inko recounted the discrimination Izuku faced from school, police, and peers. By the end of her story, Inko was quietly sobbing, and Athena comforted her with a hug. Inko then explained her plan to move to a more secluded area to allow Izuku to grow without fear. Akira offered, "I have a villa in the hills behind my home. It's secluded and secure, and I can sell it to you since I have no use for it." Grateful, Inko responded, "You can deduct the villa's price from the purchase price of the community." Akira agreed, saying, "I'm glad our kids can meet. Momo is often isolated for her safety and is homeschooled, so she hasn't had many opportunities to interact with children her age." Inko nodded and said, "Izuku used to have a lot of friends until his quirkless status became known. I bet he doesn't have to suffer that anymore. Akira, sounding confused, asked, "May I ask why?" Inko smiled and replied, "Now my son has a quirk. It's a sentient quirk living inside him, and as a side effect, his body has created energy that can be used in many ways." Akira smiled back and said, "That is really good. I hope little Izuku can recover from everything he's been through." Inko let out a small smile and added, "Well, Izuku has chosen not to talk unless I prompt him or if it's someone close to him. He's scared that even with his quirk, he might still get hurt if he gets close to anyone." Akira sighed and Athena spoke up, "Such misfortune at a tender age of 5. I hope our Momo and Izuku-chan can help each other, even if it's just a little." Inko smiled and said, "I hope that too." Izuku and Momo had just arrived at the playground, and Izuku kept a bit of distance, not wanting to get too close to the new girl. "This is the playground where all the kids in the apartment play," he said nervously. Momo looked around in awe at the well-maintained swings and slides. "Well, this is my first time in a playground. I always liked books in the library," she replied. Izuku could relate. After losing his friends, he had started reading more and more. He noticed Momo looking at him with bright anticipation, eager to see what they would play first. He sighed, pointed to the slide, and ran toward it with Momo following. 2 hours later, Inko and Izuku were heading toward the limousine when Inko turned to Izuku and asked, "Well, Izuku, was Momo a nice playmate?" Izuku thought for a moment and replied, "She is nice, Mama, but what about my school?" Inko said, "Let's go inside and talk, Izuku." He nodded and held his mom's hand as they entered their room. Sitting on the sofa, Inko said, "Sweetie, for now, I think it's best for you to be homeschooled until you're in your teens or at least 12 years old. That way, you can have more time to train your quirk, just like your teacher wants you to." Izuku was surprised and thought, "Mr. Kurama, how does my mom know about you?" Kurama sighed and explained, "Kid, you were too forgiving and were going to let that explosive brat get away with what he did to you. He should have known the consequences, but he still did it. So, I took control for a while and told everyone about my existence as a sentient quirk and how to use chakra, which they know as internal energy." Izuku felt a bit annoyed that Mr. Kurama had revealed everything but sighed as he noticed his mom's amused expression at his various reactions. Clearing his throat to get her attention, Izuku said, "I see, Mama. This way, I can grow quickly to be a hero and not have to face those people again." Inko could see how deeply her child was affected by everything that had happened. She hoped that the Yaoyorozu family could help light his heart a bit. Inko then informed him about the sale of their apartment and where they would be moving in a month. As Izuku processed this, he suddenly heard Kurama's voice in his mind, "Kid, quick, ask your mom to buy you a calligraphy set and some extra bottles of ink. Ask questions later." Izuku turned to his mom and asked, "Mom, Mr. Kurama is telling me to ask you to buy me a calligraphy set and some extra bottles of ink too." Inko understood without needing to ask why, as she trusted Izuku's sentient quirk. She pulled out her phone, looked online for options, and bought a set that included extra ink and paper. Meanwhile, Izuku sat on his bed and mentally asked, "Why do I need a calligraphy set, Mr. Kurama?" Kurama thought for a moment and answered, "Well, kid, my previous user was skilled at using chakra in various ways. I'll explain more when you're older, but for now we're going to practice your handwriting with a brush, and learning calligraphy is the best way to improve your strokes." Izuku processed this and replied, "Okay, Mr. Kurama. Kurama, you are my teacher from now on, so I will learn whatever you teach me." Kurama grinned and replied, "Well, brat, after tonight, when you sleep, I will pull you here and show you the basic strokes of calligraphy. Don't worry about materials, you can imagine them appearing since it's your mind." Izuku nodded, playing with his toys, but soon lost interest and turned on the computer to watch videos about heroics. He noticed a recommendation titled, "Parkour and Speedrunning Basics for All Ages." He mentally asked, "Will this be good for me to watch and try to learn, Mr. Kurama?" Kurama thought for a moment before responding, "Yep, it will be very good. Running and acrobatic exercises won't affect your growth, and it's a good way to build a stable body for when I start training you in conditioning." Izuku added the video to his playlist for future reference and began watching. The video demonstrated how to gradually increase leg power, speed, and stamina, along with exercises for flexibility and steps for forward and backward rolls. He took out his notes and wrote down the information in a hurried manner. After a while, Inko called Izuku for dinner. He went downstairs and sat at the table where food was ready. Time skip after dinner. Izuku returned to his room and lay down on his bed. A few minutes later, he fell asleep. Kurama, seeing that Izuku had drifted off, pulled him into his consciousness. Little Izuku arrived, slightly dazed but unharmed. He looked in awe at the size of the fox with bunny-like ears and normal hands. "Wow, your tails look so big and fluffy," Izuku exclaimed. Kurama smiled slightly but said, "We will get to my tails another time. For now, let me show you the basic strokes of calligraphy. First, I will summon a calligraphy set my size. You see it and try to summon a smaller one that fits you." Izuku nodded as Kurama summoned the calligraphy set. After a few attempts, Izuku successfully summoned a smaller version. Kurama then explained, "Here is how you make the ink. This thin black stick is called a sumi stick, and the stone is called a suzuri. You pour a little water and rub the ink stick on the ink stone to prepare the ink. This is the traditional way. You can buy ink in bottles, but I will show you this method since it is more effective." Izuku nodded as Kurama dipped the sumi in water and began rubbing it on the suzuri. Izuku copied the action. After half an hour, Kurama said, "Yash, that should be enough for you to practice here. Now take the brush and hold it between 2 or 3 fingers." Kurama demonstrated, and Izuku, with some difficulty, managed to hold it correctly. Kurama instructed, "I will write the 44 basic strokes of Japanese calligraphy. These are used to form the kanji for different seals that we will learn later. For now, watch as I write the basic strokes and practice them for a week. I will test you on them later." Kurama slowly displayed the strokes on the paper for Izuku to follow. After 15 minutes, Kurama looked at Izuku's paper and saw that he had done well for a first-timer, though there were a few rookie mistakes. Kurama pointed them out, and Izuku listened intently, nodding as he went back to practice again and again. Time skip, 2 hours later. Kurama admired the boy's patience as he diligently practiced the basic strokes. In the latest practice paper, Kurama noted that Izuku was almost perfect, with only a few mistakes on the edges. Kurama thought, "Nice to see the dedication and patience this kid has, unlike my previous Jinchuriki. I can tell he will surpass Minato and Mito Uzumaki in the Fuinjutsu field. I shall gradually send my chakra into his muscles and bones while he exercises, so I won't affect his natural growth, but I can make him very fast. A ninja must be fast to complete his mission." Kurama called out to Izuku, "That is enough for now, Izuku. You can sleep now. Practice in your free time and remember how ink is made. It's much cheaper than buying ink bottles. Tell your mom to get the sumi stick and ink stone, okay?" Izuku nodded and asked, "How do I leave this place, Mr. Kurama?" Instead of explaining, Kurama sent a small burst of chakra, sending Izuku back to the real world. Izuku opened his eyes, saw that he was in his bedroom, and noted the time was 10 p.m. He closed his eyes again and, after a few minutes, fell asleep. Izuku woke up at 7 a.m., his usual time, and headed to the kitchen where he found his mom humming while preparing breakfast. He approached her from behind and gave her a hug, saying, "Good morning, Mom." Smiled, setting aside the spoon to return the hug. "Good morning, Izuku. How was your sleep?" "It was good, Mom. Sensei is starting to teach me strokes of Japanese calligraphy," Izuku replied. Inko's expression shifted to concern as she asked, "Oh? Are you okay, sweetie? Do you still feel sleepy?" Izuku shook his head. "No, Mom, I feel the same as I always do when I wake up." Inko let out a sigh of relief, glad that Izuku was getting healthy sleep despite his busy mind. He continued, "Also, Mama, Sensei taught me how to make ink, so you don't have to buy those expensive ink bottles." Inko, intrigued, asked, "Oh? How do you do that?" Izuku explained about the ink stick and ink stone, noting that one ink stick could provide as much ink as 2 bottles and costs only $. Inko was pleasantly surprised and said, "Well, Izuku, I will buy only ink sticks from now on, and some empty ink bottles to store the ink. Just then the doorbell rang. That must be the DLVY man with your calligraphy set, Izuku. Wait a minute, I'll get it, Inko said as she went to the door. After a few minutes, she returned with the set and encouraged Izuku to show her what he had learned. Izuku opened the set, took out an ink bottle, and placed it near the paper he would use to demonstrate. He then retrieved the ink brush, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes, asking in his mind, Mr. Kurama, can you show me the basic strokes one time on that paper, so I can practice? In response, he visualized the same paper Kurama had shown him the night before. After memorizing the first 10 strokes, he opened his eyes, dipped the brush in ink, and began practicing. He repeated this process until he had written all 44 strokes on 2 sheets of paper and proudly showed them to his mother. Inko was genuinely impressed. Calligraphy was a minor subject in middle school, and if Izuku was being taught this at such an early stage, it must be related to his quirk training. A week later, Izuku woke up excited, having passed the exam from Mr. Kurama regarding the 44 basic strokes. Today was also the day the Midoriya family would move to their new villa on Yaoyorozu's property. Inko had spent the entire week packing and helping Izuku with his strokes, drawing on her experience as an ex-member of the calligraphy club in high school. The doorbell rang, and Inko went to answer it. She was greeted by the Yaoyorozu family and cheerfully invited them inside. Momo went to find Izuku and discovered him eating breakfast. Good morning, Izuku-san, she greeted. Izuku responded with a small smile. Good morning, Momo-sen. Did you have your breakfast yet? Momo nodded eagerly. My mama made my favorite today. It was pancakes with chocolate syrup. Izuku chuckled. Wow, I'm having the same breakfast, Momo-sen. Can I have a small bite, Izuku-san? Momo asked, her eyes bright. Akira, Momo's dad, was about to intervene but was stopped by his wife, who shook her head. Izuku smiled and picked up another fork, cutting a piece of pancake and offering it to Momo. Here, Momo-sensei, Momo grinned widely, opened her mouth, and took the bite. So tasty. Inko-san's pancakes are so good, she exclaimed, bouncing on her feet. Izuku smiled in agreement, and the parents watched happily as their children enjoyed each other's company. Momo ended up having 2 more bites, encouraged by Izuku, and they both went outside to the playground while the movers finished loading furniture into the trucks. Inko turned to Athena and said, Thanks for bringing Momo-chan. Seeing Izuku finally have a good friend brings me joy. Athena nodded. It's the same for Momo, she has no friends either. This arrangement will definitely help them both and maybe help Izuku-chan recover from what happened. Akira left his wife to chat with Inko and went to explore their new apartment. He entered Izuku's room and noticed it was clean, with many papers on the study table filled with the practice strokes of Japanese calligraphy. Akira noticed the dustbin was filled with papers. After examining them, he thought, it's interesting to learn the basic strokes so perfectly at such a young age. Among the clutter, he spotted toys representing heroes, a few car toys, and a computer in the room. Just as he was about to leave, he discovered a diary hidden behind the keyboard in the slide section. Intrigued, Akira began to read. After a few minutes, he sighed, feeling the confusion of the child who had written it, wondering why everyone had turned against him. He hoped Momo would be able to help Izuku more than he anticipated. Returning to the living room, Akira heard Inko say, I've decided that Izuku will have home study from now on until he grows into his teens, so he can develop in a friendly environment. Akira announced his presence, suggesting, why doesn't he attend classes with Momo? Athena's sister teaches her, and we can pay her for Izuku too, so they can learn together. Athena nodded excitedly at the idea, thinking it would be great for her daughter to have company while learning. After a moment of consideration, Inko agreed. 2 hours later, the movers finished loading the items into the trucks. The parents called the kids, who returned a bit sweaty and exhausted, and the mothers cleaned their faces with handkerchiefs. Both families climbed into the limo, and Izuku marveled at the interior. After a half-hour drive, they arrived at the Yaoyorozu mansion. Inko and Izuku gazed at it in awe, while Momo, excited, took hold of Izuku's hand and dragged him off to show him around. not noticing his slight flinch. The parents laughed at Momo's enthusiasm and followed the kids inside. Athena turned to Inko and said, "It will take a day for the maids to clean up the villa, so please spend today in our house. We can introduce my sister to Izuku and see how their first session together goes." Inko hesitated at first but eventually agreed after some encouragement. The kids spent an hour in Momo's play area until they were called for lunch. The meal was a bit awkward for Inko, who wasn't used to being served. After lunch, both families waited for Athena's sister to arrive so they could explain the situation. A few minutes later, Elena, who resembled Athena closely but was slightly shorter, appeared. Athena greeted her, "Hi Elena, it's been a week. Has the commotion from your promotion died down?" Elena sighed and nodded. "Yes, it has. So who are the guests, Wani-san?" Athena quietly explained the situation, ensuring the kids couldn't hear. By the end, Elena was fuming. "That school is terrible. I think my husband, who is a lawyer, can help with this case, Midoriya-san." Inko gratefully nodded and asked about payment. Initially, Elena declined, but after Inko insisted, she relented. Elena approached Izuku, who looked scared and distrustful, which stung a little. She introduced herself, and he nodded without speaking. Inko informed them that Izuku would be homeschooled alongside Momo every day from Monday to Friday. Izuku agreed, and they began their first study session, which lasted 3 hours. They focused on basic addition and Japanese alphabets. Both Izuku and Momo seemed to enjoy the session, competing with each other, which surprised Elena, as she couldn't believe Izuku's old school hadn't recognized his talent. By 4 p.m., their study session ended, and the kids went off to do their homework and play, while the adults waited for Elena's husband to arrive so Inko could raise the complaint. When Alan arrived, Elena explained the situation to him. Considering the details, he said, "This is a tricky case. Without evidence, we can't sue the school unless we can somehow create legal proof." Akira, who had been listening, suggested, "Why don't we hire someone with a transformation quirk? They can enroll as a quirkless student, and we can plant a voice recorder and camera on them. That should help us gather evidence of their treatment towards quirkless students." Alan exclaimed, "That's a brilliant plan. It will work if we get permission from the head of police, who is a friend of mine and will surely agree." Inko, feeling emotional, bowed her head and said, "Thank you so much for everything you're doing for my family." Athena hugged Inko gently as she began to cry, and Inko hugged her back. After a moment, she calmed down and filled out the case details. Elena and Alan left, and Athena pulled Inko aside to get to know her better, knowing they would become close friends. Akira, feeling a bit abandoned, sighed and went to check on the movers at the villa. The Midoriya family spent the night in the mansion and finally checked the villa they were going to move into. It was a 3-storied villa, with a hall, kitchen, and 2 bedrooms on the first floor. The second floor had a lounge, play area, and another bedroom, while the third floor was dedicated to a gym. Inko decided that she and Izuku would share a room until she was sure he no longer had recurring nightmares. The furniture was already fitted, and Izuku noticed the king-size bed in their room. After breakfast, Izuku went to explore the gym floor. As soon as he arrived, he saw a treadmill, a large trampoline, balance ball, a skipping rope, and a long length of jumping mats for practicing his speedrunning tricks. There were also hand grips and dumbbells of various weights scattered across the floor. Kurama, observing from within Izuku, exclaimed, "This equipment is perfect for your practice, my child. Now let's start with stretching like you saw in the video." Izuku nodded and began swinging his arms side to side, rotating his hips, and jumping on each leg to loosen up. Once he felt ready, he put on his running shoes and stepped onto the treadmill, setting the speed to 8 kilometers per hour. After 20 minutes, he began to feel exhausted and paused the treadmill, breathing heavily. Kurama then spoke in his mind, "Oh, Kit, I forgot to tell you how to unlock your chakra. Let's do it now." Izuku asked, "What should I do, sensei?" Kurama felt a sense of pride at being called sensei, and replied, "Sit in a meditative position and concentrate on reaching a warm energy within you. When you find it, you'll see various rings appear. Guide your chakra through them, and you should be done." Thanks to the soundproof walls, Izuku was undisturbed as he informed his mom that he would be back for lunch at 2 p.m. He sat down cross-legged, steadied his breathing, and closed his eyes, searching deep within himself. 2 hours passed without him moving, his concentration remarkable. Kurama thought, if Naruto had this kind of patience, he would have been a legend. By this kid is a true hard worker. Izuku lost track of time, focusing solely on the warmth he was getting closer to. He then saw a blue flame-like energy in front of him. In his mind, he reached for the flame, feeling it as part of himself, and noticed the circular patterns Kurama had mentioned. He willed his chakra to flow through the loops, one at a time. After 20 minutes, he successfully passed his chakra through all of them and felt a burst of energy as he opened his eyes. He could see a transparent blue energy, called chakra, surrounding him. When he looked in a nearby mirror, he noticed it appeared denser from the outside. Izuku stopped the chakra from flowing out of his body and let out a breath of exhaustion. "Did I do it right, sensei?" he asked. Kurama grinned. "You did really well, kid. Now have lunch, and you will see the changes in your body afterward." Izuku nodded, realizing it was 1 p.m. and feeling the sweat on his body. He went for a shower, and after getting dressed, he came down to greet his mom and sat at the table for lunch. After eating, he grabbed his bag and ran to Momo's house for their study session. He felt lighter and faster than ever, able to run at 18 kilometers per hour, more than the speed of an average adult without physical enhancements. He reached Momo's house in just 4 minutes, feeling energized. After greeting his teacher, he sat beside Momo, listening intently. When their lesson ended early, Miss Elena left, and Momo and Izuku went to the library to do their homework together. They spent an hour working on assignments and playing tag, where Izuku had to slow down so Momo could catch him a few times. Afterward, he ran home, hugged his mother, and noticed it was still 7 p.m. "Mom, I finally unlocked my internal energy this morning," he exclaimed. Inko smiled widely and replied, "That's great, Izu. Now have a bath and get ready. Momo's family will be here for dinner." Izuku nodded and headed for his bath. After a long, relaxing soak, he dressed and returned to see his mom talking to Momo's parents. Momo smiled brightly at him and waved. Izuku returned the smile and waved back as he greeted her parents, and they all went to have dinner together. The Yaoyorozu family fully complimented Inko's cooking while Athena watched with stars in her eyes, asking for the recipes. After an eventful dinner, it was time to sleep, and as soon as Izuku hit the bed, he was pulled into his mindscape. Izuku looked at Kurama and said, "Hello, sensei. What are we doing today?" Kurama replied, "It's time I teach you to write the kanji for fire, wind, water, lightning, earth, as well as storage and explosion. These are the bases for attack seals, and the last two are especially important." Izuku nodded as Kurama demonstrated the kanji for each element and the 2 additional seals. For the next 2 hours, Izuku practiced, copying the characters multiple times until he understood how each slide formed the kanji. Kurama emphasized, "Yes, that is the most important part. There should be not even a single mistake while making seals. Remember, Izuku, sealing arts are the hardest to learn but are the most useful." Izuku continued to practice diligently. Time skip, 1 week later. During the past week, Izuku focused on perfecting his strokes, writing them thousands of times. He woke up early, went for a 1-hour run, practiced front rolls and back rolls, stretched, had breakfast, and then spent 5 hours practicing his calligraphy before attending class. After returning home at 6 p.m., he practiced his kanji until dinner. Izuku was thrilled to demonstrate all 44 strokes 10 times in a row without a single error, even string the 7 kanji perfectly. After finishing a run on the treadmill, where he maintained a speed of 16 km/h for an hour, he felt mildly exhausted. He also noted that he could lift a 7 kilograms dumbbell with one hand but decided to wait until he was older to do more reps. Having just completed his parkour training, Kurama said, "Kid, it's time you start learning chakra control exercises. You have a large amount after all." Izuku nodded and asked, "What is the first exercise, sensei?" Kurama instructed, "Go out, pick a leaf from a tree, and attach it to your forehead using only chakra. I will give you the next exercise once you can hold the leaf for 1 hour. Izuku ran out, plucked a leaf, and sat under a tree, placing the leaf on his forehead while channeling chakra. However, it blew away as Kurama remarked, "That was too much." Chakra kit. Determined, Izuku tried again, this time placing a leaf on his palm and slowly adding a minuscule amount of chakra until it stuck. He then held the leaf to his forehead, gradually increasing the chakra until it adhered. After a minute, the leaf fell off, but Kurama was impressed by Izuku's thought process. Izuku continued practicing throughout the day whenever he had free time and eventually managed to keep the leaf on his forehead for 10 minutes. He realized that control exercises were not only about managing the amount of chakra used but also about maintaining a steady flow for an extended PRD. Time skip, 1 month later. In the past month, Izuku grew closer to the Yaoyorozu family, enjoying outings to amusement parks and restaurants together. He often wore a small smile whenever he was with Momo, whom he trusted deeply. Momo stayed by Izuku's side, and he mastered the leaf exercise in a week, challenging himself by balancing multiple leaves on different parts of his body. Kurama praised Izuku for his dedication and taught him more kanji, suggesting that he could start working with real seals once his calligraphy reached a certain level of perfection, but he decided to wait a year. Izuku also began to talk normally with Elena, no longer trying to distance himself from her. Inko and Athena quickly became best friends, often having sleepovers with the kids whenever Akira was on a short business trip. Izuku perfected his forward rolls, backward rolls, and cartwheels, and he began training for flexibility. Momo, inspired by Izuku, started running as well, and her parents agreed to install a treadmill in her play area, along with a long jumping mat similar to Izuku's. Izuku was progressing fast, and Kurama had plans for their training today. Izuku had just finished his morning run and was about to start his parkour training when Kurama suddenly said, "Wait, it's time for you to learn the second chakra control exercise. I think you can get this one done relatively quickly." Izuku paused, thinking, "Alright, sensei, what is it?" Kurama explained, "It's called the tree climbing exercise. Instead of using your hands and legs, you must push enough chakra to the bottom of your feet to stick to the tree. The advanced form involves jumping from tree to tree." Nodding in understanding, Izuku asked his mom for permission to go to the group of trees behind their house. Once there, he decided to use the same method he had practiced with the leaf exercise. He lifted one leg and placed it on the tree, slowly transferring chakra into it until he felt it stick. Standing horizontally on one leg, he placed the other leg on the tree and channeled chakra into it as well. After a couple of hours, Izuku found himself able to walk up and down the tree at a normal pace. He then returned home for breakfast. Inko saw him and said, "Izuku, go take a shower and come eat." Izuku shook his head, replying, "Mom, I will be training for a bit more. I just came to get breakfast." After some thought, Inko said, "I will allow it as long as it doesn't involve sprinting, okay?" Izuku nodded and sat at the table, enjoying toast with an omelette. After finishing his meal, he went back to the tree and resumed his training. 2 hours later, at 10 a.m., he was running up and down the tree at a slow speed when Kurama said, "Well done. You'll continue running up and down the trees instead of using the treadmill for the next week for 3 hours each day, okay?" Confused, Izuku asked, "Why?" Kurama replied, "So you can increase the amount of chakra inside you." Izuku nodded, noticing he still had over an hour of free time. Kurama suggested, "Come to your mindscape. I shall teach you something new." Izuku sat under the tree, closed his eyes, and was pulled into the mindscape. He greeted Kurama and prepared to begin. Kurama created a few shuriken and kunai, explaining, "These are called shuriken and kunai. Shuriken are used to throw at opponents. They can't kill unless infused with wind chakra, making them safe for you. Kunai can be used for throwing or close combat. I will teach you how to throw them today." Izuku nodded and created some shuriken and kunai, adjusting their sizes after a few tries. Kurama demonstrated how to hold and throw the shuriken. Izuku managed to throw one properly but needed to work on his accuracy. Kurama then showed him how to throw a kunai, emphasizing that one finger should be behind the circle on the handle for a straight throw. After 30 minutes, Izuku successfully threw a kunai straight. You need to acquire them somehow. Think about it, Kurama said. Izuku recalled that Momo's dad had a quirk related to intelligence, suggesting Momo must have inherited her quirk from her mother. Waking from his mindscape, Izuku saw he had 30 minutes before he needed to head home. He ran at top speed to the Yaoyorozu estate, arriving in 2 minutes. Approaching a maid, he asked, "Excuse me, do you know where Momo-chan's mom is?" The maid smiled and led him to Athena's room. After knocking and hearing a "come in," Izuku entered to find Athena reading a book. "Hi, Auntie," he said. Surprised but welcoming, she asked, "Aizen, do you need any help?" Izuku sat on the bed and asked, "Auntie, your quirk is similar to Momo's, right?" Athena chuckled, "It's similar, but I can only create things with metals." Izuku then asked, "Can you make me some shuriken and kunai?" Athena was taken aback for a moment. "But why do you need such sharp things, Izuku?" After a brief hesitation, he explained his quirk and the training he was undergoing. Athena nodded, saying, "I see. No wonder you picked up calligraphy so easily. Very well, I will make these, but if you get any serious injuries, I won't make them again." Izuku nodded and explained the designs. After a few attempts, Athena successfully crafted 3 sets of shuriken, each containing 12, and 1 set of 12 kunai. She placed them in a bag and handed them to Izuku. He hesitated but then hugged her, whispering, "Thanks," before taking the bag and running out, feeling a bit embarrassed. Athena stood there stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter, small tears forming in her eyes as she thought, "Looks like he is growing out of his fears faster than we thought, Inko-chan." Izuku, after running back to the clearing, copied the same pose he did in his mindscape and threw the shuriken and kunai at a tree he had marked. He hit a few targets but missed some as well. When he heard a bell, he knew his training time was over. He collected all the scattered shuriken and kunai, placed them in his bag and made his way home. Once home, Izuku put the bag in the gym room and headed to the shower to clean off the sweat from his training. After his bath, he went downstairs for lunch. Following lunch, he grabbed his bag filled with books and headed to his daily study session with Momo and Miss Elena. For the next 3 hours, Elena taught them about subtraction, a topic Izuku already knew well from his extensive reading during school. After finishing their homework with Momo and playing for a while, Izuku returned home at 6:30 p.m. to practice his calligraphy. After mastering what Kurama had taught him, he focused on writing the kanji faster while maintaining precision. Time skip, 1 month. In this month, Izuku learned to throw kunai and shuriken with precision at moving targets. He also discovered how to apply chakra to parts of his body, like his fists and legs, to enhance his speed and attack power. Now, he could run at 20 km/h, which was impressive even among adults. Izuku excelled in parkour training, able to jump nearly 1.5 to 2 meters into the air without chakra enhancement and perform flips mid-air. He instinctively combined his speed and parkour skills. Izuku and Momo continued to compete academically, often scoring 100, resulting in a draw. He completed the advanced portion of tree climbing, jumping horizontally from one tree to another at high speeds. A significant event occurred when all Alder Group schools were shut down by the government due to evidence of bullying and unfair treatment of students. Lawyer Allen fought the case against the school's defense lawyer, and with the evidence and statements from Izuku and Inko, the school was closed. After witnessing Izuku practice with shuriken and kunai, Athena began recommending it to Momo. Initially, Akira was against it, but one demonstration with a metal bat convinced him otherwise. Izuku spent 2 days showing Momo how to hold and throw the weapons, and she practiced on her own. Present day, 5 date, July 15th. Izuku woke to the sound of an alarm and was surprised to hear, "Happy birthday, Izuku." He jumped in shock, attaching himself to the ceiling. Everyone stared in disbelief until he calmed down, let go of the ceiling, and landed on the ground with a smile, saying, "Thanks, everyone." Though everyone wanted to ask about the ceiling incident, they quickly forgot when Izuku smiled. Momo took his hands and pulled him into the hall, where they sang the birthday song and he cut the cake. Elena and Alan gifted him a new calligraphy set with extra ink sticks and an ink stone, as his old brush was starting to wear out. Momo presented him with a small steel necklace she made, featuring a picture of them playing tag. Athena gifted Izuku more sets of kunai and shuriken, along with a whetstone and a book on weapon maintenance. Inko questioned the gift but, after learning of Izuku's request from the previous month, she scolded him for doing something dangerous without informing her. Izuku apologized, giving his mom a teary-eyed look and a hug, which melted her heart. Akira gave Izuku a face mask designed to conceal features from the nose to the neck, explaining that it was elastic and made to grow with him. Izuku thanked his uncle and decided to wear the mask for now. Inko also gifted Izuku a guitar, saying, "It's good to learn some instruments so you can relax while playing them." Izuku thanked her with a peck on the cheek, and they all went outside to showcase Izuku's skills with shuriken and kunai, while Momo demonstrated her progress as well. Akira then asked Izuku how he managed to stand on the ceiling. Izuku explained, "Kurama-sensei taught me methods to control my internal energy. I can apply energy to the bottom of my feet to stick to trees or any surface." He demonstrated by walking up a tree and jumping to another. The adults were in awe of the skill's usefulness. Momo wanted to try as well, but her protective father stopped her, causing her to pout in frustration. After everyone showcased their talents, the group returned inside to enjoy Inko's delicious home cooking. It has been 3 years since Izuku's 6th birthday. He has grown to be 130 centimeters, 4 feet 3 inches, tall. Under Kurama's guidance, Izuku has learned water walking and sunban balancing. He has also mastered the technique of infusing chakra to enhance his speed and strength, allowing him to run at 35 miles per hour without any enhancements. Kurama taught him how to punch and kick by showing him memories of Naruto learning Minato's hummingbird style. Izuku has excelled in this style, which focuses on evading opponents with speed and precision while targeting pressure points with chakra-enhanced attacks. He has dedicated 2 years to mastering the hummingbird style. Another significant achievement for Izuku is his fuinjutsu skills. His dedication to mastering calligraphy has paid off, enabling him to learn complex seals quickly. He has mastered various types of seals, including storage seals and explosion seals, which he attaches to his shurikens. He has also learned advanced seals like resistance seals and weight seals, as well as a stasis seal that can freeze living things in time. However, for a human or animal to be stored, they must be unconscious or deceased. Recently, Izuku discovered the 5-element seal, which allows him to seal any quirk related to elements and subelements, except for enhancement quirks, mutation quirks, and mind-related quirks. This revelation highlighted the true potential of fuinjutsu. Currently, Izuku is learning to create seals using chakra itself, rather than ink or paper. Kurama explained that this method is the fastest way to create seals on the spot, and they can be strengthened with additional chakra. Izuku has also improved his shurikenjutsu skills, now reaching a jonin level. He has learned to create chakra strings to attach to shurikens or kunai, enhancing his shurikenjutsu further. Additionally, he has become fluent in parkour, incorporating it into his combat style to build momentum for attacks. Socially, Izuku has maintained a consistent life over the past 3 years, always wearing his mask even while eating. He employs a small genjutsu to create an illusion around him during meals. In terms of ninjutsu, he has mastered the 3 basic techniques: substitution, body clone, and his current favorite, the body flicker technique. This technique allows him to travel to a predetermined location in a straight line by applying chakra. Izuku discovered that with minimal chakra, he could cover a distance of 5 meters, leading him to develop his own speed-related technique, which he named Flash Step. This technique allows him to disappear with a single step, though he must position himself appropriately for an attack mid-movement. He demonstrated this ability against Kurama in a training match. As he has matured, Izuku has developed an innate skill for sensing people. With his eyes closed, he can perceive the outlines of individuals based on their chakra. With Kurama's help, he has trained this skill and can now sense someone within a 20-meter range. Momo has also grown alongside Izuku, maintaining the same height and personality. However, she becomes more reserved around strangers. Momo has learned shuriken jutsu to a high degree and has developed her own technique for creating chakra strings to control her shuriken and kunai midair. To enhance her strength, she has engaged in training, impressing her parents with her creativity. The bond between Izuku and Momo has deepened, with Izuku sharing details about his quirk and past with her during an emotional night. Momo's parents have also grown closer to Izuku's mother, Athena, spending time together while Akira is at work. They have enjoyed numerous sleepovers, strengthening their friendship. Meanwhile, Akira has been on a mission for the past 2 years, and Izuku has kept his face hidden, leaving everyone curious to see it. One day, after his plans fell through, Akira attempted to catch Izuku, who simply used Flash Step to evade him, much to the amusement of the girls watching. Now, at present time, it has been 3 years and 3 months since Izuku began his training. Kurama held off on the most important part of Izuku's training, strength and speed training through resistance seals, until Izuku was at least 9, when his body would experience its first growth spurt. Kurama recalled his time with Kushina when Minato, in his late teens, asked her to apply resistance seals to his body. He looked at Izuku's hands, which had a storage seal in his right hand for kunai and another in his left for shuriken. Kurama had to admit that not carrying anything on him increased Izuku's efficiency in battle. With a pulse of chakra, Izuku could summon the desired number of kunai or shuriken to his hand. Having just celebrated his birthday, Izuku found himself in his mindscape, looking at Kurama. "Today, I will teach you a jutsu called Shadow Clone Jutsu," Kurama said. "You can create actual physical clones with this jutsu. They will have the same strength and speed as you, but they will be dispelled with one good hit. The amazing thing about shadow clones is that they pass memories and experiences back to the original when dismissed. This means you can use them to train your ninjutsu, chakra control, and taijutsu stances faster." Izuku was in awe at the description of the jutsu and asked, "Wait, can you practice fuinjutsu too?" Kurama nodded and showed him the appropriate hand seals. After repeating the seals, Izuku produced 50 clones. Kurama warned him not to dispel them all at once. Izuku nodded and slowly dismissed them in groups of 10. Since the clones were doing nothing, he didn't experience any headaches. Kurama then instructed, "Use the shadow clones to apply level 1 resistance seals on your back." Izuku nodded and returned to his body, closing his eyes and effectively entering a meditative state. Time skip, next day morning, 5 a.m. Izuku woke up, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and picked up his calligraphy set before heading to his training area. He performed some hand seals, and a shadow clone appeared. "Draw a level 1 resistance on my back," he instructed. The clone nodded and skillfully completed the pattern in a minute. Izuku applied chakra to activate it and found himself exerting double the effort while walking. "How long until I get used to this, sensei?" he asked. Kurama explained, "Minato took at least 2 months to train back to his normal speed at resistance level, but with me inside you, constantly repairing and upgrading your muscles, I estimate a month and a half. There are 5 levels to this, meaning 5 times what you have now is the limit of the resistance seals." Izuku nodded, feeling the strain as he walked home. His mother noticed and asked, "Izun, why do you seem so exhausted?" Izuku explained his new training, and Inko approved as long as he continued to grow in height. After having some juice, he returned to training, feeling as if he was experiencing training for the first time again, despite the exhaustion. Time skip, the next day. Izuku was right. He was going through training again, and the muscle cramps made it even harder. He thought, "Sensei, you said to remember the location of the cave, but we haven't gone there yet. What do we do about it?" Kurama replied, "Since you mentioned it, we will go there today. Bring some storage scrolls to store everything." Izuku nodded and went home for breakfast. He packed some storage scrolls and turned off his resistance seal to complete the task quickly. After activating a seal, he disappeared from his location, reappearing every 400 to 500 meters. In 5 minutes, he reached the hideout. Inside, Kurama instructed, "Put the weapons in one scroll, your dad's jutsu in another, and your mom's techniques in a third. Finally, store your self-created techniques in a scroll." Izuku nodded and went to the neatly arranged scrolls, dusting them off and storing them according to their contents. He finished in half an hour and noticed a huge claymore sword to the side. Kurama said, "That sword belonged to a strong person who taught Naruto an important lesson about being a ninja. Take it, you can blunt it with a whetstone and use it against opponents." Naruto also stored the Kenjutsu scroll for that claymore. Its name is Kubikurabocho, or the Executioner's Blade. Izuku struggled to lift it, using both hands and all his effort. He drew another storage seal on his palm and stored the weapon inside. After leaving the cave, he flickered home and entered his room. His mother had finally allowed him to move into a new room, despite her emotional farewells filled with hugs and kisses. Izuku kept the scrolls on his bookshelf and let out a breath as he reactivated his resistance seal. He then headed to the training ground, thinking, "It's time to train." 3 years had passed, and Izuku could honestly say that the previous 5 years were the best of his life. He had a kind sensei who pushed him to his limits, and his mother continued to be his greatest support. He had gained more people to call family, including the Yaoyorozu family and Elena-sensei's family. Elena-sensei had given Byaruch to a baby girl 2 years ago, and she would bring her to their classes. Momo and Izuku often finished their lessons quickly so they could play with Maika-chan. Inko, Athena, and Elena laughed as Izuku found himself torn between training and playing with the child, but Maika-chan always clung to him the most when she saw him. Momo, feeling a twinge of jealousy, would express her feelings with a pout. Izuku and Momo had grown much closer after a sleepover where he shared his past before meeting her. Meanwhile, Akira was still on his mission to uncover Izuku's hidden face, which even Inko had never seen. Kurama chuckled, recalling the struggles Naruto's old team faced trying to unmask Kakashi. Another noticeable change in Izuku was that the edges of his hair had started to turn orange, a sign of his Uzumaki heritage emerging. Kurama initially thought it was due to Izuku's lineage, but then remembered that Naruto had stored his chakra in Izuku, which likely activated those genes. Izuku's progress in Fuinjutsu skyrocketed. He could create any seal he wanted by molding chakra into a seal shape and engraving it onto a body or paper. He had only touched the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu scrolls and a few wind-style and lightning-style techniques left behind by Naruto. Testing his chakra with a chakra paper, he discovered he had wind and lightning attributes. Kurama then explained elemental chakra control exercises to Izuku. With the help of shadow clones, Izuku stred various exercises for wind and lightning chakra control. It took 2 years, even with the assistance of shadow clones, to perfect these exercises. Afterward, he quickly mstred the non-lethal jutsus of both elements, ensuring he could control them without causing harm. Izuku had also maximized his resistance seal, achieving regular speed in its maximum state, and mstred advanced forms of the hummingbird style. One of Izuku's significant achievements was in the Kenjutsu field. He took the Kubikurabocho to Athena, who, after studying the metal, was able to create a new sword by fusing it with a few other metals. The new sword had the same shape but was blunted to prevent lethal strikes. Izuku could now wield the sword in one hand and learned one-handed hand signs from a scroll. He practiced with Kurama to combine Kenjutsu and ninjutsu in battle. Momo was frustrated that Izuku had finally overtaken her in height. At 12, she stood at 5 feet 1 inch, while Izuku was 5 feet 3 inches. Izuku teased her about it, prompting Momo to chase him around, throwing kunai and shuriken until she ran out of energy. Izuku wanted to engrave a storage seal in Momo's hand, but since she couldn't use chakra, it wouldn't be possible. Nevertheless, Momo had become a strong young lady in her own right, reaching elite jonin levels in shuriken jutsu and practicing with a bow staff and knuckle braces. She had even managed to create flamethrowers and high-pressure water cannons using her lipids as fuel. Izuku chuckled, recalling the time Momo fell backward from the force of her water cannon. It had been 1 week since Izuku's mother delivered a shocking announcement. Inko approached Izuku with a serious expression and said, "Izuku, Katsuki has finally been removed from rehabilitation to attend middle school. The government said he did excellently in his rehabilitation, but they would like you to attend the same school as him. If he does anything now, it's straight to jail." Inko expected Izuku to be scared or outright deny her suggestion, but he simply hummed in thought and said, "Sure, why not? I do have to join some middle school anyway." "Which school is it?" Inko was shocked by Izuku's acceptance but smiled as she replied, "Semi-junior high school." Izuku nodded, saying, "Sure, that school does have a good name." Inko smiled again, adding, "Your first day is in 1 week." Back in the present, Izuku prepared to attend the orientation for the new students. He wore his uniform, packed his textbooks, and secured his backpack in his right hand. Momo stood in the room, watching him pack, and asked, "Izuku-san, do you really have to go to middle school?" Izuku understood Momo's worries. She would continue to be homeschooled until high school as she aimed to join UA. Momo felt sad about their limited time together. Izuku gently patted her head and reassured her, "Don't worry, the classes are only until 3 p.m. I can get home quickly in 5 minutes and we can spend time together, okay?" Momo gave a small smile and nodded as Izuku walked out of the villa, with Momo and Inko waving goodbye. Izuku used a hand sign and flickered away from sight. Momo sighed. No matter how many times she saw it, she still couldn't believe how fast Izuku was. She had never been able to beat him in a straight fight, but she was proud to have outperformed him academically. In just 5 minutes, Izuku covered 80 kilometers and arrived in front of his middle school. He had to admit it was very big. As he entered, he asked some students he thought were seniors for directions. They happily guided him, and Izuku bowed in thanks before heading toward the auditorium where orientation was held. Meanwhile, Bakugo was glad to be released from rehabilitation. While it had been a nice place, he missed life outside. He learned he would be attending semi-junior high as well. Although he still wore quirk-canceling bracelets on both arms, he felt calm. His quirk had often put him in a state of anger when he was younger, and he sighed as he remembered his past actions. He was informed that Izuku Midoriya would also be attending the same school, allowing them to see if the rehabilitation had worked. Bakugo agreed to this and had just returned home the day before. His parents had visited him often during rehabilitation, but he missed the physical contact. His welcome home had been warm. Bakugo asked if they had seen Izuku, but his parents became gloomy. Masaru said, "Inko cut off everything with us. We don't even know where their house is now. Inko sold her apartment too." Bakugo was shocked. Looking around, he made his way to the auditorium and took a seat as the principal and student council president gave their speeches. After orientation, Izuku sat in the back row and looked at the list of classes. He saw that he was in class 1A and noticed Bakugo's name there. He thought, interesting, he is also in the same class as me. "I hope you've changed, Bakugo. If not, I am not the same as back then." He then walked to his class. Bakugo eventually found his name in class 1A as well and saw Izuku's name. A mix of emotions surged within him as he wondered how Izuku would react upon seeing him. He recalled his mom telling him that Izuku had developed a quirk too, realizing he was a late bloomer. Bakugo hoped his past would not define him in this new setting. When Izuku arrived in class, he was the first to sit down, choosing a seat by the window. A minute later, the door opened, and Izuku's expression turned emotionless as he gazed at Bakugo. The boy had grown up, and Izuku could see that Bakugo had lost some muscle and looked a bit thin. Bakugo also looked at Izuku, shaking off the image of the bloodied child he once knew. Now, he noticed Izuku had a mask covering the lower half of his face, and it was clear he had been training. His shoulders were broad, and his biceps were visible through his half sleeves. Bakugo walked over and sat in the seat behind Izuku. Izuku broke the silence first, asking, "How is Aunt Mitsuki?" Bakugo's voice was blank as he replied, "She is doing fine, Midoriya-san. She misses Inko-san a lot." Izuku expected this and resolved to convince his mom to call Aunt Mitsuki at least. Turning around in his seat, Izuku asked, "How was rehabilitation?" Bakugo managed a small smile as he said, "It was a nice place. The caretakers helped me think properly about myself." Izuku extended his hand and said, "Hope to have a good year then, classmate." Bakugo stared at the hand in shock, feeling undeserving of the gesture. However, he moved his hand forward and shook Izuku's hand, saying, "I hope the same, classmate. I hope the same." Bakugo finally felt that maybe he could move forward. Izuku turned around, looking at his hand, thinking, it's finally my first step to move forward from my past with him. 3 students filled in, and people began making small talk with those beside them. Beside Izuku, the boy with unusual skin color looked nervous, thinking, the guy's eyes give nothing. I think he wants to be left alone. That was right. Izuku didn't plan on trusting anyone easily. He kept his expression emotionless and his aura completely empty. Bakugo, from behind, sensed Izuku's demeanor and thought, I guess he wants to be left alone, huh? The teacher entered and introduced herself as the homeroom teacher. The students greeted her, and Izuku's middle school life began. 2 years and 6 months later, the last bell of the school day rang, and students cheered for the upcoming 2-day weekend. A lot had happened in those 2.5 years. Izuku and Bakugo were the top 2 in academics. Izuku excelled in physical activities as well, while Bakugo was in the upper middle of the class since he had just started training his body 2 years ago. Izuku remained a mysterious figure at school, rarely speaking unless a teacher asked him a question. Bakugo, on the other hand, was quite popular due to his strong quirk and cool personality but stayed humble since completing rehabilitation. Inko called Mitsuki, and they both cried over the phone while talking. They met up 2 or 3 times a month to shop or just walk around. Inko still wasn't ready to see Katsuki. Momo felt lonely without Izuku during school hours but began training more in her free time to get stronger. Izuku tried to hang out with Momo as much as possible during the last 3 to 4 days of the week. Momo's stamina training, guided by Kurama and Izuku, paid off. After a year of hard work, Izuku finally cracked the Flying God Thunder Jutsu, creating his own formula. He could use it, though not perfectly, and it consumed a large amount of chakra. Izuku held off further training until junior high ended and they had a 3-month vacation. He was able to produce chains from chakra after string seal making. Currently, he could control 4 chains perfectly from his back. He studied a scroll that mentioned that upon reaching 10 chains, it was possible to form a barrier strong enough to stop Kurama's attack. Izuku also enhanced his flash step by using lightning chakra to increase speed. It was painful at first, but after a month of training with shadow clones, he named it Lightning Step. It wasn't very chakra-consuming and was best for short-range fights. Izuku perfected using the Kubikuribocho, adding a wind attribute to cut through obstacles. In other cases, the sword, which had a blunt edge, was used to deliver blows that damaged bones and muscles. Kurama assessed Izuku to be at elite Jonin to Quasi-Kage range in overall battle power. Additionally, Izuku learned to play guitar in his free time to honor his mother's request. As Izuku exited the school, he thought, I will go to the mountain hideout to practice waterfall walking. It's the hardest chakra control exercise. After leaving the school gate, he sprinted home at impressive speed. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the main gate of both his family's and the Yaoyorozu family's houses. Izuku flashed his card at the screen beside the gate, which opened, and he jogged inside. Izuku had experienced significant growth, now standing at 5 feet 10 inches, 2 inches taller than Momo, who was 5 feet 8 inches. He was one of the tallest boys in school whose quirk was not related to body growth. Momo, waiting at the door, ran toward him and said, "Welcome back, Izuku." Izuku smiled, though his mask concealed it, and replied, "I'm back, Momo. What are you doing today?" Momo's expression turned dejected as she said, "I wanted to go to the mall with you today, but I can't since Elena-sensei is keeping me in for special classes." Izuku chuckled, causing Momo to puff her cheeks as she exclaimed, "What are you laughing at?" Izuku stopped chuckling and said, Fine. How about we go to the Southern Hale Mall, which even has a bowling alley, on Saturday?" Momo beamed and cheerfully replied, "Okay. Now I have to go back for classes. Bye, Izuku-kun," Momo called out as she jogged back to her house. Izuku waved goodbye, then applied chakra to his feet and vanished using a flash step. He reappeared in front of his home and rang the doorbell. After a few moments, Inko opened the door with a wide smile. Izuku told his mom he would be going outside for a while before heading to his room to change into his training clothes. Using body flicker, Izuku appeared outside the gate and started jogging toward his destination. As he neared the city borders and approached the forest, he heard a loud thud. Sprinting through the trees, he arrived at the scene and saw the dragon form of Ryukyu, one of the popular upcoming heroines. Izuku was still a big fan of heroes, especially after Ryukyu's impressive debut 2 months ago, where she had protected 5 students from a villain throwing a truck at them. However, he noticed that Ryukyu was injured and wobbling as she placed HAS on the unconscious villain before fainting beside him. Izuku sighed and took out some spare paper from his right-hand storage seal. He formed a stasis seal using chakra and placed it on the villain, allowing some chakra to flow into the paper. The villain disappeared into the seal, where no time passed, preventing any danger to his body. Gently, Izuku lifted Ryukyu in his arms and used body flicker to transport them to a hidden waterfall location. He entered through a wall concealed by genjutsu and laid Ryukyu on a stone bed. Concentrating hard, he placed his hands above her worst injuries. Green chakra emanated from his hands, healing her wounds at a visible rate. For the next 2 hours, he continued to heal her, applying medical ointment to her lighter injuries. The ointment was a formula from Naruto's wife, as Kurama-sensei had mentioned. Feeling a bit exhausted from the mental strain of using medical jutsu, Izuku took a short break before stepping outside to practice walking on the waterfall. After an hour of practice, during which he comically fell down the waterfall along with 100 clones, Ryukyu began to stir in the cave. She looked around, confused. What happened? I was just fighting that guy with the gorilla quirk. I did defeat and handcuff him. Wait, don't tell me I got kidnapped by a villain group. Ryukyu recalled receiving heavy injuries, but as she examined her arms and legs, she noticed there were no visible injuries, only some minor ones with ointment applied. If someone helped me, I need to thank them and leave, or that villain might be rescued if he has any friends. Slowly, she got up, still feeling weak, and followed the light outside. The brightness was overwhelming, and after a moment of adjusting, she heard a voice ask, "Are your injuries okay?" Startled, she turned to see someone dangling upside down from a tree. She jumped back, surprised to see the stranger's legs literally stuck to the tree. Remembering the question, she replied, "Yes, I am all right. Can I please know how long I was unconscious?" Izuku jumped down from the tree, landing perfectly as he said, 3 hours. "Were you the one who treated my injuries in the sea?" Ryukyu began, but then froze, noticing there was no cave. Izuku reassured her, "Don't worry, you are not hallucinating. There is an illusion covering the entrance." Ryukyu nodded, then asked, "Wait, if you have an illusion quirk, how did you heal me?" Izuku tilted his head slightly and replied, "I don't have an illusion quirk. My quirk is internal energy. There's a special energy in my body that I can convert to elements and other things." Ryukyu looked at him in awe. "Wow, that must be an excellent quirk." Izuku chuckled. "It might be, but yours is also quite impressive, Ms. Ryukyu." Her eyes widened in surprise. "You know of me?" Izuku nodded. "I really liked your debut, so I've followed your fights and heroic actions." "Speaking of fights, did you see a handcuffed Ma?" Ryukyu started, but Izuku cut her off, pulling out a paper with a strange pattern. He infused it with chakra, and the villain fell out, still unconscious. Ryukyu's jaw dropped as she shook her head in disbelief. "How did you do that?" Izuku laughed mentally as he spread his arms and said in a monotone voice, "Quirk." Ryukyu face planted but quickly got up, huffing a bit. "Fine. Be all secretive like that. I will take this villain to the police now then." Izuku stopped her, placing the villain back in the stasis seal. "You still have to rest and have a meal. That healing used your quirk energy, and you must be exhausted too." Ryukyu had to agree, her legs felt like jelly. She sighed, "Fine, have it your way." Izuku turned around and gestured for Ryukyu to follow him. As they entered the room again, Izuku performed a hand sign and conjured a small fireball that lit the torches. Ryukyu was about to ask about it but remembered Izuku mentioning he could change his internal energy into elements. She had to admit that was a very versatile quirk. The unusual ability to store living beings in paper must be part of his quirk as well. Izuku pulled out a storage seal paper, channeled some chakra through it, and retrieved a few sandwiches, soda, hamburgers, and some salad. He spread a picnic sheet on the ground and offered a cushion for Ryukyu to sit comfortably. As they ate, Ryukyu asked Izuku some basic questions about his age, school, and dreams. After a while, it was nearly 8 p.m., and they were enjoying relaxing conversations, discovering interesting common interests. Ryukyu got up, stretched, and said, "Thanks, that was quite a fun time for me. A good break that I haven't taken in weeks." Izuku shook his head. "You should definitely take more breaks, Ryukyu-san. It's good to take care of yourself too." Ryukyu thought for a moment, then a light bulb went off in her head. "Well, I'm still a fresh hero and don't have many friends. Why don't we share contacts? When I get breaks, we can hang out. I'm sure it will be fun for me too, like today." Izuku hesitated but, after some internal debate, nodded as they exchanged contact details. He showed Ryukyu the way down the mountain while she called the police. Izuku released the villain from the stasis seal and turned to Ryukyu. "It was a good time, Ms. Ryukyu. I have to go home now, it's getting late for me." Ryukyu smiled gently. "Please call me Ryuko or Tatsuma. I'm not that much older than you for you to call me." Izuku nodded. "All right then, see you later, Tatsuma." Ryukyu waved goodbye. "See you later too, Midoriya-san." Izuku performed a hand sign and flickered away, leaving Ryukyu amazed at his speed, unable to react. Izuku arrived home, and Inko opened the door with a stern expression. "Why are you so late, Izuku?" Izuku knew he was in trouble when his mom used his full name. "I found an injured hero and helped her heal, so I'm late." Inko looked skeptical, but Izuku sighed and showed her a selfie of him and Ryukyu during their mini-picnic. Inko's expression softened, and she smiled widely. "I'm glad you're making another friend, Izuku." Izuku simply hummed in response as they went to the dining room for dinner. He explained in detail what had happened, and Inko listened carefully. "You know, I met this lovely woman named Rei during my shift today. She was put in the mental asylum even though she is gentle and nice. We had a nice conversation, and she mentioned that her son will also try to enter UA through recommendations. Maybe you will be in the same class." Izuku nodded slightly. "That's a possibility. I can try to make friends, but I don't want to expect too much." Inko understood. She knew Izuku took his time to trust people. She was already amazed that he met Ryukyu and felt comfortable enough to call her a friend. She was happy about this development. After finishing dinner, the mother and son went to their respective rooms and turned in for the night. Momo saw a message in her chat with Izuku. It was a selfie of him and Ryukyu, one of his favorite heroes. Momo smiled at the friendly closeness in the photo, thinking, "It's finally time you started to move on, huh?" The next morning, Izuku finished his morning routine, including training, and was on his way to Momo's house so they could go to the Southern Hale Mall to hang out. As he walked, Izuku considered whether or not to invite Ryukyu, who had a break day. In the end, he decided to invite Tatsuma-sen, thinking it might be a good chance for Momo to make a new friend. He noticed a few similarities in how both Momo and Ryukyu carried themselves and guessed that Ryukyu might come from a high-profile family. Izuku went through his contacts and called Ryukyu. After a few rings, her voice came through the phone. "Midoriya-san? Good morning." "Good morning, Tatsuma-san. You mentioned you have a break today, so I thought I could invite you to the Southern Hale Mall with myself and my friend Momo," Izuku said gently. Tatsuma realized who he was referring to and replied, "Momo-san, I would love to join. I have nothing planned for today, and I could use a fellow female's opinion on some new casual clothes." "Great. We'll meet at the mall at 10 a.m. then," Izuku said. "Sure, Midoriya-san. See you there." Ryukyu replied before ending the call. Izuku arrived at Momo's house and rang the bell. Athena opened the door with a smile. "Izu-chan, you must be here for the hangout with Momo. She'll be ready soon. Why not wait in the lounge? Akira is there too." Izuku nodded and gave a small hug to his aunt before heading to the lounge. There, he found Akira reading the newspaper. "Hey, Uncle Akira," Izuku greeted. Akira looked up, putting the newspaper down. "Izuku, it's been a while. What are you up to today?" "I'm going to the mall with Momo and another friend I made yesterday," Izuku replied. Akira smiled. "You finally made a new friend, huh? I thought that day would never come." Izuku rolled his eyes as Akira laughed. Suddenly, Akira reached out to grab Izuku's mask, but Izuku stopped him, holding his hand up. Nice try, uncle. You seem to be getting slower, maybe due to age. Akira's forehead twitched as he began chasing Izuku around the room, trying to see his face. Athena entered the room just in time to see Akira's failed attempts and laughed. Momo came down to find the two in a playful chase. Finally exhausted, Akira breathed, "One day. I swear to see that face one day." The others in the room, including the maids, sweat dropped at the sight while Momo and Izuku chuckled. After saying goodbye, they left the house to walk to the nearby bus station. As they walked through the gate, Izuku said to Momo, "By the way, I invited Ryukyu to come with us too. Hope you don't mind." Momo's face lit up with excitement. "The girl from the selfie you sent yesterday? I hope we can get along well. I do need more friends, you're my only one." "I thought the same. Ryukyu seems to carry herself elegantly like you, and your manner of speech is similar. I thought you would get along," Izuku explained. Momo nodded, excited about the prospect of making a new friend. Time skip 10 a.m. Izuku wore a black t-shirt with a white collar and blue denim jeans, while Momo sported dark blue jeans and a loose crimson-red t-shirt with a black collar. They looked like normal teenagers out for a hangout. Upon arriving at the entrance, Izuku heard a voice call out, "Midoriin." Both turned to see Ryukyu jogging toward them. She had her hair styled to show both eyes, unlike her hero costume. Ryukyu wore a black t-shirt with a silver hoodie and black denim jeans. "Sorry, I was a bit late. I didn't realize I was waiting at the second entrance instead of the main one," she said, catching her breath. Izuku and Momo chuckled. "It's fine, Ryukyu-san. We just arrived ourselves," Momo replied. Ryukyu turned to Momo and extended her hand. "Ah, you must be Momo-san. Izuku told me a lot about you yesterday." Momo accepted the handshake. "My full name is Momo Yaoyorozu. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ryukyu-san." Ryukyu smiled back. "My name is Ryuko Tatsuma. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. You can call me by my name in public, I'm not in my costume after all." Momo nodded and said, "Very well, Tatsuman, should we get going then?" Ryukyu agreed, and the three of them entered the mall. Izuku, leading the group, suggested, "Since it's still early, let's go bowling first, there might be a big line later." The girls nodded, and they took the escalators to the 5th floor. Upon arriving at the game center, which was fairly empty with a few teens and young adults around, they approached the counter. Ryukyu said, "Excuse me, we would like to book a row of bowling for the three of us." The man at the counter nodded, typed in the game settings, and said, "Your row is the second one from the right. The total is 2,100 yen, please." Momo, Izuku, and Ryukyu each chipped in 700 yen, paid for the game, and headed to their lane. Time skip 1 hour. Having enjoyed themselves, they decided to pay for another game. Izuku won the first game, while the second game ended in a tie between Ryukyu and Momo. After bowling, Izuku pulled out a game center card and purchased 1,000 points, eager to try out some arcade games. He and Momo excelled at the basketball hoop game, setting a new high score and earning a lot of tickets. Ryukyu played a game that required her to stop a fast-moving light on a prize, and with some concentration, she hit the bonus, adding 500 tickets to their card. The trio celebrated with a high five after their success. Next, they competed in a horse racing game where they threw ball into holes of different colors to move their horses. Momo won, with Izuku coming in second. Although it was a non-ticket game, they enjoyed the friendly competition. Then, Momo and Ryukyu teamed up for a throw ball game, knocking down targets and earning another 200 tickets. Izuku attempted the punching machine, scoring a remarkable 999, which earned them 400 tickets as a prize. The girls cheered, and nearby spectators joined in the excitement. After a while, their points were depleted. They went to the ticket machine, and Izuku scanned the card, revealing a total of 1,700 tickets. He let out a silent cheer while Momo and Ryukyu high-fived. At the ticket exchange counter, they redeemed their tickets for a set of 3 bracelets. Izuku chose the black one, Momo took the silver, and Ryukyu happily accepted the gold. They wore their new bracelets and took a selfie to commemorate the moment. Momo and Ryukyu admired the bracelet designs while Izuku checked the time and realized it was lunchtime. Momo and Tatsuma-san, let's go have lunch. It's almost 1:30 p.m., he said. Momo replied, sure, I'm starting to feel hungry now that you mentioned it. Ryukyu suggested, why don't we go to the sushi restaurant owned by Lunch Rush? I heard it opened a branch in the mall recently. Izuku and Momo instantly agreed, excited about the choice. Ryukyu led the way as they headed to their next destination. As they exited the sushi restaurant, Ryukyu remarked, that has to be the best sushi restaurant I've ever been to. Momo nodded in agreement, adding, I agree. I've never had sushi this good, even from the pro chefs who were invited to cook at parties. Izuku sighed, noting Momo's tendency to mention her wealth. As much as I hate to say this, the sushi was better than what my mom cooks, he admitted. Momo's eyes lit up as she recalled, oh, I remember that time Aunt Inko invited me and Mom too. I really liked the sushi Aunt Inko made. Ryukyu chimed in, she must be quite a good cook if you're praising her cooking, Momo. Momo nodded excitedly and said, yes, Aunt Inko can cook many cuisines. Izuku and I always joke with her that she should start a restaurant. Izuku chuckled, adding, that just leaves Mom flustered and unable to talk at the end. Momo laughed lightly, recalling her aunt's tendencies as Ryukyu remarked, she sure sounds like someone I would very much like to meet. Izuku pondered for a moment before responding, maybe in the near future, Tatsuma-san. The group then walked into the women's clothing section. Izuku respectfully decided to wait in the small lounge area provided. After making Izuku judge a number of Momo's clothes, the nearby women smiled, thinking they were a couple. Momo settled on 3 outfits, while Ryukyu chose 2. One of Momo's outfits was a silver hoodie with black jeans and a white t-shirt. As they approached the counter to pay, Ryukyu suggested, why don't you get some clothes too, Midoriya-san? Izuku felt a chill as he met Momo's determined gaze. She took hold of him and said, I am not missing the chance to make you buy some clothes this time, Izuku. Momo promptly dragged him along, with Ryukyu smirking at Izuku, who shot her a glare while being pulled by Momo. Momo led Izuku into a well-known men's clothing store, releasing him and looking at him sternly. Now, you will either choose a few outfits, or Tatsuma-san and I will do it for you. Izuku saluted playfully and dashed to a brand he liked. After 10 minutes, he returned with 3 outfits, saying, these are the only ones that caught my attention. Ryukyu encouraged, try them on and show us. Izuku nodded and went into the fitting room. He emerged wearing one of the outfits and asked, how is this one? Momo smiled, saying, interesting choice. The breathes, even being a shade of orangish-brown, suit the t-shirt well. Ryukyu teased, you only got the t-shirt because of the All Might inscription, right? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, admitting, busted, with a shy smile. After changing again, he came out in an oversized sweater and blue cotton breathes. Ryukyu commented, interesting choice, it creates a warm atmosphere around you. Momo added, and the colors really suit you too. But why the oversized one? Izuku rubbed his hands together, saying, comfy. The girls stared blankly at him, amused by his contentment. Momo clapped her hands in front of Izuku, pulling him out of his daze. Well, show us the final one. Izuku nodded and lazily went back in. Ryukyu chuckled, I never thought Midoriya's favorites were warm sweaters. Momo replied, you should have seen last winter. Izuku was practically hibernating except for his training time. Ryukyu laughed at the image of a chibi Izuku wrapped in oversized blankets. Izuku emerged in his final outfit, prompting both girls to exclaim, ooh. Ryukyu said, this is definitely the one that suits you the most, Midoriya. Momo nodded vigorously, adding, it seriously looks like it's made especially for you. Izuku beamed and returned to the fitting room to change back into his normal clothes before heading to the counter to pay. After buying the clothes, Izuku noticed a music shop across the way. Hey, let's check out the music shop. I see some instruments. The girls agreed, and the group walked over and entered the shop. It was larger than they expected. Izuku spotted a guitar and piano on display and asked the counter person, excuse me, can we try out the piano and guitar? The person nodded in agreement. and Izuku and Momo made their way to the instruments. Izuku looked at Momo and asked, "Remember that tune we practiced a while ago?" Momo thought for a moment and replied, "Yep, we did spend a week on it." Izuku smiled, "Let's give Tatsuma-sen a show then." Momo sat at the piano while Izuku picked up the guitar. Their performance attracted the attention of several shoppers. Ryukyu clapped enthusiastically at the end, exclaiming, "Wow! Midoriya-san and Momo-sen, you both did so well." Momo smiled back, and they heard another voice say, "Yes, that was in perfect sync too. You both did really good." They turned to see a girl with purple hair and half-lidded black eyes. Izuku replied, "Thanks for the compliment." The girl introduced herself. "I'm Kyuka. It's nice to meet some fellow musicians my age." Momo beamed, "I'm Yayarosa Momo. It's good to meet you too, and these are my friends Izuku Midoriya and Ryuko Tatsuma." Izuku and Ryukyu waved in greeting and Izuku asked, "Do you play any instruments too, Jiru-san?" Jiru smiled as she said, "I can play many instruments like the triangle, guitar, bass, keyboard, and violin." Momo's eyes widened in awe as she leaned closer to Jiru. "Wow, that's so cool. You must be planning on becoming a musician." Jiru chuckled at Momo's enthusiasm. "Haha, but no, I want to become a hero and a singer and musician too." The others looked surprised and Ryukyu asked, "But won't that make it very exhausting and busy for you?" Jiru beamed. "If I can make someone smile at the end of the day, that's all that matters." The group regarded her with newfound admiration, and Momo excitedly continued to chat with Jiru, while Izuku and Ryukyu occasionally joined in. Momo felt a strong connection with Jiru, believing they shared similar goals. After a while, the group exchanged numbers with Jiru before she headed home. Once she left, Izuku checked the time and said, "Well, girls, it's 5 p.m. Anything you want to do, or should we go to a cafe for some ice cream?" The girls eagerly agreed to the ice cream plan. Time skip 1 hour. The group finished their ice cream and separated to explore the mall, agreeing to meet at the entrance. Izuku and Momo found Ryukyu there, and Izuku asked, "Did you get anything, Tatsuma-san?" Ryukyu nodded. "Yeah, I got a new water bottle. What about you too?" Izuku and Momo exchanged glances, and Izuku presented a wrapped gift to Ryukyu. "This is a friendship gift from both of us. We hope our friendship lasts forever." Tears welled in Ryukyu's eyes as she accepted the gift. She unwrapped it and gasped, "Oh my gosh! This watch looks really nice." Izuku sighed in relief as Momo added, "Izuku chose this one for you." He said, "I'm sure Tatsuma-san will love a gift to remember us by every moment." Ryukyu's face lit up with a smile, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Thank you so much, Midoriya-san, for this gift and this friendship." Feeling it was the right moment, Izuku pulled down his mask, causing Momo and Ryukyu to gasp in shock as they finally saw his face. Momo was momentarily speechless but quickly pulled out her phone. Izuku smiled gently. "I'm thankful for our new friendship too, Tatsuma-san." Momo's heart raced as she thought, he finally showed his face after years. "I can't wait to show this to Mom and Dad and Aunt Inko." Meanwhile, Ryukyu thought, he said he never showed his face without a mask for more than 6 years. To show it to me must mean how sincere he is about this. As Izuku put his mask back on, Momo pouted. "Mao, you never showed your face to anyone, even Aunt Inko. Now you suddenly do it for Tatsuma-san. This is unfair." Izuku, feeling guilty, replied, "Fine, I'm sorry, okay? I'll even cook your favorite chocolate cake for dessert tonight." Momo's mood brightened instantly. "It's a promise." Ryukyu laughed at their playful banter. After a while, Ryukyu said, "Well, it's starting to get dark. Let's all go home." Izuku and Momo nodded, each heading their separate ways, with Izuku feeling anxious about his uncle's reaction. Izuku and Momo arrived home after their hangout at the mall. On the way, Izuku tried to convince Momo to delete the picture of his face, but she insisted she would only do it if he stopped wearing the mask. Izuku fell silent, resigned to face his uncle's wrath. As Momo swiped her card at the gate, it opened, and she dashed toward her house. Izuku took a moment to put his clothes away before heading home. Momo's POV. I'm so excited to show this picture to my parents. Izuku deserves it for hiding his face from me after all my efforts to get him to take it off. But he looked so handsome. I wish I could see that smile again and again. I could get lost just staring at it. I pushed the doors open with a loud bang, catching Mom's attention. "What's wrong, sweetie? You sure put a lot of power into opening the doors," she remarked. I chuckled, slightly embarrassed. "Mom, I took a photo of Izuku's full face." Mom dropped her teacup, which shattered on the floor as she rushed to my side, exclaiming, "What? Is it true, sweetie? You managed to see Izuku's face? How?" I was about to explain when I heard Dad's loud voice from upstairs, "WWWAIE. Izuku showed his face?" I had to cover my ears from the volume. Dad came running down the stairs, shaking my shoulders as he yelled, "Tell me, Momo, why did he show it?" I felt dizzy and managed to say, "Did, why you are dizzy?" Dad paused, still focused on me while Mom urged, "Hurry and tell us, sweetie. How did you capture a pic of Izuku's face without his mask?" I explained how Izuku wanted to express his feelings to Ryukyu for our friendship, and my parents listened intently. Mom remarked, "Wow. This new friend of yours must mean a lot to Izuku if he was willing to go that far." Akira, in a blank voice, said, "So, I did all those things just so he reveals his face to someone new?" Dad's mood shifted, and Mom and I shared a laugh at his expense. Mom then said, "Well, what are you waiting for? Show us the pic." Dad perked up, eagerly waiting for me to pull it up. I opened my gallery and showed them. Mom and Dad gasped in shock, with Mom saying, I knew Izuku would grow up to be good-looking, but not to the extent of a model." I narrowed my eyes at her, sensing something off, while Dad added, "Stop it, dear. You seem to be making Momo jealous." But I have to admit, his looks rival models. I blushed at Dad's implication and asked, "How long did you two know about my feelings for Izuku?" Both chuckled and Mom replied, "Oh dear Momo, we knew for 4 years. You were quite obvious with your affections, especially when you rejected proposals from the kids of famous businessmen at the parties." I sighed. I want to confess now, but Izuku is just getting better with new friends, and he finally showed his face. I don't want to add pressure. Dad said, "You are such a good girl, Momo. I'm sure Izuku loves you too." Mom added, "You will have to fend off a lot of competition if Izuku decides to show his face." That thought made me pout. The idea of other girls approaching him because of his looks frustrated me. Izuku's POV. I heard Uncle Akira's loud voice and hurried home. When I rang the bell, Mom opened the door, saying, "Izuku-an, welcome back. How was your day with Momo-chan?" I replied, "It was fun, Mom. I made a new friend and even invited Tatsuma-san with us." Mom nodded, tears in her eyes. "I'm glad you're finally opening up to people and making friends. It hurt me that you never made any friends in middle school." I sighed, realizing my behavior affected her. I hugged her, saying, "I will be fine, Mom. I'm making new friends too. Just 4 more months until UA, and my last school day is tomorrow." Mom nodded, and I went to my room for a bath. While in the bath, I thought about showing my face. I decided to leave that for now and focus on training for the next 4 months. Kurama suggested, "Why not practice more on the Thunder God technique? You can get more familiar with it and conserve chakra." I agreed, adding, "I should also practice with the adamantine chains. The Thunder God technique and adamantine chains make a good combo against multiple opponents." Kurama responded, "If you can achieve the ability to flash anywhere within the kunai's diameter, you could surpass the 10-meter limit." I nodded, recalling, "Where were you the last 2 days, Kurama-sensei?" He replied, "I was training to adjust to my recovering chakra. I'm at 95% now." I smiled, happy for him, then got out of the bath, dressed, and went down for dinner. Time skip, next day afternoon. The last PRD just ended. Students were either celebrating their junior high graduation or feeling sad about separating from friends. Katsuki finished saying goodbye to his friends and turned to see Izuku packing his bag. He approached Izuku, who asked without turning around, "Do you need something, Bakugo-san?" Katsuki was surprised that Izuku sensed him without announcing his presence. Shaking it off, he said, "Well, the court declared me eligible to participate in the UA entrance exam." Izuku hummed in thought and said, "That is good for you then." Bakugo knew that their relationship could never return to being best friends, but he was happy that at least they could talk to each other. Bakugo replied, "I wish you the best at the entrance exam, Midoriya-san." Izuku turned his head to face Katsuki. One thing Katsuki noticed was that Izuku's eyes were not as blank as they had been over the past 3 years. Izuku responded, "Good luck to you too, Bakugo-san. You worked hard these last 3 years for this." Bakugo nodded as Izuku got up and left the classroom. As Bakugo looked out the window at the sky, he thought, "I wonder how things would have been if what happened between us hadn't happened." Izuku left the school building and walked home, reflecting, from tomorrow, the real challenge begins. I won't have the usual time to spend with Momo or Tatsuma-san. My only free days are Sundays after all. Kurama chimed in, "That's right, kid. The next few months will be tough, but it will definitely be worth it." Izuku nodded in agreement with Kurama as he started jogging home. As he passed by, Izuku saw Ryukyu on her patrol. Their eyes met, and Izuku gave her a wave and a close-eyed smile, to which Ryukyu smiled back. They couldn't expose their friendship in public. When Izuku arrived at the gate, he flashed his card, and it opened to reveal Akira with a sweet smile. Akira teased, "You showed your face that simply after all the trouble I went through? I even offered you 10 million for you to show your face while you went ahead and showed it to someone you just befriended." Izuku channeled chakra into his legs, ready for action. Akira jumped at him to grab him, but Izuku flashed away, and Akira started chasing him, using various machines to try and catch him. Izuku thought, "This is nice evasion training. Too bad Uncle Akira isn't faster." After 20 minutes, Akira got tired, and Athena brought some lime soda for them both. Izuku accepted, chuckling as Athena had to help the exhausted Akira drink. He then flickered away to his house. Upon entering, he remembered, "Oh yeah, Mom is on her evening shift today." Inko was at home, working part-time as a nurse for 3 hours a day. Izuku went to his room, changed into his training outfit, and refilled his kunai and shuriken storage tattoos. He also marked more kunai than usual with his Thunder God seal for practice. Izuku wrote a note for his mom on a sticky note and attached it to the fridge. After locking the door, he headed to the training clearing behind the house. He did some warm-ups and completed a 10-minute sprint between the trees. Now standing in the middle of the clearing, he faced 5 6-foot wooden logs in different directions. Izuku threw a kunai at the first log. As soon as the kunai was beside the log in the air, he suddenly appeared, catching the kunai in one hand and slashing through the log with the kubikuribocho, which had wind chakra surrounding it to enhance its sharpness. After landing, he threw 3 more kunai at 3 other posts. He flashed 3 times but noticed it took more effort to reach the third one, though he still managed to cut through all the logs in midair from different angles. Izuku had developed his own style of kenjutsu, which involved swinging from different angles while midair. He used a flash step to appear 10 meters behind the final log and, in a green flash, chopped it in 2. This method allowed him to mark opponents with the Thunder God seal in advance and appear a distance away. While the opponent turned to where he flashed, he would appear behind them to knock them out with a punch or chop. In friendly battles, he aimed for a quick takedown, while in villain battles, he would be more aggressive. Izuku thought, "I can use the Thunder God technique at level 1, but I need to train to reduce chakra consumption. Level 2, which allows me to flash to multiple kunai in the same area, takes less chakra and is effective for group fights, but I can only manage 4 at a time. I should improve that. This is my goal for the next 4 months, along with mastering more adamantine chains. My other priority is to make Lightning Step more controllable so I can apply the Thunder God seal to my opponent's mid-step." He stood up and declared, "Yash, time to train so hard that Kurama-sensei will be scared." 40 logs were lined up in front of a figure who threw a kunai with a seal on it. Forming hand signs, he declared, "Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu." The kunai multiplied into 80, and as they approached the logs, a green flash enveloped the wooden structures. Moments later, the multiplied kunai vanished, and a 6-foot-tall man appeared next to the original kunai, grabbing it with one hand while wielding a massive clover sword in the other. The logs were suddenly sliced in half, crashing to the ground as the man landed. Izuku loosened his muscles, reflecting, so, 80 is my limit for now, huh? Not bad. That's quite an achievement in 4 months. In his mind, he heard, that is a lot of improvement in using the Thunder God technique. Now, let's see how you handle the chains. Nodding, Izuku summoned 10 chains, each one connected to a finger. This was a skill he had worked hard to wanting to summon the chains from his hands rather than his back to avoid tearing his clothes. He had full control over the chains and practiced forming the adamantine chains barrier, which required string 10 chains. The barrier was created by positioning the chains in a circle and channeling chakra through them. Izuku understood the chains' limitations. Unless he caught an enemy by surprise, they could potentially dodge. His goal was to perfect his control over them rather than simply increasing their number. Izuku began using the chains like a WHP, striking the ground and leaving marks. He knew how powerful the chains were and vowed never to use them against an ally unless it was to save someone. Kurama acknowledged his progress, saying, "Good, you have decent control. Now let's see how much your lightning step has improved, and then we'll be ready for the exam." Izuku nodded as arcs of lightning sparked around his legs. He vanished and reappeared behind the cut logs, slicing through them again. Lightning Step was his fastest move in one-on-one combat, but against multiple opponents, he relied on Thunder God level. He had also trained physically, removing resistance seals and weights that no longer served him. Kurama then said, "Now for the final test, see if you've mastered the Chidori sword." This technique was particularly useful since he wielded the Kubikure Bocho. Concentrating, the sword glowed with a mix of white and blue, electricity crackling around it. Izuku dashed behind a tree and slashed at the air, sending a blue crescent arc 4 meters wide that sliced through several trees before dissipating. He could control this technique to paralyze rather than harm his enemies. Letting out a small breath, he declared, "Well then, I am fully prepared for the exams tomorrow." Kurama smiled, impressed by Izuku's strength at such a young age, but reminded him that there were always unknown dangers in the world. Meanwhile, Momo felt nervous about the upcoming exam. Her recommendation exam had been held a week earlier, and she knew she had performed well, finishing first in the obstacle race. She had crafted rollerblades powered by a small thruster, which had given her an edge. Momo had practiced various forms of transportation suitable for her age and had developed excellent balance, thanks in part to advice from Izuku. Thinking of him, Momo sighed, "These 4 months, we've only hung out a few times since Izuku has been training so hard. At least I've spent more time with Tatsuma-san and Jirochan." She had quickly become best friends with Ryukyu and Kyuka, enjoying their weekends together. Ryukyu missed Izuku, having only hung out with him a few times, but he kept in touch through texts and calls. Jiru also became a good friend to Izuku, as they both appreciated silence and shared a love for music. Momo gazed at the sky, hoping to confess her feelings to Izuku someday, but decided to wait until they were settled into their new lives as hero students. Unbeknownst to her, Ryukyu shared similar feelings for Izuku but was in denial, aware of Momo's affection for him. The next morning, Momo checked her watch while walking to Izuku's house. It was 6:30 a.m., and he had mentioned needing a good night's sleep to feel refreshed. Momo had volunteered to wake him up, which he had agreed to. Arriving at the Midoriya villa, she rang the doorbell several times. Inko opened the door, her face lighting up with a smile as she exclaimed, "Momo-chan, it's been weeks since I saw you. Are you here to wish Izuku good luck for his entrance exam?" Momo hugged her aunt, saying, "I missed you too, Auntie Inko." "Yes, I am here to wish luck to Izuku and also to wake him up." Inko gasped, "Oh my, Izuku hasn't woken up yet? I'm afraid we are in for a storm then." Momo chuckled at her aunt's antics as she pulled back from the hug and headed toward Izuku's room. Momo opened the door and saw Izuku still asleep, a mask on his face. She smiled at his peaceful state but knew he needed to get ready for the exam. She approached the bed and shook him gently. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Momo, he sat up, yawning, "Good morning, Momo-chan." His brain was still waking up, and he didn't fully register what he had said, while Momo's face turned a shade of pink. Izuku got up and went to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth, giving Momo a moment to compose herself. She thought, oh my gosh, he called me Momo-chan like he used to when we were kids. He sounded so sleepy, it made it even better, like he was greeting his wife in the morning. The thought made her blush even more, and she quickly ran downstairs to calm down. Izuku emerged from the bathroom, stretched, and walked downstairs. He spotted his mom watching TV and greeted her, "Good morning, Mom." Inko smiled back, and Izuku checked the time. Well, the exam starts at 10 a.m. I'll shower at 8 a.m. and leave by 9 a.m. Inko nodded and returned to her show while Izuku headed to the hall. He found Momo sitting on the sofa. "Hey Momo, thanks for waking me up." She smiled. "It's fine, Izuku-an. I did volunteer after all." They began discussing what Izuku could expect in the exam. Momo then added, "By the way, I received a message from UA that I can watch the exam too if I want to." Izuku's excitement was evident as he asked, "Oh, are you going to come with me?" Momo nodded, and Izuku excused himself to get ready for the exam. Time skipped 9:30 a.m. Izuku stood in front of the UA entrance exam location with a bag containing his clothes for the physical part of the exam. Momo turned to him, "Good luck, Izuku. I'll watch from the teacher's lounge." Izuku smiled, "Thanks, Momo. I'll do my best and aim for the top." Momo smiled back and headed toward the teacher's lounge while Izuku walked toward the written exam location. After showing his hall ticket to the heroes at the entrance, Izuku found his seat and settled in, waiting for the exam to start. Soon, Pro-Hero Electroplasm entered the hall with a stack of papers. "Alright, hero hopefuls. Your exam will consist of 100 multiple-choice questions, and you have 1 hour to complete it. I will distribute the sheets now." Electroplasm divided into several clones, each delivering question sheets to the students. After everyone received their sheets, he announced, "You may begin the exam now. Any form of malpractice will result in immediate removal from the exam and being blacklisted from future UA entrance attempts." Many gulped at the warning as everyone dove into their exams. 45 minutes later, Izuku's POV. "I finished my exam and double-checked my answers. I should submit it now." He raised his hand, and one of Electroplasm's clones approached. "Anything you need, hero hopeful?" "I'm done with my exam and would like to submit my answer sheet," Izuku replied. The clone took his sheet and said, "Go to the auditorium and wait for everyone to gather. Your final exam announcement will be there. Follow the arrows if you need directions." Izuku nodded, packed his pen, took his hall ticket, and followed the signs to the auditorium. Once inside, he found his seat. Suddenly, the doors opened, and Present Mike entered, looking surprised. "You're done with the written part already? There's still time left." "I finished early, sir. May I ask why you're here?" Izuku inquired. Present Mike smirked. "I'm the announcer for the next part. I'm just going backstage to prepare my entrance." Izuku nodded as the hero walked behind the curtains and disappeared. He closed his eyes for a moment, resting before everyone gathered. He woke up to the sound of people filling the auditorium. To his right, he noticed a girl with green vine-like hair adorned with thorns, seemingly praying. Well, I won't disturb her since everyone has their way to cope with their fears. Present Mike then appeared on stage with a burst of smoke. "Alright, hero hopefuls, can I get a why?" he shouted. The entire auditorium fell silent, and I felt a bit sorry for him. Yelling isn't my forte. I prefer the silence. Present Mike went on to explain the 1, 2, and 3 pointers, detailing what they looked like. He was interrupted by a tall hopeful with glasses and blue hair, who was shaking his hands up and down as he asked questions. Present Mike then explained the 0-pointer and its lack of significance in the exam. I accepted this information and noted that I was in Zone A, as indicated on my hall ticket. After the presentation, we exited the auditorium and boarded our respective buses to our zones. Each zone had 10 buses. After a 10-minute ride, we disembarked and were greeted by a massive wall stretching into the distance. UA must be very affluent to utilize such a large area, and there are multiple zones like it. In the faculty room, there were 26 heroes in total, along with the principal and Momo. Each hero was assigned to a zone to observe promising candidates. Nizu turned to Momo and said, "Well, Yayarosa-san, you are the only one from the recommendations who accepted to watch the normal entrances. May I know why?" Momo smiled and replied, "Because my friends are in this too, and I know they will do their best." Nizu nodded in acceptance, but Midnight decided to tease, saying, "Ah, how cute. Is one of them your crush?" Midnight meant it as a joke, but Momo's cheeks reddened. Midnight jumped up, exclaiming, "OMD! One of them is your crush. Tell me, who is it?" Present Mike pulled her back, saying, "Now, Midnight, leave the poor girl alone. You need to judge." Midnight pouted but reluctantly returned to her section. 2 electroplasm clones then arrived at each zone. From Izuku's perspective, the electroplasm clone announced, "When the gates open, the exam begins." I had already warmed up and sensed the area, noting that most of the robots were in the far northwest corner. Others would rush to gather points, leaving that area for me. As the doors opened, I dashed out, made a ram sign, and flickered to my spot. In seconds, I appeared on top of a building, spotting numerous robots that had located me as students gathered below. I drew my Kubikurabocho from its seal and unsealed a Thunder God Kunai. I threw it and quickly performed hand signs, mentally yelling, "Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu." The kunai multiplied into hundreds, some hitting the robots and taking them down as they embedded into the ground. In the teacher's lounge, Midnight observed Zone A and gasped as a hopeful suddenly teleported to a corner of the zone. "Nizu, I think we have a student with a teleporting quirk here," she squeaked. Nizu, intrigued, came to the screen and saw the hopeful on top of a building, drawing a sword from seemingly nowhere. "He has multiple quirks?" Nizu asked, confused. Momo replied, "No sir, that boy is Izuku Midoriya, one of the friends I mentioned. His quirk is a sentient ability that mutated his body to use something called internal energy. The sentient being taught him various ways to use it." Nizu became fully invested after hearing Momo's explanation and paid extra attention to the screen. The teen then produced a throwing knife-shaped object, threw it, and made strange signs as the knife multiplied by hundreds. The next scene was unforgettable. A green flash appeared all over the robots. In seconds, the teen stood on the last throwing knife, and Nizu and Midnight watched in awe as all the robots were cut to pieces. The boy alone scored 150 points, the highest in history, in just 2 minutes since the exam began. Midnight exclaimed, "What was that? That speed is unreal. And this is unbelievable." Nizu calmly replied, "I know, Midnight, I saw too. Looks like we have a promising student." Back to Izuku. After slashing through the robots, I knew I had enough points and ran back to the main area to see how others were doing. I flickered to the top of a tall building and stood on the edge, watching students fight the robots. Many hopefuls were just running around, seemingly doing nothing. I felt pity for them. They must not have any combat-related quirks. Minutes passed when I suddenly felt the ground shake. Turning to the left, I saw a giant robot, at least 200 feet tall, heading toward the area with the most students. That must be the zero-pointer. I wasn't going to bother with it until I sensed a presence that wasn't moving, and it was directly in the path of the zero-pointer. I turned back around and saw the girl with green vine-like hair beside me, trapped under rubble as she desperately tried to use her vines to escape. I immediately activated my flash step and appeared beside her. Enhancing my hands with chakra, I managed to lift the boulders off her. I noticed her leg was bruised and her ankle twisted. Gently, I held her in my arms as she tightened her grip on me. I ran, careful not to use flash step again, knowing it might make her feel unwell. I placed her down near the entrance. The girl cried, "Thank you. Thank you for saving me." Nobody tried to help, everyone ran away. "You were the only one who helped me. I don't know what would have happened to me." I reassured her, "Don't worry, you're safe now. Just wait here, okay? I'll take care of that malfunctioning robot." In the teacher's lounge, Nizu saw the girl trapped under the boulders in the path of the zero-pointer and said, "Quick, Midnight, press the emergency stop button." Midnight pressed it, but the robot continued moving. She yelled, "The emergency malfunctioned. Nizu, what do we do?" Nizu looked down in sorrow and replied, "We're too far away, we can't do anything now." Momo, trying to keep spirits high, said, "Don't lose hope, sir. Watch the screen." The other heroes gathered around as they heard Midnight's shout. They saw a tall teen with a mask covering his face appear beside the trapped girl. With incredible strength, he lifted the rubble, gently held the girl, and sped away just in time to avoid being crushed. They watched in awe as he zoomed to the starting gate and placed her there. All Might exclaimed, "Such a heroic soul the boy has. And his speed, it's on a whole new level." Other heroes nodded, and Eraserhead, who had been silent, added, "Speed is one of the most important aspects of our career. To save lives, we need to be quick and precise. This boy has the potential to be a hero." Momo thought, "Izuku, you managed to prove yourself. Congrats." Back on the screen, they saw the boy take out a huge sword. Upon closer inspection, the heroes noticed wind-like energy surrounding the blade. Nizu commented, "He's using wind to make his sword sharper." The wind energy around the sword became longer and more visible, stretching at least 20 feet. The boy then disappeared from view, and the camera quickly followed him as he descended from the sky. He slashed his sword, cutting through the zero-pointer effortlessly before landing on the ground. He said, "See, everything is fine." His words resonated, leaving everyone in awe of the green-haired boy. Izuku exited the exam site after ensuring that Ibro was safe. Approaching the exit, he saw Momo waiting for him. She beamed, "That was so cool, Izu. You looked like a real hero." Izuku smiled back, "Thanks, Momo. I just wanted to make sure that girl was safe. The robot seemed to have malfunctioned." Momo nodded, explaining, "That's true. Even the emergency stop button didn't work. The teachers had given up hope, but I believed you could save her." With a bright smile, Izuku unexpectedly hugged her and whispered, "Thanks a lot, Momo." He let go and said, "Let's go home." Momo was momentarily stunned, her heart racing. Izuku chuckled and started walking, prompting her to jog to catch up. Internally, she was overjoyed. Izuku had never initiated a hug with anyone except Aunt Inko. Once home, Momo shared the day's events with her parents, who congratulated her on being one step closer to her crush. Inko greeted Izuku with a smile and 2 steaming bowls of katsudon. "Welcome back, Izuku. I'm sure you're tired. Why don't you eat while telling me all about it?" Izuku smiled and nodded, taking the bowls from Inko as they sat at the table, sharing his perspective on the exam. Time skip 1 week. Izuku spent his time relaxing and training every day while waiting for his letter from UA. Momo had already received hers and was in Class 1A. Both families celebrated by going to a large resort that felt like a village. There were many events, including a beach with a barrier to keep sea animals out. Izuku enjoyed various water sports while Momo spent most of her time on the speedboat and water bike. Momo recorded a video of Izuku falling off the water bike, teasing him about it while he begged her not to show it to their parents. She agreed but asked for a hug, which Izuku happily gave, and Momo embraced him back with a smile. Now at the Midoriya villa, Izuku was in his room chatting with Ryukyu. "Ryukyu, what do I do? I have my first modeling gig for a brand in a few days, and I'm nervous since I'll be modeling with a male too." Izuku, "Oh, you don't worry. You'll do great. Just don't freeze up when you get there." Ryukyu, "You're not helping." Izuku, "Maybe I'll be the male model. Would that help?" Ryukyu, "Definitely, but we both know that won't happen." Izuku, "Yep. Oop, BRB. Mom's calling me." Ryukyu, "Sure, later Izuku." Izuku pocketed his phone and went downstairs to see why his mom called him. Inko was excited as she had just returned from shopping and noticed mail from UA. Assumed it was Izuku's results and called for him. Izuku arrived in front of her and asked, "Need help with anything, Mom?" Inko showed him an envelope and said, "Let's look at your results from the UA entrance exam." Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Please wait a minute, Mom. I'll call Momo over too. She'll be upset if I don't share my results with her." Inko nodded, and Izuku quickly called Momo. A few minutes later, the entire Yaoyorozu family arrived. Izuku questioned, "I expected Aunt Athena, but aren't you busy, uncle?" Akira threw his hands up. Anything to get away from a meeting with some old company executives. Everyone laughed as Izuku tore open the envelope. A disc fell onto the table and activated, projecting Nizu's image. Nizu said, "Hello Izuku Midoriya, I am Nizu, the principal of U.Hero School. I'm here to inform you of your results. With a remarkable 98%, you scored the highest in the written part, and with a total of 126 villain points, you are also the top scorer in the physical department. This alone is enough to get into UA, but we wouldn't be a hero school if the exam focused only on defeating robots. With your impressive abilities, you saved a young girl from a potential accident caused by a malfunctioning robot. We have apologized to her parents, and you earned 70 rescue points, bringing your total to 196 points. This sets the record for the highest score ever achieved in the UA entrance exams. You are in Class 1A, and the school term starts exactly 58 days from today. Now the letter will self-destruct." Izuku quickly sealed the disc to prevent it from exploding and was suddenly enveloped in a group hug by everyone present. Everyone was proud of his achievement and the praise he received from the principal. After a while, everyone released the hug, leaving a dazed Izuku. Akira saw this as an opportunity and dove in to remove Izuku's mask, but Izuku cleverly replaced himself with a wooden log, causing Akira to yell in surprise. Momo sighed at the antics. Inko decided to host a party and told Izuku to invite his friends. Akira and Athena cheered, excited about a party prepared by Inko. Izuku excused himself to text the good news to Ryukyu and Jiro. Ryukyu was shocked by the score, while Jiro was in disbelief. Both accepted the invitation to the party, and Izuku shared the address. Time skip, the next day. The party went wonderfully, with Inko, Athena, and Akira meeting Kyuka and Ryukyu. Athena and Akira were excited to meet Jiro, expressing how big of fans they were of her family. They asked numerous questions while Inko enjoyed a cheerful conversation with Ryukyu, who seemed a bit nervous but was having a good time. Izuku lay on his bed after a normal morning training routine when his phone buzzed with a text from Ryukyu. "Ryukyu, quick! Izuku, I need your help." "Izuku, what happened?" "Ryukyu, the male model who was supposed to model with me had an accident, and the modeling session is in 2 hours. We don't have enough time to find a replacement." "Izuku, so what can I help with?" "Ryukyu, I need you to model with me." "Izuku, why me?" "Ryukyu, you're the only good-looking male I know, and if you agree, you'll get paid too. Aren't you saving up for a car?" Izuku sighed, thinking about how he was trying to buy a car and explore the nearby areas during his 2-month break. He had just received his license too. "You do know I don't show my face, right?" Izuku said. "It will work in your favor," Ryukyu replied. "No one will recognize you with the mask unless they know you well." "Fine, where do I come?" Izuku asked reluctantly. "Sweet. I knew you would agree. The company already sent a car for you. Just get in," Ryukyu said excitedly. "Fine, the pay better be worth it," Izuku muttered. "Trust me, it is," Ryukyu assured him. After hanging up, Izuku changed into a black shirt and jeans before heading downstairs. His mother, Inko, noticed his outfit and asked, "Are you going somewhere, Izuku?" "Modeling," he replied simply. Inko blinked in surprise, about to ask for more details, but by the time she gathered her thoughts, Izuku had already left. He swiped his card at the gate, which opened, and waited a few minutes until a black BMW pulled up. The window rolled down, revealing a man in a black suit with brown hair. "Are you Izuku Midoriya?" the man asked. Izuku nodded, and the back door opened for him. The man then said, "May I please see your face?" Izuku hesitated but eventually pulled down his mask. The driver and the secretary were taken aback, while the director smirked and said, "Yes, you look fabulous. I look forward to this month's contract." As they drove to the company, the director noticed Izuku's quiet demeanor. Upon arrival, they entered the building, and Izuku recognized the brand. "Ah, I like your brand. I recently got a few clothes from it too, he said. The director beamed. Can you recognize the clothes? We can use them for today too. Izuku nodded as they reached the photoshoot room, where Ryukyu was posing in a traditional outfit. Everyone stopped to look at the director, and Izuku gave a deadpan stare to a blushing Ryukyu. This is our new replacement model for the next month, the director announced. His name is private information for only me and a few others. For now, call him Yuzuki. Everyone was in awe of Izuku's features, and though no one said it out loud, they thought he might be even better looking than the original model. Ryukyu offered an apologetic gesture with one hand, and Izuku waved it off, saying, "It's fine. This will be an experience for me too." The director brought out a tablet for Izuku to select the outfits he had purchased. After choosing 3 pairs, the director pointed out a few details and other costumes for him to wear. Ryukyu was nervous about the mixed shots, her heart racing at the sight of Izuku. Over the next 2 hours, Izuku completed 10 solo shots and 5 mixed shots with Ryukyu, who had the same number. They agreed to use the model name Yuzuki, keeping his real name confidential. The director approached Izuku with the contract. This will be a 1-month contract, extendable if possible. We will have a weekly session. Ryukyu-san may or may not be there due to her duties. You will be paid $8,000 for each session after the magazines are published, with bonuses depending on reviews. We will not disclose any personal information to outsiders, and you'll receive a 20% discount card for future purchases in our brand. After reading the terms, Izuku agreed and signed the papers. The director called the driver to take him home. Meanwhile, Ryukyu, hiding in the preparation room, exclaimed, "Why does he have to be so good-looking and so nice?" Thankfully, the room was soundproofed enough that her flustered rant went unheard. Izuku arrived home, opening the door to a barrage of questions from Inko and the Yaoyorozu family. Overwhelmed, he raised his voice. "Oh, wait. I will answer your questions one by one." They calmed down as they all went to the hall, with the Yaoyorozu family sitting on one side along with Inko, while Izuku was on the other. Inko went first and asked, "What did you mean by modeling when you went out today?" Izuku replied, "Exactly how it sounds, I got a modeling contract with a brand." The group was shocked, and Akira quickly recovered to ask, "How did this come to be?" Izuku sighed, leaning back as he recounted the events with Ryukyu. Everyone slowly understood why Izuku accepted, and Momo asked, "Don't you have to wear your mask while modeling?" Izuku shook his head. Akira then asked, "But how? I never managed to convince you to show me your face." Izuku explained, "Well, since I just got my license recently, I've been saving up money for a long time to get my own car. It would have taken me more years, but with this contract, I can buy one at the end." Akira nodded and Inko added, "But sweetie, I could have bought you a car if you asked." Izuku chuckled, "I just wanted to buy it with my own money. Plus, I'm not going for the Bentley range that you got 2 years ago, Mom." Athena laughed and asked, "What type of car are you aiming for?" Izuku replied, "One of the 7-seater models that are tall and provide excellent service. The one I have in mind looks really good too." Momo then asked, "Will you have time to use it since school will start?" Izuku shrugged, "I can get a parking pass on the first day and drive to school from then on. Plus, I plan to have a small road trip around Mustafa before school begins." Everyone nodded and congratulated Izuku on getting his first job. Athena then asked the most important question, "Which company are you modeling for, Izu-chan?" Izuku answered, "Clamware." Suddenly, Momo and Athena had stars in their eyes, and Akira exclaimed, "You are modeling for Clamware. Wow, that's one of the best global clothing companies." Momo and Athena nodded excitedly, already looking forward to the next showcase magazine coming out tomorrow. Momo then asked, "Was it a solo photo shoot or a duo?" Izuku replied, "Like I said previously, it was a duo with Ryukyu." Momo nodded, feeling a bit envious as she thought, "Ryukyu is making her moves too." Akira then asked, "Can you show me your face now?" Izuku shrugged, "Sure, you guys will know tomorrow anyway, so there's nothing to hide." He pulled down his mask, revealing his face. Athena had to admit he looked even better than the photos described. Akira was in awe, going around Izuku to check every part of his face, which Inko also did, having not seen her son's face for years. Time skip 45 days. The modeling contract was a huge success, even extended for 2 more sessions as Clamwar was very pleased with Izuku's performance. Ryukyu had only one more duo photo shoot with Izuku after the first. The Clamwar director, after learning about Izuku's future plans, decided to follow his journey to potentially sponsor him. Worldwide, the magazines featuring Izuku were very well received. Momo almost fainted in her room looking at Izuku's first modeling magazine but managed to recover with only a small amount of blood trickling down her nose. Athena and Inko were singing praises about his looks, which embarrassed Izuku. Even Akira asked for a modeling gig with his company regarding showcasing a new model for laptops. Izuku had received 3 bonuses in total. The company wanted to hire him permanently, but Izuku declined as he was going to UA Academy. Izuku was now seen on his way to a showroom with a curious Momo, who had convinced him to take her along. Momo turned to Izuku and asked, "Which brand are you going with?" Izuku answered, "Since we are going there anyway, it's Toyota." Momo nodded as they continued walking to their destination. They finally arrived at the showroom, and Izuku told Momo, "Wait here for a few minutes. I already pre-ordered it, so I just have to pay the rest." Momo nodded as Izuku went inside and showed the online receipt for the purchase. The manager at the counter happily took him to the car, which was customized to Izuku's interests. He had chosen the top-end model, costing him a total of $80. Momo saw a few cars coming out but didn't see Izuku until a big car with great ground clearance, huge tires, and an exotic crimson-red body with carbon roofing exited the company. Momo had to admit it was a stunning car. It stopped in front of her, the window rolled down, and Izuku said, "Get in, Momo." Momo got in, and as they drove home, she admired the carbon black interior, praising Izuku. "Wow, Izuku, you customized it too. It looks so awesome inside and out. You must have spent a lot on it." Izuku nodded. It was $80,000 in total. Momo gasped, "Wow, I never thought it was that expensive. That's almost the same cost as the Land Rovers." Both drove home as Akira, Athena, and Inko waited at a table to see the car. Akira, who spotted it first, exclaimed, "Wow, now that is one impressive car. He customized it too. The color is fantastic." Inko had proud tears in her eyes as she wholeheartedly agreed with Akira. Izuku treated everyone to lunch, and Akira complimented the interior design while Izuku pointed out that it was an 8-seater with an extra seat in the middle row for easy access to the back. Since it was still daytime, Izuku and the others decided to catch a movie and drive around town, chatting and enjoying each other's company. The car had great shocks and was surprisingly quiet. After a lovely dinner out, the 2 families finally arrived home. It had been a relaxing day for all of them. Izuku said, "Well, I need to pack for a few days for my drive." Inko was surprised and asked, "Already? But you just got the car." Izuku replied, "Well, Mom, there isn't much time left and my tour is a week-long plan." Momo raised her hand and asked, "Can I go with you?" Izuku gave her an apologetic look and said, "Sorry, Momo, I'm going alone this time. We can go on a tour during the holidays, okay?" Momo nodded, though her expression was dejected. After dropping off the Yaoyorozu family, Izuku drove Inko to their villa and went straight to his room to pack. He packed 14 pairs of clothes, including 7 casual outfits and 7 sleepwear items, swim shorts, a power bank for his phone, a camera, and basic toiletries. Izuku had already booked hotels and resorts in 7 different touring areas, so he didn't plan on camping. He hoped everything would go as well as he imagined. The next morning, Izuku woke up at 6 a.m., excited for the road trip he had planned. He went down to the kitchen and hugged his mom from behind, saying, "Good morning, Mom." Inko was surprised by both the hug and the excitement in his voice. She thought he must be more excited for the trip than I expected. After breakfast, Izuku went back to his room for a shower and got dressed. He came down with a suitcase and a backpack. He gave Inko a goodbye hug, which made her teary, as this was the first time Izuku would be away for an extended PRD. Outside, he loaded his luggage into the trunk and waved to his mom as he drove to the Yayarosa mansion to say goodbye to the family. When he arrived, he rang the doorbell, and a maid greeted him with a smile and a bow, familiar with seeing him almost every day. After a moment, she went to wake the family. It took some time to rouse Akira, but Athena woke up quickly to wish Izuku a safe journey. Momo, hearing that Izuku was there, rushed downstairs after fixing her hair and adjusting her pajamas, leaving the maid giggling. The family gathered, and while Momo complained about not being able to join him, her parents laughed and helped pull her off Izuku. They wished him a safe journey, though Momo still looked disappointed. Izuku then hit the road. Since it was early morning, there wasn't much traffic, and he spotted a few heroes patrolling the area. 30 minutes later, Izuku finally hit the highway, heading toward his first destination, the Haleway Resort, 500 kilometers from Mustafa. It was a private beach resort with many activities. Izuku planned to stay there until the next evening before visiting a famous shrine in Kuo City, where he had also booked an inn for the night. You might wonder why Izuku booked a resort just for himself. The resort was known for its variety of water sports and cuisine, which interested him, and there was a circus scheduled for the next morning. After 8 hours of driving at a steady speed, Izuku arrived at the resort, showed his booking confirmation, and was guided to his suite. He quickly changed into his swimwear, putting on a large white nylon t-shirt for coverage, and headed straight for the water bikes. There was a time limit of 20 minutes that Izuku made the most of. He did fall off a couple of times, but it was part of the fun. After his time was up, Izuku parked the water bike and pondered what to do next. He felt someone approach him as a finger tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around and saw two women, one with dark purple hair and the other with blonde hair. The woman with the dark hair asked, "Excuse me, do you mind joining us for the water sofa? We need at least 3 members, and since we saw you, we thought we'd ask." Izuku looked at the water sofa and thought, why not? "Sure, I did want to try the ride too," he replied. It was essentially a couch-shaped float that required a minimum of 3 people sitting on it while it was pulled by a motorboat. One of the women extended her hand and said, "My name is Namuri Kiyama, and this is my friend and junior, Yu Takayama." The blonde woman waved her hand, and Izuku introduced himself. "I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you both." Namuri recognized him. His performance in the entrance exam was unforgettable. It was a coincidence that they met here, as she was on vacation and had brought Yu along. Meanwhile, Yu was a bit confused, as they had initially planned to invite another woman nearby, but Namuri had suddenly dragged her to this boy. She had to admit, even though he wore a mask, he looked quite impressive, especially since he was drenched. They all climbed onto the couch as the motorboat driver took off. There were plenty of screams and shouts of enjoyment, even from Izuku. They shared a good laugh when Yu fell off the couch after a sharp turn. Izuku thanked the 2 women for inviting him and then headed to the waterboard sport. There wasn't a line for it since many people were a bit intimidated by the sport. But Izuku was determined. He paid the fees and took off, holding onto the handle attached to a long rope connected to the speedboat. Many people watched in awe as he enjoyed himself, feeling like a whole different person. He knew he could be faster with his abilities, but the excitement was exhilarating. After a while, Izuku returned to find a long line at the waterboard section. The workers gave him a thumbs up as he smiled back and headed off to get dinner. The next day, in the afternoon, Izuku loaded his luggage into the car, ready to leave. He had a great time watching the circus and analyzing the various quirks of the performers, including a few quirkless individuals who performed exceptionally well. After having lunch with the 2 women he coincidentally met again, Izuku was ready to head to his next destination, Kuo City, known for its shrine atop a mountain that he wanted to visit. Izuku started his car, turned on the music, and hit the road, singing along as he drove. 90 minutes later, he entered the city and made his way directly to the shrine, eager to spend the evening there before heading to the hotel he had booked. He entered the location of the shrine into his maps and continued driving. 30 minutes later, he arrived at the base and parked his car, then began walking up the stairs. A few minutes later, he reached the summit and saw a woman in a shrine maiden outfit. She was tall with long black hair tied in a ponytail and had warm, amber eyes. Izuku approached her and asked, "Hello, miss? Why is the shrine so empty today? The woman turned around and smiled, saying, "Oh, we closed for today." "Sorry." Izuku sighed. "I came from far away since it's a famous shrine." Feeling a bit bad for him, the woman decided to invite him in. "Well, why don't you come in? I'll show you around the shrine, and you can pray too." Izuku perked up and thanked her. "I'm Shuri Heimjime, the main shrine maiden here. I have a daughter about your age." Izuku bowed and introduced himself. "Thanks for the invitation. I'm Izuku Midoriya, on a trip by myself to relax before UA begins." Shuri looked impressed and asked, "Oh? You got into UA too?" Izuku nodded, and Shuri smiled, saying, "You must meet my daughter. She also got into UA in Class 1A. Izuku responded, "I'm in Class 1A too, miss. I would love to meet your daughter." Shuri gestured for him to follow her as they entered the house. She called out, "Akino! Dear, we have a visitor." A few moments later, a girl came down, resembling her mother but shorter, with purple eyes. She smiled at Izuku and asked, "And who are you, sir?" Shuri introduced him. "Akino, this is Izuku Midoriya. He came to visit the shrine from afar, and it seems you both will be in the same year and class at UA." Akino had a surprised expression but accepted as the family showed Izuku around the shrine. Izuku spent quite a bit of time there and left after exchanging contacts with Akino. He then made his way to the hotel for a night's rest. In the afterworld, Naruto had just arrived at a plain white space where he could watch the world. Suddenly, he was surrounded by many people. "Oh my Sochi, I can finally meet you," one voice exclaimed. "You sure took your time, Dobe," another teased. "You lived for a long time, son," someone else added. "Agaki, still young as the day I last saw you," another voice chimed in. "Naruto-kun, you were excellent in taking care of our descendants," yet another said. Naruto yelled, "Eh? Talk one at a time." Everyone quieted down, giving Naruto a chance to look at everyone. He first hugged his mother and father and his wife, crying as he was reunited with them after thousands of years. Minato then asked, "By the way, Naruto, are you sure about your decision to pass on the kid, Izuku, if I am right?" Naruto nodded. "I see myself in him. He was still so young and was about to die too. I just felt like I could trust him with the future." Kushina added, "Well, he is definitely a cute kid." Hinata nodded in agreement as Himawari said, "Let's watch him then." Everyone nodded as they explained how the afterlife worked to Naruto, and they went to their viewing screen. They watched as Izuku woke up and panicked upon seeing Kurama. Jiraiya commented, "That is such a comic reaction." Hashirama added, "Can you blame him? The kid thought he was dead and woke up to a giant fox staring at him." Everyone smiled as they observed how Izuku and Kurama bonded and how Izuku was finally rescued. They saw Kurama reveal the truth about what happened to Izuku, and Kushina said, "Kurama did the right thing. The kid shouldn't defend his bully. How else will that bully ever learn a lesson?" Naruto smiled sadly. It's saddening how his life is so difficult at such a young age. He doesn't even know what anything is. Everyone agreed. It wasn't fear that led Izuku to be treated poorly, it was the disappointment of those around him. Shikamaru said, "Kurama did a good thing by exposing himself as a quirk. The heroes are obliged to make reports, which might lead to experiments on the kid for the sake of finding a power source other than quirks." Shikadai and Shikaku nodded in agreement. Continued watching as Kurama revealed Izuku's past. Naruto sighed. Even if he was injured, those wounds would heal. But the wounds caused by words at an age when he doesn't understand why? Those will stick for a long time. Others agreed. They saw how Katsuki's parents reacted, and Kushina winced. Poor Mitsuki, she is going to have a tough time believing in herself as a parent. Mothers agreed, with Mikoto especially aware of the challenges, having watched Sasuke struggle. Hiruzen said, "It is society's fault for deeming someone worthless just for something they don't have. I hope his punishment helps him become a better person." Agreements were heard as they observed how much Katsuki hated Izuku, including his interrogation and his attempt to harm Izuku in the end. Tobirama sighed. That Katsuki was fed with praise, wasn't he? Some Inuzuka commented after seeing Inko stop Katsuki, "A mother is at her strongest when her child is in danger." Mothers nodded in agreement as Boruto said, "I wonder how these events will affect Izuku's personality." They watched as Inko tried her best to comfort Izuku and apologize to him. During a scene between Inko and the principal, Fugaku remarked, "The fact that the principal's first thought is to bribe the police when it comes to the quirkless shows how much this might have happened before." Itachi added, "The education minister should investigate all schools to remove people like that." They saw Inko hire an agent to sell the apartment, but people were rejecting it due to the conditions she posted. Hashirama commented, "Such people are always greedy for money. Inko is an example of a good owner. No wonder her tenants respected her." After seeing the scene where Akira agreed to buy the complex, Tobirama said, "Now that's a good man. Even with billions of wealth, he still remembers his beginnings and struggles. I hope he can help the Midoriya family." They then saw Momo for the first time as the women swooned over her cuteness and unique hairstyle. After watching the children meet, Ino said, "I am willing to bet that they will be together in the future." Many argued against her statement, but Hinata and Kushina agreed. Following the negotiations and Akira's offer, Minato remarked, "You know, this might be a positive move for both families. The Yaoyorozu family must be quite closed off, having a hard time dealing with people of bad intentions, and Izuku will also gain more people he can be genuinely close with." Many agreed as they saw Inko nod in agreement. Himawari then said, "Oh, the friendship between a lonely heiress and a boy who wants to be a hero, these two will definitely be lovers." Hinata commented, "I just hope Izuku doesn't have the Namikaze men's luck of being clueless about women." Sarada, Sakura, Cheyenne, Koyuki, Samui, and a few other girls agreed, while some added, "Even I confessed to Minato, and what he asked me was, 'What's a girlfriend?'" Minato looked embarrassed as everyone laughed at the number one dense family. Izuku was finally back from his trip. He had met up with the Himejima family on the way back and learned about Akino's quirk, which was lightning magic. She could create, shoot, and control lightning, using her stamina to do so. Izuku was in awe of the quirk because it was incredibly useful. He recommended that Akino learn to use a staff as a weapon, and after considering the merits, she agreed. "Home sweet home," thought Izuku as he arrived at the main security gates. Flashing his card, the gates opened, and he went directly to meet his mom first because he missed her quite a bit. He rang the bell, and footsteps were heard as Inko opened the door. Inko smiled widely upon seeing Izuku and said, "Welcome back, son. How was your trip?" Izuku smiled back, hugging his mom as he replied, "It was very fun, Mom. I even made a new friend, and their quirk was so awesome." Inko chuckled, glad that Izuku still had his enthusiasm for quirks. Izuku let go and asked, "What's for lunch then, Mom?" Inko quickly answered, "Well, I will start making it and call Momo's family to eat with us too. I'm sure they have missed you." Izuku nodded and pulled out his phone to search for Athena's contact. He tapped on call, and after a few rings, Athena answered. "Izuku, how is your trip going?" she asked. "It went really well, Aunt. I just got back." "You didn't stop by to greet us?" "I am hurt." "Sorry, Aunt, but I missed Mom, so I came here first." "I was just joking. So why did you call?" "Mom asked me to invite you three to lunch. She is preparing it." "Oh, Inko's cooking. Count me in. I will call the rest too." "See you in a bit, Aizen." "See you in a bit too, Aunt." Izuku hung up and informed his mom that they agreed to come for lunch before placing his luggage back in his room. After putting his clothes in the laundry bucket, he heard the doorbell ring. "Izuku, get the door please, I am cooking." Inko called out. He went to the main door and opened it. He first saw Momo, who said, "Welcome back, Aizen. How was your trip alone?" Izuku smiled, hidden by his mask, and answered, "It was a joyful one for me, Momo. What did you do these past days?" Momo beamed as she replied, "I took this time to hang out with Kyuka and Tatsuma-san." Athena then hugged Izuku, saying, "Ah, Aizu-chan. I missed you so much these days. You should have taken me and Momo with you too." Athena glanced at Momo, who was glaring at her mother, as Akira laughed and said, "Now dear, enough teasing. Tell me, Izuku, which places did you go? Izuku guided them into the hall, and they all sat on the sofas as he recounted his trip. Momo whined, That sounds so fun. You are never taking a trip without me again, Izuku-an. Everyone laughed as Inko arrived with the dishes, and they all pounced on the food. The next morning, Izuku stood in front of the mirror, checking his UA outfit. Not bad, a bit tight, but that's fine for me. He then put on his mask and took his car keys as he went downstairs. Izuku had applied for vehicle permission with the school and received a sticker for the front window of his car so that the security scanner would allow him in. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, Inko spotted him and said, You look really good in the uniform, Izu-chan. Izuku gave a smile as he replied, Thanks, Mom. I need to pick up Momo and go now. Bye. Inko waved goodbye as she watched Izuku take a significant step toward his dream. Izuku noticed the clear blue skies and thought, perfect day for the first day of high school, as he unlocked the door and got into the driver's seat. He pressed the start button, and the engine roared to life as he drove toward Momo's house. Momo heard the car horn and turned to see the crimson car stop beside her. She got in and fastened her seatbelt. As they drove, Momo turned to him and said, Good morning, Izuku. Looking forward to today. Izuku nodded and replied, Yep. We have Kyuka in our class too, along with the girl I told you about from my trip. Momo pouted slightly, thinking, Izuku-an, I'm glad you're making friends, but why are all your new friends female? Izuku flashed his card at the gate, which opened, and he drove onto the road leading to UA. He planned to use the car every day, not worried about fuel prices since some students with fuel-related quirks were in the business, making it more affordable. Momo asked, Do you think our classmates will be nice? Her lack of experience made her nervous. Izuku chuckled, reassuring her, No need to worry, Momo. I'm sure UA does thorough background checks before selecting their hero core students. Momo nodded, feeling a bit more at ease, and they discussed how she should introduce herself. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the gate. Izuku checked his watch and saw they were 20 minutes early, explaining the lack of students. The gate had a screen that turned green as Izuku drove in and parked near the entrance. As they got out, some students noticed the car and murmured to each other. Izuku told Momo to ignore them as they walked into the building hallway to find the map. Momo quickly memorized the way, and they continued walking. After a few minutes, they stood in front of huge doors. Momo commented, Must be for some students who are really tall due to mutation quirks. Izuku nodded, choosing to remain silent for now as they pushed the doors open and walked inside. Inside, Izuku spotted two students, a tall blue-haired guy with glasses, whom he recognized from the entrance exams, and an average-height teen with half-red and half-white hair, likely related to his quirk. Izuku and Momo took their seats, numbers 19 and Momo cheered internally, happy that Izuku's seat was right behind hers. They chatted quietly until more students arrived. Soon, cheerful classmates began to introduce themselves. Akino entered, seat number 15, and smiled when she saw Izuku. She walked over and said, Hello, Midorikan. Glad to see we are next to each other. Izuku returned her smile, saying, Hello, Midorikan. I hope you've settled into your new apartment comfortably. This is Momo Yaoyorozu, whom I told you about. Akino turned to Momo, offering her hand. So you're Yaoyorozu-san. Izuku told me a lot about you. It's nice to meet you. Momo smiled and shook Akino's hand. It's nice to meet you too, Midorikan. Please call me Momo, my last name is rather long. All right, Momo-san. Please call me by my first name too, it's only fair, Akino replied. Momo nodded, and Izuku smiled, pleased to see them getting along. He noticed they shared a similar hair color. Suddenly, Izuku sensed someone approaching the teacher's podium. He peeked and saw a yellow sleeping bag crawling like a caterpillar. That might be our teacher. I'm surprised no one noticed that bright sleeping bag, he thought. Momo, Akino-san, our teacher is here. Let's pay attention, Izuku said, pointing. Both girls turned to see the sleeping bag and sat up straight. Aizawa, peeking through a gap, smirked to himself, thinking, that green-haired kid is perceptive. Those girls are quick to follow commands too. Aizawa stood up, still in his sleeping bag, and said, "Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends." Everyone except the three of them stared in shock at their presumably homeroom teacher. Aizawa continued, "This is the hero course. No one even noticed me when I came in except for Izuku Midoriya, the green-haired boy." Instantly, all attention shifted to Izuku as everyone scrambled to their seats. Aizawa emerged from his sleeping bag, pulling out a pile of clothes with the same design. "Pick the one with your names and come to the field in 5 minutes. I discourage wasting time." Everyone hurried to grab their gym clothes and zoomed to the changing rooms. A few minutes later, Izuku and Bakugo were the first to arrive. Aizawa looked at them and said, "Good, you two know the value of time." Izuku nodded at the praise along with Bakugo. A few seconds later, stomping sounds were heard as everyone else arrived. Jairu and Momo stood together as Akino joined Izuku. Izuku had to admit, the clothes fit Akino quite well. They weren't tight on her like the school uniform. Akino was openly checking out Izuku, thinking, I knew Midoriya-kun was fit, but I didn't expect this. His muscles look impressive." Akino's view was partially correct. The gym clothes were indeed snug on Izuku, but since they were made with special material, they wouldn't rip easily. Momo noticed Akino's expression and glared at her. Akino, noticing the glare, smiled to herself, thinking, "Seems like Momo-san is a bit jealous. How cute." Aizawa then said, "All right, since everyone has gathered, I am your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa, and it's time for the quirk assessment test." Murmurs arose among the students, and a girl with brown bobbed hair raised her hand, asking, "But sir, aren't we supposed to attend the orientation first?" Aizawa looked at her and replied, "Teachers at UA are given permission to run their classes however they like, and I personally see orientation as a waste of time. The tests are similar to your physical tests in middle school, but you are allowed to use your quirks here." "Yes. Finally, we can use our quirks freely," one student exclaimed. "I always wondered how my scores would be with quirks." "Sweet, this will be a lot of fun," another added. Aizawa glared at the student who said the last line, stating, "Fun, you say? All right then, whoever gets last place in this test will be expelled." Disagreements about it being unfair were voiced by some students, while others prepared for the tests in silence. Aizawa raised his voice, saying, "Being a hero involves a lot of hardship and you will face numerous obstacles. Our job is to prepare you for them. There is no such thing as fair in this career. Understood?" The students nodded in response. "Good. You will be tested in ball throw, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, long distance run, grip strength, repeated sidesteps, seated toe touch, and sit-ups. As I mentioned, you are allowed to use your quirks." After naming each exercise, Aizawa looked towards Izuku and said, "Izuku Midoriya, as the top scorer in the physical exam, you demonstrate the ball throw." Izuku nodded and stepped up to the circle with the ball in hand. Using chakra, he stuck the ball to his hand and made hand signs with the other hand, thinking wind style, gale palm. Just as the jutsu was about to hit, Izuku released the ball, which was launched into the sky, breaking a few sound barriers. Aizawa looked at the meter and then turned to the class, saying, "You have to know your maximum limit first." He showed the score to the class. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. Everyone gasped at the score of 1589 meters. "Whoa! Wow, that's such a high score. Are you kidding? How can we match that?" "God, 1589 meters. As expected of Izuku. Bakugo, observing closely, thought, "Is his quirk related to air? I don't know, but it's strong. I doubt my explosions can take it half as far." Aizawa then said, "Like the school's motto, you guys have to perform plus ultra to remain in this career." Nervous beads of sweat formed on the students as Aizawa gained a serious expression, saying, "Now that the demonstration is over, let's start the real test." The class nodded, warming up for the first test, the 50-meter dash. Ida and Tsuyu were the first to compete. The robot announced the start, and both dashed to the finish. Ida, due to his quirk, managed to finish in 3.04 seconds, while Tsuyu, using her unique jumping style, clocked in at 5.58 seconds. Ida thought, Since it was only 50 meters, I could only change up to third gear. One by one, everyone took their turn. Most students whose quirks weren't related to speed or physical enhancement finished between 6.80 to 8 seconds, with a short purple-haired boy getting the lowest score. Finally, it was Izuku and Bakugu's turn. Both approached the start line. Bakugu leaned forward, ready to propel himself with explosions, while Izuku stood calmly with his hands in his pockets. The robot announced, "Begin!" Izuku instantly flashed to the finish, and the robot read, 0.13 seconds. Bakugu, not letting the shock distract him, propelled himself past the finish, with the robot announcing, 4.56 seconds. The class was stunned by Izuku's score. Even Aizawa, who had seen the entrance exam footage, was taken aback, thinking, that was so fast. I blinked and he was finished. That speed is a significant advantage in a battle if he can control it. Izuku considered his fastest speed with the flash step but kept his lightning step a secret as a trump card. He was soon swarmed by his classmates, all eager to ask questions. Izuku's sweat dropped as Aizawa announced the next test, capturing everyone's attention. Second test, grip strength. Izuku, who had practiced for years to hold the Kubikura Bocho, felt confident in his strength but decided to add chakra for better results. One by one, everyone took their turns. Momo achieved the highest score among the girls, followed by Ochako and Akino. Momo created a mini hydraulic press that registered a grip strength of 1,000 kilograms. The guys cheered as one student with multiple arms scored 540 kilograms using 3 of his arms. When it was Izuku's turn, he gripped the machine, adding a small amount of chakra to enhance his muscles. His score was 520 kilograms. Satisfied, he heard a shorter boy exclaim, "Are you a monster? 520 with only one arm." His classmates were eager to ask questions again, but Izuku raised his hand and said, "I will explain later in class." Everyone nodded as Aizawa moved on to the next test. Third test, standing long jump. Aizawa explained, "Without any run-up, you are supposed to jump as far as you can from a neutral position on the sand. If you cross it, you are measured as having crossed the sand pit." Izuku watched as Uraraka went first. She jumped, touched her elbow, and floated forward before landing beyond the pit. Impressed, Izuku thought, her quirk defies gravity itself. But she has to be careful not to send someone into orbit. Bakugu and Tsuyu also cleared the sand pit, and then it was Izuku's turn. He applied chakra to his feet and leaped to a height of 100 feet, landing well beyond the sand pit. After him, Momo created a pogo stick with extra springs and easily cleared the pit. Akino made wings of lightning and flew over it, leaving Izuku amazed by her quirk. Fourth test, repeated sidesteps. Izuku performed well due to his flexibility and acrobatics training, but the boy in purple took first place, with Momo in second as she created mini trampolines to jump between. Fifth test, ball throw. Izuku chose to sit this one out, watching as his classmates used their quirks creatively. Akino threw her ball and struck it with lightning, propelling it 400 meters. Momo constructed a cannon that launched her ball 1,800 meters. Uraraka shocked everyone by scoring infinity, just as Izuku expected. Bakuga did well with 597 meters. With some free time, Izuku analyzed his classmates, noting the social butterflies and the comedian type among them. Sixth test, sit-ups. Everyone partnered up for sit-ups. Izuku achieved the highest number with 230, followed by Kirishima with 150 and Sato with 7th test, seated toe touch. This test measured how far one could reach while sitting. Izuku placed first due to his long arms and flexibility, followed by Momo and Mina. 8th test, long distance run. This test measured endurance rather than distance. Izuku and Ida led the pack, with Ida in second gear to keep pace. Momo followed on an electric bicycle. At the 10-minute mark, the invisible girl and the shortest boy dropped out, followed by the tape boy and earphone jack girl at 20 minutes. The rest, except for Momo, Kirishima, Ida, and Izuku, dropped out between 30 to 35 minutes. Kirishima exited at 40 minutes, and Momo ran out of energy, dropping out at the 1-hour mark. Izuku was sweating but felt good and ready to continue when Aizawa stopped him, noting he was the last one left. Aizawa addressed the exhausted class, except for Izuku and Momo, saying, I am not going to show individual scores, so here are your combined scores. Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Tenya Ida, Katsuki Bakugu, Minoru Mineta. Mineta began to panic, yelling, "No, I can't be expelled already. My plan didn't even start." Everyone looked at the distraught boy as Aizawa said, well, the expelling part was just a ruse. Now go, you have lunch in 30 minutes, and the rest of the afternoon off. Classes will officially start tomorrow. Everyone was in shock and Momo said, Huh? I thought everyone knew he was just kidding. Maybe I should have said something. Most students thought, yeah, no kidding, while Izuku chuckled to himself, thinking typical Momo. Everyone then returned to the changing room. After changing, everyone went to the classroom, where students either talked to their neighbors or kept to themselves. The blue-haired guy at the podium caught everyone's attention as he said, Why don't we all introduce ourselves? It will be good to know our classmates' names and quirks. Everyone agreed, and one by one, they introduced themselves in seating order. When it was Akino's turn, she stood up with a gentle smile and said, Hello. I am Akino Himejima, daughter of the head priestess of the Himejima Shrine in Kuo City. I enjoy cooking, spending time with friends, and experimenting with my quirk. My quirk is lightning magic. I can create magic circles to generate and control lightning in various ways, though it does cost me stamina. Everyone clapped for her, and the introductions continued until it was Izuku's turn. He stood up and said, Well, I am Izuku Midoriya. I like my friends, music, playing guitar, and training with my quirk. My quirk is called internal energy. The energy travels through my body through more than 300 points. I can control the energy to enhance myself or convert it into elemental energy, such as fire, water, lightning, earth, and wind. I can also channel this energy in ways I will keep a secret for now. Everyone was shocked by Izuku's quirk, with many commenting on its versatility. Momo knew just how much effort Izuku had put into mastering it. The pink-haired girl, Mina, then stood up and asked, By the way, Midoriya and Shoji, why do you both wear masks to cover the lower part of your faces? Shoji answered first, My mouth is very wide, and I have sharp teeth that might scare kids, so I wear this mask to help with that. Izuku added, I just like it like this. Mina hesitated but accepted Izuku's answer. Finally, it was time for lunch, and everyone headed to the cafeteria. Izuku walked with Akino, Momo, and Jairu as they made their way to lunch. Mineta, seeing the girls talking freely with Izuku, thought to himself, That guy, I bet his face is ugly under the mask. I'll reveal it and ruin his popularity. Mineta's eyes burned with determination as he started planning. The group enjoyed lunch, which was prepared by the hero lunch rush. Izuku had stars in his eyes and even asked for an autograph from the hero, causing Momo to chuckle at his adorable enthusiasm. After lunch, the students returned to their classes. The hero course had a free afternoon, so everyone chatted and made friends. Suddenly, the door opened, revealing an orange-haired girl who walked in with 19 other students. The orange-haired girl said, Hello, Class 1A. We are Class 1B. Here to introduce ourselves since we will be working together in the future. A blonde student yelled, You must be kidding, Kendo. Why must we, the superior class, get along with this low? But the orange-haired girl swiftly chopped his neck, causing him to fall unconscious. Everyone else sweat dropped while Bakugo thought, Why does that guy's attitude seem familiar? A vine-haired girl spotted Izuku and smiled as she approached him. She bowed and said, Thank you, Midoriya-san. You saved me from a difficult fate. The school has informed me of this. My parents would also like to thank you after school. Izuku nervously waved his hands and replied, It's all right, miss. I did what any hero would do. I'm glad you're okay and in the hero course too. The girl smiled and said, My name is Ibara Shiozaki, Midoriya-san. Perhaps fate has brought us together. Izuku gave her an ice smile as everyone clapped for him. The Class 1B students began introducing themselves, including the blonde student who tried to insult Class 1A again but was silenced by another chop from Itsuka Kendo, leading to amused reactions from Class 1A. Both classes mingled, except for the quieter students. Monoma spent his time glaring at Class 1A, while Ibra went straight to Izuku to befriend him. "Midoriya-san, how many points did you get in the physical exam?" she asked. Izuku thought for a moment and replied, "I got 196 points, Ibra-san. What about you?" Ibra looked in awe and said, "That is such a high score. Mine was, did you beat the record, Midoriya-san?" Izuku nodded as they continued their conversation. Akino listened while introducing herself as well. Momo found a kindred spirit in Kendo, and they quickly became friends, much like Tetsu and Kirishima. The silent black-haired girl from 1B, Yui Kodai, conversed with Tsuyu, while Setsuna attempted to get under Shoto's skin, which was proving ineffective. The boys from both classes, except for Monoma and Shoto, got along well, discussing everyday topics and their training schedules. An hour later, the end bell rang as the students packed their belongings and left the classroom. Izuku nodded at Momo as they walked together toward the parking lot. He retrieved the keys, and they got in the car, driving away while ignoring the astonished gazes of some classmates. The next day, most of the Class 1A students thought it was just another normal day. Alongside their hero training, they would also receive a standard high school education in subjects like history, math, English, and science. After lunch, excitement filled the air as everyone anticipated their first basic hero training class. "Who do you think will teach us?" one student asked. "We had heroes as teachers for other subjects, so maybe someone from the top 50? Another speculated. "I hope it's All Might, the manliest hero." The chatter quieted as loud footsteps approached. All Might burst through the door, holding it wide as he declared, "I am coming through the door like a normal person." The classroom filled with awe as students exclaimed, "It's All Might, and wow, he really is a teacher." All Might stepped up to the podium and announced, "I will be teaching basic hero training, where you will learn the fundamentals of being a hero." The students nodded in understanding as he continued, "Now, your first class will be." He revealed a card that read, "Combat Training." And to go with that are these. All Might gestured to the walls, which revealed suitcases. "Hero costumes. Made from your quirk registrations and the requests you sent before school started. Now go change and gather at ground beta." Everyone rushed to grab their suitcases and headed to the changing room. Izuku quickly changed into his costume, a black bodysuit that covered him from neck to toe, designed for mobility. He wore chainmail armor around his torso and a gray chest guard, along with arm and leg guards for protection. A small white scarf, a gift from his mother, completed the look. Izuku arrived first at ground beta, where All Might was waiting. "You changed fast, Midoriya Shounen," All Might said with a smile. Izuku had an idea and jumped high, attaching himself to the wall above the entrance, standing horizontally. All Might, surprised but amused, decided to go along with it. As the other students emerged from the changing room, All Might remarked, "As they say, clothes make the man." The students admired each other's costumes, complimenting one another. "Wow, Ida, you have a robot costume," one student exclaimed. "Mina, your outfit looks rad," another added. Suddenly, Denki asked, "Hey, where's Midoriya?" Just then, Izuku jumped down, landing behind Denki and saying, "Here." Denki let out a surprised yelp, causing everyone to laugh, while Izuku chuckled. Momo approached him, inspecting his costume. "Izuku-kun, your costume looks great," she said. Izuku smiled back. "Yours is wonderful too, Momo. I'm glad you took my suggestion about the body cloak." Akino joined them, wearing a shrine maiden costume with chainmail armor. "Your costume is also quite good, Izuku-san," she complimented, her eyes lingering on him. Momo, noticing, playfully bonked Akino with a toy hammer. "No flirting," she said, glaring at her. Akino giggled, and Izuku moved to chat with Jair. All Might then announced, "Due to an increase in indoor crimes like thefts and drag deals, heroes must learn to fight without causing damage to the public. This time, you will not fight robots but your classmates." The students nodded, eager to learn more. How will we be split into teams? One asked. How are winners and losers determined? Another inquired. I will answer your questions. All Might said, pulling out a script. The scenario is that villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in the building. The heroes must capture it safely within a time limit or defeat the villains guarding it. Teams will be split randomly. Izuku thought, seems like in American style. Ida voiced his concern, the teams are being decided so haphazardly? Izuku turned to him and said, it's because heroes often team up with unknown heroes depending on the situation. Maybe this is for that. Ida nodded as All Might instructed everyone to pick up number ball. The teams were announced, Team A, Izuku and Akino, Team B, Shoto and Shoji, Team C, Momo and Mineta, Team D, Bakugo and Ida, Team E, Mina and Uraraka, Team F, Sato and Koda, Team G, Denki and Jairu, Team H, Tsuyu and Tokoyami, Team I, Ojiro and Hagecure, Team J, Siro and Kirishima. Akino gave a gentle smile to Izuku and said, Era, this must be fate. Let's do our best, Izuku-san. Izuku returned her smile and said, likewise, Himedmasen. All Might then placed his hands in two boxes labeled Villain and Hero. He pulled out one ball from each and announced, looks like Team A are the heroes and Team D are the villains. The villains will be given 5 minutes to strategize and place their nuclear weapon. Ida and Bakugo took the bomb as Izuku approached Akino and asked, do you have a plan, Akino-san? Akino thought for a moment and replied, why don't I be the distraction while you can easily touch the bomb with your speed, Izuku-san? Izuku considered this and said, won't they be suspicious if only you attack? Kurama, who overheard this, commented, oh? This human girl seems to have quite quick thinking skills for her age. Izuku nodded, thinking, yes, Akino-san is very intelligent, and I am impressed by how easily she manipulates lightning with the magic circles. Kurama agreed, and Akino giggled slightly, saying, they won't have the time to. Izuku gave an awkward laugh as Kurama warned, be careful, kid, this girl seems to have some thoughts. Akino was whispering to herself when All Might announced, the hero team has 10 minutes. Go! Izuku said, wait, let me first sense it, Akino-san. Akino nodded as Izuku closed his eyes and spread out his senses. He opened his eyes and said, 3rd floor, left corner room. Akino nodded and created a magic circle on her back, forming lightning wings as she took off to the 3rd floor. Izuku used his flash step to position himself next to the room, waiting for his chance. Meanwhile, Ida placed the weapon in the room Bakugo suggested. Bakugo then said, good, since they only have one entry and exit, we can ambush them at once. Ida nodded but cautioned, we should be careful about Midoriya-san's speed, though. Bakugo remembered the speed he witnessed the day before. Suddenly, the wall beside them exploded, revealing a smiling Akino with a magic circle ready in her hand as she flew with her lightning wings. She said, Era, I hope you villains will give up, otherwise, I will have to hurt you. A chill ran down Bakugo and Ida's spines as Akino began releasing bolts of thunder, forcing them to dodge. Izuku peeked through a hole, watching Bakugo and Ida avoid Akino's lightning. Seeing his opportunity, he used Flash Step, bouncing from the next building and appearing next to the bomb. Akino, noticing Izuku, stopped her lightning barrage and said, Era, I am not the only hero though? Alarmed, Bakugo and Ida looked at the bomb as Izuku touched it and waved at them with a smile. All Might's voice echoed, the hero team has captured the weapon. It's the hero team's victory. Izuku approached Akino, and they exchanged a high five as Ida and Bakugo sighed. The four returned to the camera room, where All Might asked, now students, who do you think is the VIP? Momo raised her hand and said, both members of the hero team are the VIPs, sir. Since Akino-san managed to plan the best strategy with her teammates' quirk in mind, and Izuku-san executed the plan perfectly using his speed. All Might nodded, saying, wonderful observation, Yayorozu Shounen. Your hypothesis is indeed correct. The matches continued, Team B versus Team I, Team B Shoto and Shoji won, Team J versus Team H, Team H Tokoyami and Tsuyu won. Team C versus Team E. Team C Momo won. Team F versus Team G. Team G Jairu and Denki won, though Denki ended up in a cheerful mood for the next hour. As the class wrapped up, All Might called everyone to the ground entrance and said, "Yash, everyone. We had a good class today. Everyone took it seriously, and no one had any major injuries. You all did well, except for a few mistakes I have already pointed out in the review session. Now I have to go. Bye." All Might zoomed away as the class commented, "That was a cool exit. Midoriya is faster, though, right? It might be close." The students chatted as they made their way to the changing rooms. Denki and Uraraka were called to carry out the textbooks for distribution. Denki took the opportunity to talk with Uraraka, who was glad to make more friends, and they agreed to hang out at a mochi place. The books were distributed as everyone said goodbye and left, either alone or in groups. Izuku approached Momo and said, "You did really well in your match. Your strategy skills are top-notch, as usual. You must have had a hard time with your teammate, though." Momo sighed in frustration, recalling her teammate's behavior. "You saw how much he was disturbing me. I had to tie him up." Izuku chuckled at her misfortune as they both got into the car and drove home. It was the third day for the first years at UA. Izuku and Momo were on their way to school. They arrived at the gate and saw a large crowd of media questioning students. Momo looked confused, but Izuku said, "Just tell them we're in the business course and don't know anything." Momo nodded, and as they reached the gate, the media swarmed the car, tapping on the windows. Slightly annoyed, Izuku rolled down the window, and reporters moved their microphones toward him, asking questions like, "Are you from the hero course?" and "Is it true All Might is teaching at UA?" Izuku replied, "I'm sorry, but we don't know since we're from the business course." The media quickly dispersed, leaving an irritated but relieved Izuku and a baffled Momo as he drove to the parking lot. Time passed, and Izuku was seen listening intently to present Mike during English class, taking notes. When the bell rang, present Mike said, "All right, folks, that's it for today's class. Review your lesson at home, all right?" A chorus of "Yes, sensei," echoed as he left the classroom. Izuku checked the timetable and saw it was time for Aizawa's class. Right on cue, Aizawa entered, and the room fell silent. He approached the podium and said, "Today, we will choose your class representative and vice representative. I don't care how, I want it done by the end of this PRD, and keep the noise down." Everyone nodded in understanding. Aizawa settled into his sleeping bag as Momo stood up and suggested, "Why don't we all vote for who we think would be suitable for the class representative position? But no voting for yourselves." Everyone agreed, and Momo tore paper into squares, distributing them as she instructed. "Now, cast your vote and fold it so it won't be revealed to anyone else." As everyone considered their choices, Izuku had no hesitation in voting for Momo after seeing her take charge. A few minutes later, Momo collected the votes and handed them to the now awake Aizawa, who grunted before tallying them. A minute later, Aizawa announced, "With 12 votes, the class representative is Momo Yaoyorozu, and with 8 votes, the vice representative is Izuku Midoriya." Izuku raised an eyebrow while Kurama commented, "Interesting, seems like you managed to catch the attention of quite a few classmates." Izuku nodded mentally as he and Momo approached the podium beside Aizawa. Momo bowed slightly and said, "Thank you for choosing me as the class representative. I will do my best to fulfill my duties." Izuku also bowed a bit and added, "I'm honestly surprised I got voted in, but I will do my best to support Momo and the class." Applause followed, with comments like, "I can get behind Yaoyorozu and Midoriya," and "Yaoyorozu is clearly good at leading, so I'm cool with this." Izuku and Momo returned to their seats, and a few minutes later, the bell rang, signaling lunchtime. Students gathered in groups to head to lunch, while others, like Todoroki, Tokoyami, and Shoji, preferred to eat in peace. Izuku and Momo were joined by Jairu and Akino as the four went to get their lunch. After finding a table, Momo remarked, "I'm honestly shocked that I got votes for class representative." Jairu laughed and said, "With how you can easily take charge, I'm not surprised. I voted for you." Akino nodded, adding, "I knew people would vote for you, so I voted for Midoriya-san since he would be your best vice representative. Momo agreed, recognizing the importance of having someone she knew well in that role. Izuku swallowed his rice and said, I voted for Momo since she seemed eager during the PRD. Momo gave an embarrassed smile as she said, well, I voted for Izuku since I know how strong and reliable he is. Izuku returned her smile as the group continued their lunch. Suddenly, alarms blared, causing panic among the students, including the seniors. Izuku managed to ask one of them, excuse me, senpai, what is the alarm for? The senior, clearly panicked, replied, you don't know? It means someone has broken through the UA barrier, which means a villain attack. The senior ran off, and Izuku sighed, turning to the girls. Stay seated here. Let me check from the window, and then we will decide what to do next. Izuku quickly moved to the window, standing upside down on the ceiling. He saw that it wasn't a villain attack but rather the media had somehow breached the barrier. He flickered back to the table and said, it's not a villain attack, it's just the media. The girls were relieved, but Momo noticed a few students getting trampled and stood up. We have to calm them down somehow. A few students are getting hurt. Izuku was alarmed and said, Momo, make a huge microphone. I'll create a distraction. Momo nodded and climbed onto the table to finish making the microphone while Izuku gathered wind energy in his hands. He clapped, releasing a powerful sound that made Jairu wince and clutch her ears. The noise caught the crowd's attention, and Momo seized the opportunity. Everyone, please calm down. Look out of the windows. It's not the villains, it's only the media. Please exit in an orderly manner and help those who are trampled. Many students hung their heads in shame, and a few helped the injured to the nurse's office. The bell rang, and everyone exited the lunchroom to return to their classes. Izuku bowed slightly to Jairu and said, I'm sorry about that, Jai. I should have warned you. Jairu gave a weary smile. I would appreciate a warning next time, Izuku-san, but it's fine. You both managed to calm everyone down. As they walked back to class, Izuku and Momo were greeted by their classmates. Yairo-san, you controlled the situation so well. Midoriya, your distraction worked great. I'm glad we voted for you. Aizawa entered, and everyone quickly returned to their seats. He looked at Izuku and Momo and said, I heard what you two did. On behalf of the staff, thank you for calming down the crowd. If not, those students in the infirmary could have sustained more serious injuries. Izuku remembered something and turned to Kirishima. I saw you getting trampled, Kirishima. Are you sure you're okay? Kirishima grinned. I was able to activate my quirk in time, so I didn't get hurt at all. Aizawa then said, for your efforts, you won't have other classes but will have hero training for the whole day. It's an essential part of hero training, which is why we're dedicating a whole day to it. Be sure to bring your own lunchboxes for tomorrow. The class nodded, and Aizawa dismissed them for the day, as the lunch incident had caused significant panic. As Izuku and Momo left the building to go to Izuku's car, they heard someone yell, Izuku, please wait. They turned around to see Jairu running up to them, slightly out of breath. Izuku ignored the comment about her running. Jairu said, I need help from you, Izuku-san. She pointed to herself and continued, I'm at a stalemate with my quirk and can't find any more ways to improve my attack power and range. Izuku thought for a moment and suggested, have you tried increasing your own heartbeat to make your attacks more powerful? Jairu shook her head. No, I don't think I can increase my heartbeat that quickly. Izuku explained, sometimes you have favorite songs that make your heart race, right? Jairu nodded. Then record those songs and download them to a small device. Get some headphones you can wear during fights. Press play, and your heartbeat will increase, strengthening your attacks. Jairu looked surprised. Won't that be distracting? Izuku replied, just use a Bluetooth headphone in one ear. You have enhanced hearing, so you can still hear your surroundings. You just need to practice and get used to it while fighting, which I'm sure Momo can help you with. Momo smiled and said, I would gladly help, Kyuka. I would love to have a sparring partner. Jairu smiled and bowed slightly. Thank you for the help, both of you. Momo, we'll discuss the timing tomorrow, okay? Momo nodded as Jairu turned to leave. Izuku and Momo got into the car and headed home. Upon reaching Momo's house first, Athena greeted the two of them and asked, "How was today, Izuku-san and Momo-chan?" Momo beamed with a smile and said, "I was elected as class representative, and Izuku-san as vice representative." Athena smiled and replied, "My, good job you two. Already declaring your dictatorship over everyone." Momo puffed her cheeks and complained, "Okay-san, don't say it like that." Izuku smiled a bit as he said his goodbyes and left for home. Upon parking the car, Izuku approached the front door and rang the bell. Inko opened the door with a smile as Izuku shared details about his day. Inko looked intently at Izuku, who was wearing an apron and cooking. She said, "If I take a picture of this, how much money will I make on the internet under the caption, Izuku in an apron?" Izuku deadpanned, "I'm pretty sure no one will pay for that, Mom." Inko laughed lightly, "You never know, son, you never know." With that, Inko took a picture as Izuku packed his lunchbox and placed it in his backpack before changing into his UA uniform. After changing, Izuku took his car keys and said goodbye to Inko as he got into his car and drove toward Momo's place. Stopping in the main driveway, Izuku honked and waited a minute until the doors opened, and Momo came out. She got in as Izuku asked, "Did you get the lunchbox?" Momo nodded yes as Izuku drove toward their school. After the students changed into their hero costumes, Aizawa had everyone gather at the buses for roll call. "Alright, class reps, have everyone seated properly and keep the loud ones in the far back away from me." Izuku and Momo nodded as Momo called out, "Alright, Ashido-san, Kaminari-san, Kirishima-san, and Toru-san are in the far back along with Mineta-san." The five deflated a bit at being pointed out so quickly but got on the bus. Izuku then said, "The rest are allowed to sit however but do not make much noise." Students nodded as everyone got into the buses, and the drivers set off to their destination. On the way, the students chatted quietly until Kirishima commented loudly, talking about flashy quirks, Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki have eye-catching ones. "I wish mine was flashier too." Mina patted him on the back saying, "Your quirk is excellent for heroes, Kiri. Don't mind." Denki added, "I'm pretty sure it's going to be hard for Mineta. He has the quirk but a questionable personality." A loud "Echui" was heard, and many laughed as Izuku noticed Aizawa's eyes twitching, knowing not to laugh to avoid any secret punishment. Momo sighed, "Using words like that. These people's vocabulary, Izuku chuckled, "You just have to get used to it, Momo." The chattering continued until the bus arrived at their destination. Aizawa stood up and said, "Alright everyone, we are finally at our destination, the USJ, Universal Studios Japan." Mina and Denki interrupted. Aizawa glared and continued, "As I was saying before being interrupted by two brainless individuals, this is the unforeseen simulation joint, built by Pro Hero and Teacher 13, who is also joining us. Now let's get down." Uraraka exclaimed, "Wow, we will see 13, my favorite hero. She is an expert in rescue." Everyone got off the buses and stood in front of the huge dome, with their second teacher, 13, waiting for them. 13 began his speech, "Listen, students. This facility is designed to create various simulations of dangerous situations and disasters and extreme climate conditions under which you will be training to rescue people." The class listened as Aizawa whispered to 13, "Isn't All Might supposed to be here?" 13 whispered back, "Apparently he did too much hero work on the way to school and is now resting in the teacher's lounge." Aizawa massaged his head, commenting, "That man is the height of irresponsibility. Well, we should be fine with the two of us. Let's get started." 13 faced the class again, saying, "Before we begin, I have one thing to say, maybe two, possibly 3, 4, or 5. We get it," the class interrupted. 13 continued, "I'm sure most of you know my quirk. It's called Black Hole. I can SCK up anything and turn it to dust." The students nodded, and Uraraka said, "Yes sir, you have used it to save a lot of people." 13 added, "It is also a power that can be easily misused if I'm not careful. Some of you also have quirks that can be quite dangerous." In our superhuman society, all quirks are certified and stringently regulated, so we often overlook how unsafe they actually are. Please remember that if you lose focus or make the wrong move, your powers can be very deadly, even if you are trying to do something virtuous like saving someone. Thanks to Aizawa's fitness test, you all have a solid idea of your quirk's potential, and with All Might's combat class, you likely experienced how dangerous your powers can be when used against others. Here, you won't be using your quirks to fight your enemies or each other, only to help. After all, being a hero is all about ensuring the safety of others. The students clap a bit at the speech as Aizawa leads everyone in. Suddenly, the lights turn off, and the teachers and students look around. Aizawa says, "Someone contact the school." 13 adds, "This is not a drill. Students, stay behind us." Izuku spreads out his sensing and turns to Aizawa, saying, "Sensei, there are a little more than 100 presences around the middle near the fountain." Aizawa grits his teeth, thinking, they must have got the schedule from the staff room after that fiasco at the gate. Suddenly, Kirishima fist bumps himself and says, "Sweet. We even got fake villains." Aizawa, with a strong voice, responds, "They are not fake villains, Kirishima. This is a real attack. Kaminari, keep contacting the school." A blackish-purple mist spreads in the fountain area as more villains are teleported in. A man with a hand on his face and blue hair with wrinkled skin says, "So we only got Aizawa and 13? According to the schedule, All Might was also supposed to be here." Aizawa whispers, "So it was you who broke in yesterday." The mist at the center slowly disappears, revealing a tall figure made of black mist. Izuku throws a kunai, hitting a surprised mist villain who just appeared. In a green flash, Izuku appears behind him and places a 5-element seal. The mist villain yells, "What did you do to me, you brat? I can't use my quirk." Aizawa is surprised as Izuku ties up the confused villain. Aizawa asks, "You can erase quirks, Midoriya?" Izuku replies, "Only if I can physically touch them. This one has a teleportation quirk, which means he is the escape route and main factor. We need to keep him detained." Aizawa, a bit baffled, nods as Izuku strikes the villain's stomach area with a chakra-enhanced punch, making a big dent. He then puts the unconscious body in a stasis seal. The blue-haired villain yells, "Ichiwai, how do you have these cheats? Release Kurogyari this instant. He is the main player too." Izuku's sweat drops a bit, thinking this is a villain? Aizawa then gets an idea and commands, "Everyone run out. Todoroki, seal up the entrance with lots of ice. I don't care if you lose all your stamina, I will carry you." As everyone prepares to run, a strange creature interrupts them, standing tall at the entrance. Aizawa uses his quirk but is shocked to feel multiple quirks. Laughter is heard as the main villain yells, "You might have gotten Kurogyari, but you can't get it. That is a Nomu, and it has multiple quirks. It is made to be as strong as All Might in his prime." Aizawa grits his teeth as the villains start running up the stairs. Suddenly, Izuku backs up against Aizawa and says, "Sensei, have you noticed? He referred to that as a nit, and he said it has multiple quirks. I think that it is not human." Aizawa nods, saying, "I get that, Midoriya, but I can't go up against it." Izuku suggests, "Sir, have us fight the normal villains. Maybe 13 can handle it, but we need to distract it." Aizawa, gritting his teeth and having no choice, yells, "All students are allowed to use their quirks to defend themselves. Go full out." A chorus of "yes" is heard as Todoroki takes the first stride, freezing the first line of villains with a huge block of ice, giving the class a bit more breathing time. Aizawa runs up to the Nomu as the villain in the center commands, "Nomu, take them all out." Disappearing from sight, the Nomu punches Aizawa hard, launching him into the trees. The Nomu runs toward 13, but Izuku uses lightning step to flash in front, wielding Kubikurbocho surrounded in wind chakra, and cuts the Nomu's hands. Izuku yells, 13, that thing is not human. Sigh up and turn it to dust. 13 hesitates but then puts his vacuum up. The Nomu regenerates and kicks Izuku away, launching him into the fountain. 13, setting aside his hesitations, turns his black hole to maximum as the Nomu struggles against being SC'd. With the students, the villains finally break the ice but are met with a surge of net launchers in the hands of Jairu and Momo, who shoot as more villains are captured and restricted in movement. Bakugo launches a group of villains coming from behind. Akino flies up into the air as a huge magic circle appears over a group of 40, and Akino yells, "Lightning storm!" Bolts of lightning rain down from the circle, effectively knocking out the villains. Kirishima, Sato, and Shoji team up in close quarters as Jairu helps Momo, using her ears to locate the villains. Suddenly, she turns to Todoroki and yells, "Todoroki, beneath you!" Alarmed, Todoroki looks behind him just as a villain emerges from the ground. He doesn't have enough time to react when a kunai flies between them. In a flash of green, Izuku teleports in, kicking the villain hard in the head. He turns to Todoroki and says, "Be careful," before flashing away, leaving Todoroki in awe of his speed. Just as the blue-haired villain reaches for 13, he grins and declares, "My quirk makes anyone turn to dust, so goodbye." But a few seconds later, nothing happens. The villain looks to the side to see Aizawa with red eyes as Aizawa yells, "Midoriya." "Yes, sir." Izuku, using lightning, appears between 13 and the blue-haired villain, swinging down the Kubikurbocho. Soon, all the villains are rounded up. The students watch as a loud scream of pain echoes through the air. The blue-haired villain falls to the ground, rolling in agony. "Ah! My hands, you Bisudi, where are my hands?" Izuku grits his teeth as 13 takes advantage of the chaos, using his quirk to completely absorb the Nomu, turning it to dust. The blue-haired villain then passes out from the pain as Aizawa approaches, tying him up and wrapping his injured hands. Aizawa surveys the scene, relieved to see none of the students are seriously injured, just exhausted. He goes to Izuku and asks, "Midoriya, I saw you getting kicked away. How are you?" Izuku takes a breath and replies, "Fine, sir. Might have cracked a rib, though." "Izuku!" "Aizen." Momo slides over to Izuku, her eyes wide with concern. "OMG Izuku, you got kicked hard. Are you okay? Can you move?" Izuku hugs Momo, silencing her. "I am fine, Momo. Just maybe a cracked rib. Are you okay?" Momo cries into his shoulder, and Akino chimes in, "We three are fine, Izuku. We teamed up and managed to take out many villains." Kaminari then turns to Aizawa and says, "Sir, I got the signal. The police and UA should be here soon." Aizawa nods and sits down next to the exhausted 13. "Don't worry, 13. You didn't kill anyone. What you absorbed was an experimented body that was already dead." 13 nods, relieved. "I'm just thankful we survived. Midoriya taking out that mist guy gave us a huge advantage. He could have easily split us up." Aizawa agrees, "That kid did very well today. I just hope him cutting off another person's hands won't affect his mindset." Izuku sighs and turns to Jairu. "Thanks for the heads up with Todoroki. I only got there because I heard you. Good job, Kyuka." Jairu beams at him as Izuku stands, his hands glowing green as he places them on the area where he was kicked. Akino asks, "What are you doing, Midoriya?" Izuku replies, "This is a healing technique I developed with my quirk." The girls watch in awe as Izuku bends and stretches, seemingly pain-free. He approaches Aizawa and places his hands over his visible injuries. "Thank you, Midoriya. You really are a jack of all trades, huh?" Izuku chuckles, "Just doing what I can, sir." The entrance doors open, and the staff enters. All Might checks on the students while Nizu asks Aizawa for details. The police round up the villains, and Izuku pulls Kurojairi from stasis, allowing the police to cuff him. Inspector Tsukachi approaches the teachers for details as Aizawa explains everything. The students are instructed to wait on the buses, except for Izuku, who continues to heal Aizawa. After taking notes, the inspector comments, "You have a good batch of students this time, Yue. They took charge nicely from what I've heard, and this young man is rather impressive too." Izuku smiles, his mask still on. The inspector leaves, and Nizu tells the staff to take the students to UA for lunch, announcing a 2-day break due to the incident. The teachers inform the students, and everyone boards 2 buses to return to UA. Izuku receives praise from his classmates, even Todoroki thanks him for saving his life. The students have overcome their first unexpected hurdle. What will happen to them from now on? Find out next time. Todoroki nodded at the praise and said, I do have to thank Midoriya and Jiru-san for saving me. Jiru gave a thumbs up, and Izuku nodded as Momo went to the front of the classroom. Alright, we have an announcement from Aizawa-sensei that he asked me to pass on. We will be going home after this lunch PRD, and we have a 2-day break. The class cheered for the break as Momo returned to her seat. Izuku sighed, I just hope these villain attacks won't become a common thing. Akino joined the conversation, saying, well, UA hero courses do get attacked about once a year, but only by small-time villains. Nothing on the scale of what happened to us. Izuku nodded but continued, I'm worried that the leader of the ones who attacked today hasn't revealed himself, so we need to be careful. Momo, looking confused, asked, what makes you say that, Izuku? Wasn't that blue-haired guy the leader? Izuku shook his head. That guy was too childish for a big plan like this. They used the media to break our defenses and steal our schedule from the staff room. Right as we entered, they cut off any way for us to contact for help. Momo thought for a moment and agreed as the group continued eating before packing up to go home, with Izuku offering Akino a ride. At the Midoriya household, Inko was watching TV, surprised to hear her son's car horn. It was still 2 hours until he was supposed to be home, so she went out to greet him. Upon opening the door, she saw Izuku just getting out of his car. Hey, Izuku. You're home early today. Did something happen? Inko noticed that Izuku seemed a bit moody. Izuku replied, we got attacked by villains during our rescue training class, Mom. In an instant, Inko rushed to check him for any visible injuries. Are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere? Is everyone in class okay? Izuku interrupted, we're fine, Mom. No one is injured. I just got kicked once, and I've already healed that injury. Don't panic, okay? Taking a few deep breaths, Inko sighed. Oh, Izuku, a mom always worries for her child no matter how strong he is. I'm glad nothing major happened. I know you already ate, but do you want something more? I can make some katsudon. Izuku nodded as Inko went to the kitchen to cook. He headed to his room and plopped down on the bed. You want to discuss with me, Kit? A small smile appeared on Izuku's face. Can't get anything past you, huh? I just can't shake the image of all that blood when I cut his hands. I know it was necessary, but it feels weird. A chuckle was heard as Kurama responded, for as strong as you are, Kit, you've never been in a real-life fight where others' survival was on the line. Had you hesitated today, who knows what could have happened to your teacher? Izuku chuckled a bit. If you put it that way, I can say I saved someone. But Kurama-sensei, that thing was definitely not human, right? I still have my doubts. Don't doubt yourself, Kit. That thing was indeed not human. My guess is it was once a human whom the leader experimented on to infuse numerous quirks. Since a human body can't take it, the soul must have left while the body lived on like a lifeless robot. This might not be the end of them. Do you still have the 5-element seal on that guy with the teleportation quirk? Izuku nodded. Yes, I do, and it won't go away unless I do it. Teleportation-type quirks are the rarest kinds on this planet, and we saw him effortlessly teleport so many people. He must definitely be one of the main players in that group, so I didn't take any chances. Izuku felt Kurama's agreement. There is a possibility of this villain's group attacking us again. We should ask your school to provide us with the semester plans so we can guess when they might attack. Izuku replied, I guess my position as vice rep is useful for this. Well, I will go eat now. Mom should be done by now. He got up from his bed, changed into normal clothes, and went down to eat his favorite meal. At Momo's house, she entered to find her mom on the couch, looking confused. Sweetie, aren't you home early today? Did something happen? You told me you had a full day of classes. Momo sighed and explained everything that had happened. Athena had Momo lay down on her lap and said, I'm glad nothing serious happened to you and Izuku, sweetie. My advice is to treat this as a lesson to move forward. Do you still want to be a hero? Momo nodded, and Athena smiled, petting her head as Momo slowly fell asleep. A few minutes later, Akira came down, and Athena explained the situation to him. Akira said, Izuku's guess might be true. All we can do is trust our daughter since this is the path she chose. I'm confident that Izuku will not let anything serious happen to her. Maybe we can help her. Let's design an outfit for her together as support, like we did with young Rumi back then. Athena nodded as Akira sat beside his wife, gently rubbing Momo's head. 2 days later, Izuku came down in his school uniform, ready to go. He saw his mom at the table, breakfast ready, and she seemed extra happy. Izuku sat down and asked, You seem extra happy, Mom, what's up? Inko giggled and said, Remember that picture I took of you when you weren't wearing a mask and were in an apron? Izuku nodded, and Inko continued, Well, with Athena's help, we made an anonymous account and put the picture up for auction. The print sold for $20,000. Izuku spat out his orange juice in shock. You mean someone spent $20,000 for that? Inko shook her head slightly. Your small modeling session went more viral than you think, Izuku. You shot up into the top 10 after all. It shouldn't be a surprise. Izuku sighed and asked, So, who got it? Inko thought for a moment and answered, It was an anonymous person with the name Dragon Queen 23. Izuku finished his breakfast and got into the car to go to school. Stopping by Momo's house, she was already waiting and got in, laughing as Izuku sighed. I guess Aunt Athena told you about the apron picture? Momo nodded, but thought to herself, Well, I also auctioned for $10,000 but gave up. Izuku continued driving while Momo teased him about his newfound fame. 30 minutes later, Izuku parked the car, and he and Momo got out. Momo saw Akino and called her over, and the three continued walking to class. They entered the classroom to find only Ida there, and they took their seats as the class slowly filled in. The bell rang, indicating the start of homeroom. Everyone was seated and silent when Aizawa walked in, still bandaged in a few areas. Denki asked, Sensei, is it okay for you to be here today? You could have taken a few days off. I am fine, Kaminari. Midoriya managed to heal me a lot that day. Plus, this is not enough to stop a hero, Aizawa replied. The class looked at their teacher in admiration as he walked behind the podium. Aizawa announced, Some of you might know, but yes, UA's annual sports festival date is set for exactly 2 weeks from now, on Thursday. Jairu raised her hand and asked, Sir, is it wise to have a sports festival so soon after the villain attack? It did attract quite a bit of media attention. Denki nodded in agreement. I agree, sir. There might be a chance we could get attacked there too. Aizawa addressed their concerns. Those are good questions, but the Hero Commission has agreed to this date. Postponing it might show that we are scared, which is a form of weakness. We are hiring more top heroes for protection, and the top 10 will be in the audience, so the villains won't dare attack. The students nodded as Aizawa continued. As you know, UA's sports festival is an event on par with the Olympics in terms of popularity. But this is also a testing ground for heroes who will offer internships to first-year students. Yes, you will do a 2-week internship under a hero whose offer you receive and accept after the sports fest. The class nodded, and Ida raised his hand. Sensei, can we request a specific hero? Aizawa shook his head. No, you can't. You can only choose from the offers you receive. If you don't receive any offers, we will give you a choice between 40 heroes. You have 2 weeks to prepare for the sports festival, and you also have the afternoon hero class off to use the school facilities for training. Sweet, we can use school facilities, one student exclaimed. Yes, this is an opportunity to use our resources to the fullest, another added. We have to prove ourselves in front of everyone and catch the hero's attention. Which hero are you aiming for, Yaoyorozu? Someone asked. I am going to try for Ryukyu. She is really good at hand-to-hand combat. Ooh, that's a name I've heard of. She recently made it into the top 500, right? Everyone was excited as the classes went by, and it was soon time for lunch. Bakugu, Kirishima, and Denki were the first to get up as they opened the door, only to be swarmed by many students in UA uniforms. What is happening here? Bakugu shouted. Why are there so many students swarming our door? Izuku observed, spotting a familiar blonde from Class 1B among the crowd. A purple-haired student stepped forward and said, "Ah, Class 1A, quite the attention you've garnered from the media due to that villain attack. You all don't even look that impressive. I'm one of those who wanted to be in the hero course but was forced to choose other options like many others here." The class looked annoyed at the student as Izuku and Momo stepped forward. Momo said, "Please kindly stop swarming our class door. We need to get to the lunchroom." Ignoring her, the purple-haired student continued, "Now that I have another chance, do you know if someone from other courses does really well in the festival, they can be transferred in, and someone from the hero course will be transferred out?" Izuku interrupted, "Okay, nice, but it would be great if you could let us leave for lunch and go train instead of swarming our classroom." The crowd, a bit annoyed, made way as the class exited to get lunch. Someone in the crowd yelled, "Look at them with such egos just because they survived a villain attack." The crowd roared in agreement, and Izuku sighed as he continued walking. Bakugu shouted back, "Oh yeah? Say that after looking at 200 villains running to kill you." The crowd fell silent as the class made their way to the lunchroom. Izuku was deep in thought about how to use the school facilities when Kurama chimed in, "Why not train on the ground? You don't have much experience with quick movements in tight spaces, and you can work on that here." Izuku nodded, realizing, I can also learn to fight indoors with flash step. I've never trained in narrow spaces after all. 2 weeks later, loud cheering echoed across the massive stadium as the UA Sports Festival, an event on par with the Olympics in popularity, was about to begin. This was the moment for the new heroes, who had just entered the academy a month ago, to showcase their skills for everyone to see, heroes, civilians, and villains alike. In the Class 1A lounge, students were buzzing with excitement. Kirishima exclaimed, "Man! I am so excited! We'll be on international television. My mom came to watch me, I hope I make her proud." Kaminari grinned at his spiky-haired friend, saying, "I'm sure we'll do well, man. You, me, and Bakugu trained a lot for this." Bakugu interjected, "As long as your brain doesn't get fried and you don't start doing weird stuff on live TV." Laughter erupted, and Kaminari grimaced at the thought. Izuku entered the lounge, and Mina asked, "Hey Midoriya, are you still wearing that mask today? And what's with all the tattoos on your wrist and arm?" Izuku, unable to wear his usual wristband and black arm sleeves, replied, "Yes, Ishido, I'll be wearing my mask, and I prefer to keep my tattoos a secret." Mina pouted, wanting more information, while Momo chuckled, "You might never see his true face, Mina. I've known him forever, and I've only seen his real face a couple of times since he got the mask." Mina's pout deepened as the others tried to persuade Izuku to reveal his face. After a while, the chatter quieted down as Todoroki approached Izuku, declaring, "Midoriya-san, while you've proven yourself to be at the top of the class, I will do my best to defeat you." His stern and determined voice caught everyone's attention. Kaminari commented, Oi, why are you declaring war on our class rep, Todoroki?" Izuku responded, "It's fine, Kaminari. I expect everyone to do their absolute best. We need to show our abilities and prove ourselves worthy of being heroes in the future, so I accept your challenge, Todoroki-san." With that, Izuku turned and left the room, leaving everyone in awe. Bakugu quietly remarked, "Holy smokes, that was cool." Everyone nodded in agreement as they followed their class rep to the stadium. It was time for the festival to begin. In the main stadium, Present Mike announced, "All right, ladies and gentlemen, here comes the famed Class 1A of the Hero course, the brave students who faced a disaster a while ago but survived through their strength, which they will showcase today." The crowd erupted in cheers as Class 1A entered, following Izuku, who looked around in awe at the grand stage. Present Mike continued, "Now will come Class 1B, who are fired up as they trained extensively to prove themselves stronger than their rivals." Class 1B emerged, exchanging competitive glares and smirks with Class 1A. Izuku waved at Ibra, who beamed back. Kendo approached Izuku and Momo, saying, "Man, this is big. Are you both excited?" They nodded, and Momo wished her good luck. Kendo grinned and returned to her class. Present Mike called out the rest of the courses, totaling 250 students competing for the prize. Then, Midnight entered, smirking and swaying her hips, capturing the attention of many. She reached a small podium, turned on the microphone and said, "Hello all appealing ladies and handsome men. I am your host this time, and the opening speech will be given by the top scorer of UA's entrance exam, surpassing even the records of Endeavor and All Might by a significant margin. It's the class representative of Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya." The announcement raised eyebrows and sparked interest, particularly from a certain fiery hero who thought, even All Might's record? Seems like you have some serious competition, Shoto. You better take this seriously and use your fire side too. The other top heroes also focused on this potential upcoming top hero. Ryukyu, who was patrolling nearby, smiled proudly at her best friend's introduction. Izuku approached the podium, took the microphone from Midnight, and said in a monotone voice, "Good luck to all participants." He quickly handed the mic back to a stunned Midnight, who had expected a more epic speech. The crowd was momentarily speechless as Izuku returned to his spot. Inko chuckled, saying, "I was expecting this. He might be overwhelmed, so he tried to keep it short." Akira and Athena nodded, familiar with Izuku's tendencies. Midnight snapped out of her surprise and announced, Anyways, with the short but encouraging opening speech, let's get started with the sports festival." The crowd cheered as Momo patted Izuku on the back, noticing he seemed a bit dejected about not delivering a longer, more cheerful speech. Akino teased, My, who knew our seemingly perfect class rep would be nervous in front of a crowd?" Class 1A laughed, and even Momo, trying not to giggle, couldn't help but smile at Izuku's comic misfortune. Midnight began, "All right then. Our first round will be an obstacle course. All students are required to go through 3 different obstacles in this long 4-kilometer course. Students, please assemble at the starting line." As the students gathered, Izuku focused on gathering chakra around his hands and legs. Though invisible to the untrained eye, a palpable pressure emanated from him, causing nearby students to feel uneasy. The countdown began, and most students got into running positions, while Izuku maintained a throwing stance. When the countdown hit 0, a loud boom echoed as Izuku leaped high into the air, summoning 2 marked kunai. He threw 1, enhanced with chakra, as it zipped through the air almost invisibly. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared just before the second obstacle, catching the kunai with one hand and throwing the other before disappearing again. He reappeared in front of the finish line, walking through it as the buzzer went off. Confusion spread among the crowd until they looked at the huge screen displaying the first-place finish time, 8 seconds. Shock rippled through the audience, especially among the students, as no one had even made it past Todoroki's ice. All Might's expression reflected disbelief at his record being shattered so easily, and even Midnight remained in a state of shock. Aizawa's voice broke through the noise, announcing, "The official record for the obstacle course, previously held by All Might at 1 minute, has been broken." The crowd erupted in cheers as Izuku walked to a seat, thinking, 1 minute? I thought All Might was faster? Meanwhile, All Might wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, reflecting, "This kid. Even during my time, I faced obstacles that slowed me down. I can't believe he broke the sound barrier over that distance." Other heroes buzzed with conversation about Izuku's incredible speed, while Inko felt a mix of pride and anxiety at the chatter surrounding her son from the VIP section. Akira remarked, "Well, he definitely broke the speed of sound," while Athena added, "I expected Izuku to be at the top, but I didn't anticipate this. He might actually be the fastest among the top." A few minutes later, as Izuku grew a bit bored, the buzzer sounded again, signaling Momo's arrival from the tunnel in second place. Breathing heavily but looking fine, she approached Izuku with a smile. "Congrats, Izuku-an. You beat All Might's record." Izuku replied, slightly disappointed, "I expected the record to be closer to my time." Momo's sweat dropped, thinking only you, Izu, only. More students began to finish, and the top 42 were determined. Kurama commented, "I didn't expect this generation to be weaker. While they are stronger and faster than average people, they are slower compared to Chunin. Izuku pondered quietly as he waited for Midnight to announce the next event. Midnight stepped onto the stage and declared, "All right. The second event is a concrete maze. In a few minutes, Cementos will create a maze across the entire field, and all 42 players will enter from different inlets. The objective is to collect as many tokens as possible from your opponents. The tokens must be placed visibly, not hidden in clothing or elsewhere. All participants will receive a 500-point token, except for Izuku Midoriya, who will receive 10,000 points." All eyes turned to Izuku, who was engrossed in a book. Kirishima, sitting next to him, tapped him on the shoulder and asked, Izubro? Didn't you hear the event announcement?" Izuku finally looked up and replied, "Did you say something?" The collective gasp from the other students echoed through the area as Izuku turned back to Midnight and asked, "Where can I get my token?" "So you did listen to Midnight," the students shouted in unison, to which Izuku responded, "Did you guys say something?" Time passed, and all participants were ready at their respective entrances, putting aside their earlier confusion. Midnight began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, enter. The students rushed into the maze, unaware of each other's locations, but 24 of them shared a common thought: "I will get the 10,000 points." Meanwhile, Class 1A, excluding Todoroki and Izuku, had their own thoughts. Izuku decided, "Let me just flash step around. It's a good way to pass the time." Over the next 15 minutes, Izuku appeared and disappeared in front of many participants, while Todoroki searched for him, determined to collect any tokens he could find. Suddenly, a loud buzzer rang, signaling the end of the round as the maze walls vanished, courtesy of Cementos. Students without tokens felt disappointment wash over them, while others eagerly checked the scoreboard. Izuku Midoriya, 10,000 points. Momo Yaoyorozu, 4,000 points. Ibara Shiozaki, 3,000 points. Itsuka Kendo, 2,500 points. Katsuki Bakugu, 2,000 points. Kirishima Hiru, 2,000 points. Hantasiro, 1,500 points. Shinsho Hitoshi, 1,500 points. Mina Ishido, 500 points. Akino Himejima, 500 points. Toru Hagakure, 500 points. Tetsu, 500 points. Denki Kaminari, 500 points. Shoto Todoroki, 500 points. Mei Hatsum, 500 points. Ochako Uraraka, 500 points. Those not on the leaderboard exited the field, while the remaining students turned to Izuku. Kaminari exclaimed, "But how are you so fast? You were everywhere." Izuku simply shrugged and replied, "What can I say? Speed is my birthright." As the audience cheered for the top 16, Midnight tapped her mic to gain attention. "We will have a 1-hour break before the one-on-one matches begin. During this time, we will conduct some small events for those who lost in the second round." Some participants left their seats for snacks, while the top 16 took a break to recharge. Izuku hoped to visit some stalls with Momo, but seeing her with her friends, he decided to go alone. He wandered around, enjoying some takoyaki and energy drinks. While passing time, he spotted Ryukyu in line for ice cream, giving a child her autograph. Approaching her, Izuku waved and she smiled back, saying, "You beat All Might's record, Izuku. I couldn't even keep up with your movements." With a grin, Izuku replied, "I had to show the villains what I'm made of. We both know they'll be watching for upcoming talents." Ryukyu nodded in understanding and asked, "So, want some ice cream?" "My treat." "Sure, I'll take a scoop of lychee flavor," Izuku said, as Ryukyu nodded and he got in line, apologizing to the person behind him for cutting in. The person waved it off, knowing Izuku wouldn't be buying much. As they strolled, Ryukyu shared stories about her recent encounters with villains, and Izuku listened eagerly, asking, "What about the hero killer? You are assigned to go after him as well?" Ryukyu nodded, replying, "A lot of heroes have died by his hands, and so have civilians. This villain needs to be stopped, so I accepted the mission when it was offered to me." Izuku thought to himself, Ryukyu is very strong, so I believe she will stay safe. Checking the time, he threw his empty ice cream cup in the trash can and said, "Well, the break time is almost up, Ryukyu. I gotta go see the matchups." "Good luck, Izuku," she called, waving him off. Izuku lightly jogged towards the arena where they were told to gather after the 1-hour break. Arriving on time, he saw others waiting for the matchups as well. Tapping onto the mic, Midnight caught everyone's attention as she began. "The matchups will be presented on screen, and the first match will be..." The contestants' names rolled around and finally stopped, showing Ibara Shiozaki vs Akino Himejima, Ochako Uraraka vs Mina Ishido, Itsuka Kendo vs Shoto Todoroki, Toru Hcure vs Izuku Midoriya, Mei Hatsum vs Hitoshi Shinso, Denki Kaminari vs Ejiro Kirishima, Tetsu Tetsu vs Hantasiro, Bakogu Katsuki vs Yayoro Zumomo. Midnight announced, "And our first match is between Ibara Shiozaki and Akino Himejima." Cheering noises, the rest of the contestants can wait for their turn with their classes or in the waiting room. As Akino and Ibara stood on each side of the arena, Present Mike began, "All right folks. This is a match between a heartful believer of God from Class 1B, Shiozaki Ibara, and her opponent is none other than the Class 1's Goddess of Beauty, Akino Himejima." "What's with the goddess title for my student?" Shota asked. "I don't know, Shota. I heard it from a couple of general class boys gossiping about Akino being the college's goddess or something." Sweat dropping at the rather embarrassing introduction, Akino and Ibara exchanged a glance that seemed to say, "Let's forget this ever happened." Midnight started the countdown. 3, 2, 1, and fight. Ibara began the battle with a polite apology for fighting Akino as she sent a wave of vines to grab her. Akino easily flew up into the sky with her wings and summoned a magic circle that produced a bolt of lightning aimed at Ibara. Quickly, Ibara formed a circular shield with her vines, but the lightning struck, burning and breaking some of them. Keeping half of her vines for defense, she enlarged the other half to pursue Akino, who flew around, dodging and attacking. Feeling her energy waning, Akino decided to end it with a powerful move, conjuring a massive magic circle. Widening her eyes at the size of the circle, Ibara quickly raised her vines to form a multi-layered shield. A huge purple lightning bolt struck the ground where Ibara stood. As the smoke cleared, Ibara was revealed with first-degree burns, her vines destroyed or scattered, and she slowly fell to the ground. Checking on her quickly, Midnight brought the mic to her lips and announced, "Ibara has fainted. The winner of the first match is Akino Himejima." Giving a gentle smile, Akino walked back through the entrance as Mike exclaimed, "What a terrific first match. Both ladies have shown themselves to not be underestimated, and Himejima's final attack even destroyed a portion of the arena. We sure have some powerful girls in our school, Shota." Indeed, both gave commendable performances, focusing not only on attacking but also on defending themselves. It was a good first match. Appearing on stage, Midnight signaled Mike, who called out, "It's time for round 2. Our contestants are Class 1A's bubbly girl, Ochako Uraraka, who will be fighting against her classmate famous for her unique appearance, Mina Ishido." Both girls appeared on stage with smiles on their faces, as if gathering for a hangout. Midnight began the countdown, and begin. Uraraka immediately rushed Mina, hoping for an advantage in close combat, but was quickly forced to dodge as Mina shot acid from her hands. "I am not making it easy, Oka. I will not lose, Mina," Ochako declared, running ahead in a zigzag manner, but Mina glided around the arena, using acid to enhance her speed. Forced to dodge from various angles, Ochako shielded her vulnerable spots while jumping around, trying to evade Mina's relentless attacks. After a few seconds, she sustained first-degree burns on her arms and legs from protecting herself. Meanwhile, Mina was tiring, running low on acid after her continuous attacks. A small stumble from Ochako caught Mina's keen eye, and she rushed forward. Ochako launched a strong punch at the approaching Mina, who bent her body back, using acid to slide under the punch. She then jumped and kicked into the back of Ochako's neck, landing a critical hit that caused Ochako to fall to the floor, unconscious. Checking on Uraraka, Midnight pointed to Mina and announced, "Participant Ochako Uraraka has fainted. The match goes to Mina Ishido." In the stands, Denki quickly got up, worried about his best friend, and ran out as Mina stayed until Uraraka was taken by the bots. Mike announces, "Well, wasn't that a one-sided fight?" Mina Ishido dominated with her ranged attacks and agility, leaving Uraraka unable to keep up. In a contest of strength, Ishido knew Uraraka had her outclassed. Sticking to her tactics was impressive, and her ability to be flexible in close combat is something to be proud of. Not many ranged fighters can excel at hand-to-hand combat as well. Letting out a cheer for the winner, Mina gives a huge smile to the crowd before heading off to grab some energy drinks. Another signal from Midnight prompts Mike to continue. After 2 blood-pumping fights, we have arrived at the 3rd round. The class representative of Class 1B, the big sister of 1B, Itsuka Kendo, faces off against none other than Shoto Todoroki. Aizawa kicks Mike under the table for his slip-up as an annoyed Todoroki emerges from his corner, while Itsuka appears determined. Izuku watches keenly, sighing as he comments, "Todoroki will lose." Only Momo hears him, and she looks surprised but decides to watch the fight unfold. As Midnight starts the countdown, she quickly jumps away, yelling, "Begin!" Shoto, muttering an apology, sends out a massive ice glacier toward Kendo. Gritting her teeth, Itsuka yells, "Maximum output." Her hands enlarge to the size of 2-story buildings as she smashes them against the ice, easily breaking it and sending shards back toward Shoto. In shock, he conjures another ice shield to protect himself. Taking advantage of the moment, Itsuka rushes to the side, circling around as Shoto looks for her. In a panic, he realizes she is no longer where he expected. Itsuka quickly punches Todoroki in the back, keeping up her assault and preventing him from conjuring ice. Forced to dodge or defend against her relentless strikes, Shoto grits his teeth in frustration. He encases his left side in ice spikes, but Kendo smirks as she enlarges her left hand and smashes it down, throwing Todoroki off the platform and knocking him out. Checking on him, Midnight raises her hand to Itsuka, exclaiming, "And the winner is Itsuka Kendo." What a surprising match. Pushing her quirk to the extreme, Kendo completely dominated the ice glacier, and in a display of martial arts, Shoto Todoroki was quickly taken out by the big sister of Class 1B. Mike announces, "I have to agree, Kendo's martial abilities are top-notch, and her strategy worked perfectly against an irrationally thinking Todoroki." In the hero section, some heroes step away from the clearly furious Endeavor, who can't believe how easily his son lost. "I've had enough of his childish behavior. He could have won that easily with his fire. Shoto, you better be prepared today. I won't tolerate this behavior from now on." Class 1B cheers loudly as Monoma taunts Class 1A over the wall, but he is quickly pulled back by the vice rep, Setsuna. Momo looks at Izuku and asks, "How did you know?" Izuku replies, "While I was surprised by her quirk, I saw anger clouding Todoroki's eyes. Against a top-notch martial artist, it's never good to lose your mind to anger." Momo nods, contemplating strategies for her upcoming match. Meanwhile, Izuku flashes toward the entrance of the arena, giving a quick high-five to a clearly happy but exhausted Kendo. After a brief intermission, Mike announces, "After the miraculous showcase of power and martial arts, our 4th-round participants are the Invisible Girl from 1A, Toru Hagakure, and her opponent, the class representative of 1A, Izuku Midoriya." The crowd erupts in cheers as Izuku steps into the arena, noticing floating gloves and shoes. He asks, Hagakure? You are wearing clothes, right?" Hagakure responds, "Of course. I had my hair taken every time it grew long, and it was converted into cloth by a quirk user that turns invisible with me. Prepare yourself, Midoriya." She removes her gloves and shoes, becoming completely invisible as Izuku closes his eyes, sending a small amount of chakra to his ears. Midnight jumps back, yelling, "Begin!" Confident in her invisibility, Hagakure rushes toward Izuku. As soon as he hears her footsteps, he jumps back, narrowly avoiding her punch. Izuku continues to evade her attacks, knowing he can't predict her punches but can anticipate her range. Each time he hears her footsteps getting closer, he jumps back to stay out of her reach. This continued for a while, leaving the spectators confused as Aizawa explained the situation, leaving many in awe of such a tactic. Hagekure quickly realized why it wasn't working. She held her breath and stepped forward. Suddenly, Izuku performed a small series of hand seals, bringing his fingers close to his mouth as he thought, "Wind style, great breakthrough." He blew out, and the force of the wind quickly lifted Hagekure, smashing her back against the wall, making a small dent. Midnight quickly approached her to check on her but was met with a small shout of pain as Hagekure exclaimed, "I am fine." Izuku brought over her gloves and shoes, saying, "Do go to the nurse, Hagekure." "Yeah, I think my spine has sprained a bit, maybe," she replied. Calling over the bots, Midnight placed Hagekure on the stretcher after assessing her condition. She lifted Izuku's hands, declaring him the winner, and whispered, "Your senses are quite strong, huh? I wonder if your sense of pleasure is high too." Confused and a bit flustered, Izuku quickly jogged off the arena while Momo and Akino glared at Midnight, their presence intimidating those around them. She made Izuku fluster. Momo remarked, "Era, I didn't expect you to be in competition, Miss Midnight." "I have some planning to do," Akino replied. Many were puzzled by Kurama's urgent request for Izuku to ask his mom for the calligraphy set. Minato and Kushina laughed, with Kushina saying, "Well, I guess the best ninja art to learn early is Fuinjutsu since it doesn't affect a child's growth at all." Naruto sighed, wishing he had the chance to learn Fuinjutsu first instead of after his marriage to Hinata, giving a small glare to the whistling Hiruzen. As they watched Kurama instruct Izuku on training in calligraphy and Izuku's choice to learn acrobatics, Jiraiya commented, "I have to admit, the Nine-Tails is a rather capable teacher." Minato quickly added, "Yeah, unlike a certain white-haired student and teacher of mine." Kakashi turned away in embarrassment while Jiraiya was about to counter, but Tsunade interjected, "All you taught him in 3 years was a taijutsu style, how to control Rasengan better, and almost nothing else." Others laughed at the white-haired sage, who was crying in a corner. Watching Izuku intently learn from Kurama about the basic strokes of calligraphy, Mito commented, Looks like the child is rather good at learning what is taught to him. His first attempt with the brush is much better compared to mine." Kushina nodded, remembering when she would run around and prank others instead of learning. After a week of diligent practice under Inko and Kurama's guidance, Itachi remarked, "Looks like Izuku-kun's drive to learn is rather impressive." Fugaka looked at Itachi and said, "In a way, his growth might be similar to yours, Itachi." Itachi nodded as Boruto muttered about genius and talented people, prompting Hinata to dryly say, "Says the one who spent his childhood hating his dad for no reason and not training at all." Sarada laughed at her husband's betrayed expression while Himawari tried to console him. When Izuku and Momo met after Izuku's calligraphy exam, with Izuku feeding Momo, Ino commented, "Ah, look at the cute children. Momo reminds me a bit of Hinata with her shyness." Hinata sweat-dropped but stayed silent, knowing how much worse she had been. Jiraiya laughed, saying, "Looks like the young kid will be quite a woman-killer in the future." However, feeling the glares from the female populace, he retreated to his corner of depression while Minato and Naruto sweat-dropped. They saw Akira enter Izuku's room and discover the diary. Naruto commented, "Wow, I didn't know it was that bad." Minato sadly nodded, saying, "Well, we didn't know about the kid before you met him, Naruto, so seeing this shows why Izuku is so cautious and scared." Many agreed, realizing that a child who was once happy was suddenly met with the world's hatred, unable to cope. As both families moved into the Yaoyorozu mansion, Sakura exclaimed, "Dim, that is one humongous palace." Many agreed, and Tsunade asked, "Well, isn't Momo-chan excited?" They watched as Momo dragged Izuku everywhere to show him around. Many continued watching until Athena's sister arrived for the first tutoring session. After seeing how Elena's husband discussed plans to gather evidence, Sasuke remarked, "That is a rather intelligent plan, to create legal evidence instead of shutting down the case right then and there." Minato commented, "Yeah, a plan a certain someone could have used against Danzo." Hiruzen joined Jiraiya in the corner of depression, imagining an arrow going through his heart. As they observed Athena excitedly dragging Inko to bond, leaving a lonely Akira behind, Mito noted, "Well, like parent, like child, huh?" Now it seems obvious where Momo's excitement comes from. Upon seeing the Midoriya family's new home, many whistled in admiration over the layout and the training room. Hiruzen remarked, "If we had this equipment during our time in school, the kids would have grown more." As they watched Izuku diligently meditate and unlock chakra on his first try, Hashirama exclaimed, "God, this child will be a beast in the future. I don't know anyone who unlocked their chakra on the first try, even at the age of 6. Minato nodded as everyone noticed Kurama's shocked expression and his comment about Naruto, who whined, "Hey, I'm sorry for being such a brat, blame my genes." Kushina looked to the side, a bit embarrassed, knowing where Naruto inherited it from. Sasuke observed the large amount of chakra and remarked, "That is a considerable amount of chakra for a young child. He might be a descendant of a clan." Minato agreed, noting, "A Chunin-level chakra for a 6-year-old is impressive." They watched as Izuku easily completed the leaf control exercise. Minato chuckled at Kurama's comparison of Izuku to himself, saying, "As sad as it is, the kid is much smarter than I was at his age. He has a much easier way of learning this exercise. I worked hard and smart, but it seems he does it better." Sasuke turned to Sakura and asked, "Isn't that how you learned your leaf exercise in school?" Sakura shook her head, replying, "No, I practiced at home all day to impress everyone the next day." Naruto and Ino chimed in, teasing, "Impress Sasuke, you mean?" Sakura looked away, flustered. Over the month, they watched Izuku train diligently, bonding with Elena, his teacher, and forming friendships with Momo and Athena, who quickly became best friends with Inko. Rock Lee commented, "Such a youthful friendship. Right, Guy-sensei?" "You are right, Lee, that is a youthful friendship," Guy agreed. Ignoring the enthusiastic duo, Kakashi remarked, "I have a feeling of déjà vu about what's to come." The others looked confused but continued to watch. In Chapter 9, they were in awe as Izuku stressed the tree climbing exercise just as easily as the leaf exercise, and Kurama suggested teaching him throwing arts. Sasuke sighed, "And we used to think our generation was prodigious." The Konoha 12 sighed in disappointment, but Shikaku reassured them, "You grew up during peaceful times, so we didn't train you much and let you have your freedom." Ino asked hopefully, "So we could have been as good as Izuku at learning?" Their hopes were dashed by the collective response of the older generation, "Nope, no chance, no." Ino sighed in defeat. They watched as Izuku devised a plan to acquire shuriken and kunai, laughing at his embarrassment after hugging a shocked Athena. Over the next month, they saw Izuku making visible progress in his training with a proud Kurama, which made Naruto grumble about never having seen that expression on Kurama before. Everyone cheered during the court scene where Aldra was judged guilty, with most of the faculty arrested, and the government took responsibility for the issue. Minato and Fugaku shuddered as they watched Athena threaten Akira when he disagreed with Momo learning throwing arts, recalling how their wives could be just as intimidating. Finally, it was Izuku's birthday. They laughed at the sight of a scared Izuku clinging to the ceiling. Momo presented Izuku with a steel necklace featuring a picture of them playing, prompting coos from the females. When it was Akira's turn, Kakashi felt a tingling sensation as he watched intently. Silence fell as everyone saw Akira give Izuku a mask similar to Kakashi's. Kushina exclaimed, "I swear, if Izuku wears that all the time, I will have a word with this Akira when he comes to heaven," a sentiment echoed by Rin, Minato, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Kakashi stood proudly, tears of happiness streaming down his face. Everyone agreed with Inko's suggestion to learn something musical to relax, a pastime many ninjas overlooked, as their only means of relaxation often revolved around their high energy levels. As the next matchup was announced, Present Mike declared, "Let's move on to the next matchup. We now have Mei Hatsum, the tech genius from the support class, versus Eraserhead's wannabe son from the general department, Hitoshi Shinso." A smack echoed as Present Mike rubbed a lump on his head, courtesy of Aizawa. Both contestants entered the arena, one wrapped in gadgets and the other strolling casually with his hands in his pockets. Midnight shouted, "Begin!" Shinso immediately asked, "What are those gadgets?" Mei beamed, starting to explain, but fell silent when Shinso commanded, "Walk out." Wordlessly, Mei complied, and Midnight announced, "Winner by walkout is Hitoshi Shinso." The crowd was stunned, and Present Mike asked, "Shota, could you explain what just happened?" Aizawa crossed his arms, stating, "I won't, since his quirk is his only way to victory." Many contestants grumbled as Present Mike continued, "Moving on, we have from the Hero Class 1A, the Pikachu wannabe with a Psyduck personality, Denki Kaminari, battling against his musclehead best friend from Hero Class 1A, Ijiro Kirishima." Cheers and laughter erupted as a grumbling Kaminari emerged, cursing at Present Mike, while a slightly embarrassed Kirishima followed. Midnight nodded to both contestants, bringing the mic to her mouth as she began the countdown. "All right, 3. Begin." Kaminari yelled, "I will finish this one move, bro. 1,000,000 volts." Kirishima hardened his body to the max and shouted, "I already knew, bro. I will tank it." Lightning struck Kirishima, producing a cloud of smoke. He then jumped through the smoke, surprising everyone, and landed a punch on Kaminari, sending him flying off the edge and onto the grass. Kirishima looked fine, aside from some burn marks and breathing from the endurance he spent to withstand the hit. Midnight announced, "The Pikachu is unconscious. This match goes to Kirishima." Pumping his fist, Kirishima waited for his friend to be carried out before following after. Present Mike looked at the list and announced from the booth, "Now that was a good Pokemon battle, folks. Let's move on to the next fight. Between the Steelix, Tetsu, and battling the Steelix will be the wannabe Spider-Man, Hanta Zero." As both boys entered the stage, Tetsu smirked confidently and said, "I already know your quirk, and it will be my victory." Zero replied, "We will see, man. You look too much like Kirishima." Tetsu twitched at the comment, hearing it repeatedly. Midnight announced, "All right, boys, begin." Zero immediately threw his tape, wrapping it around Tetsu, who was too slow to dodge. Tetsu tried to swing the tape around but was confused when he couldn't. "When I harden into steel, my weight increases up to 300 kilograms, he smirked. Zero grinned and said, "I wanted to save this for later, but..." He retracted the tape quickly, surprising Tetsu as he was sent airborne and landed on the grass, unable to stop himself. "If I stand my ground hard, I can retract weight up to 500 kilograms, unless you are on a downhill," Zero explained. Midnight announced, "The tape man achieves victory." Zero's sweat dropped and said, "Please don't call me that, it sounds weird." Midnight just smirked as both boys walked off the arena, one happy and the other grumbling. Present Mike then announced, "All right, folks, now on to the last match between the goddess of creation and the god of destruction, Yaoyorozu Momo and Bakugo Katsuki, both belonging to Hero Class 1A. Cheers erupted as the audience heard the names and titles of the last two contestants, especially Momo's, given her family's legacy. Both contestants entered with a serious Bakugo and a determined Momo. Momo was one of the few who knew everything about Izuku's past and who was responsible for it. Although she understood Bakugo had changed and that Izuku had urged her not to hold a grudge, she still felt animosity towards him. Momo wore a belt with several round ball-like structures. Receiving nods from both students, Midnight started the countdown. "All right, begin." Bakugo rocketed towards Momo using his explosions, while Momo dropped the ball structures, releasing cold fog that covered the platform. Bakugo tried to stop himself but entered the fog, where the cold affected him, causing his hands to stop releasing any fluid. Suddenly he was hit with freezing water, and despite his attempts to dodge, Momo's aim was precise. Wearing goggles and connected to a liquid nitrogen tank, Momo used her quirk to supply small amounts of water, which flowed with speed and accuracy. Noticing Bakugo's hands shivering, Momo transformed the objects she created into a staff and rushed into the fog. Bakugo, whose hands were numb, realized the water had stopped hitting him. He attempted to use his explosions, but his hands were too numb to function properly. Suddenly, he was struck on his side by Momo's staff, sending him out of the fog and to the edge. Digging his feet in, Bakugo managed to stop himself from falling, but Momo charged at him. He jumped away but lost his balance and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Momo kicked him fiercely in the stomach, causing him to clutch his ribs as he was seen out of the arena. Midnight winced and announced, "All right, Bakugo is out of the field. The winner of this match is Yaoyorozu Momo." Izuku clapped as he saw Momo looking towards him, a bit ashamed for letting her emotions get the better of her. He shook his head and stood up to talk to her, while Akino silently acknowledged the history behind the fight. Reaching the bottom floor, Izuku saw Momo looking down, avoiding his gaze. "It's fine, Momo. I know you haven't forgiven him. I just hope you'll try to be more lenient with him now. He is trying hard to change, and it all happened when we were kids." Momo looked up at him, and he gave her a reassuring smile. She sighed in relief and said, "Hi, Izuku-kun. I will make sure to stop holding this grudge and work on controlling my feelings." They then headed to the food stands, knowing Momo was hungry, and Izuku praised her intellect during the battle. As they arrived at the stands, Momo was gently tapped from behind. Turning around, she saw Ryukyu, who congratulated her on her battle, praising her strategic mind. Izuku went to get some food for Momo and drinks for himself and Ryukyu. Seeing Izuku walk away, Ryuko turns to Momo and asks, "So Momo, when do you plan to confess?" Momo blushes and fiddles with her fingers as she replies, "Well, I was gonna do it after the sports festival." Ryuko laughs and pats Momo on the back. Momo then asks, "Well, what about you, Ryuko?" Ryuko freezes, turns away and says, I don't know what you're talking about." Momo presses further, "Save it, Ryuko. We both know you love him just as much as I do." Ryuko looks back, a bit guilty, and quietly says, "But you've known and loved him longer than me, Momo. I don't want to pursue him if it hurts you." Momo responds, "But I know Izuku was one of the first people you became friends with, and he is the reason we all met. I would feel horrible if this creates a distance between us." Ryuko hugs Momo and whispers sweetly, "Well, Momo, have you ever thought of me as a crush?" Momo's face reddens as she backs away, saying, "Do you mean?" Ryuko smiles and says, "Well, Momo, I haven't only loved Izuku but you as well. You're so nice, bubbly, friendly, and appealing. It's hard not to catch feelings." Momo's face reddens more as she quietly whispers, I may have fantasized about the three of us together as well." Ryuko smiles wider and suggests, "Then why don't we all be together? This way we can always stay close." Momo thinks for a moment but replies, "But we won't be able to marry publicly." Ryuko responds kindly, "Oh, my dear Momo, we can always have a private wedding among ourselves, with you publicly marrying Izuku." Momo smiles and asks, "Won't you be jealous?" Ryuko replies, "I can just marry you both in private. It's like a three-way relationship, and we can always be together." Momo looks away and says, Let's talk about this later. You know Jiro also likes Izuku, and there's another new friend who is getting close to him too." Ryuko puts on a complicated expression and sighs, I didn't take Izuku for a lady killer." Momo laughs a bit, saying, "I guess he's just that unconsciously good at making us fall for him." They both laugh as they see Izuku approaching with a tray of food and drinks, deciding to talk later in private. Izuku notices the girls with a bit of red on their faces and questions, "Why are you both a bit red? Did something happen?" Momo quickly shakes her head, saying, "It was just a bit hot standing here, Izuku-kun." Izuku nods, and they all sit at a table to eat. As break time ends, the seats fill up again for the top 8 quarterfinals of the tournament. Midnight walks onto the stage with a mic and announces, "And with the first round of fights, we move on to the top 8. You can see the list of candidates on the screen, so choose which one you support. Time to reveal the matchups." The younger part of the crowd cheers as the 8 names shuffle on screen. Match 1, Mina Ishido vs Hitoshi Shinso. Match 2, Yaoyorozu Momo vs Akino Himejima. Match 3, Hantasiro vs Izuku Midoriya. Match 4, Ejiro Kirishima vs Itsuka Kendo. Looking up at the screen, Mina stands to go fight, but Kirishima stops her, saying, "Mina, be careful and try not to speak, okay?" We saw how his previous opponent responded to him but was hypnotized. Mina grins and replies, "Thanks, Kiri. I will make sure to mind it." Present Mike in the booth announces, "And now folks, the first match in the quarterfinals is between the mysterious figure from the general course, Hitoshi Shinso, going up against the cheerful human Kirby of Class 1, Mina Ishido." Both contestants walk into the ring, nodding to Midnight as she begins the countdown. "All right, fight." Without wasting a second, Mina instantly begins throwing acid at Shinso while closing the gap between them. Shinso, clearly overwhelmed, has no choice but to scamper around trying not to be burned, unable to speak. Mina smirks as she surrounds her feet with acid, speeding towards Shinso. "God damn it," he screams, trying to punch but lacking training. Mina easily slides under the punch, grabs the back of Shinso's shirt, and tosses him down. Hitting the floor hard, Shinso lets out a cry of pain. "Deepening, you blessed people?" Desperately trying to respond but failing, Shinso watches as Mina grins and shoots out some acid. "Wow, you have a weak body," she says before kicking him in the stomach, pushing him out of the line with the force of the kick. Coughing, Shinso gritted his teeth as the robots came to take him away. Midnight approached Mina, raising her hand and declaring, "And the winner is Mina Ishido going for the semi-finals." The crowd cheered as Mina beamed, waving to everyone before leaving the stands. Izuku watched, feeling proud of his classmate's easy victory and her cheerful personality that captivated the audience. He glanced at Kirishima, noting that despite not being the smartest in class, Kirishima's battle instincts were impressive. With Momo and Akino both silently heading to the arena, Izuku focused intently on his close friends. Up in the booth, Present Mike announced, "All right folks, this is a match between arguably some of the top female candidates of the hero course. We have the Thunder Priestess, Akino Himejima, going up against the Goddess of Creation and the President of Class 1, Momo Yaoyorozu." As they entered the field, Momo smiled at Akino and said, "Let's not hold back, Akino." Akino returned the smile, replying, "I wouldn't dream of it, President." Midnight began the countdown. "All right then, fight." Momo instantly created a full leather sweater and a huge wooden shield. Akino shot lightning, which struck the wood, breaking it apart, but Momo remained unaffected. She then fashioned RBB gloves and charged toward Akino, who summoned lightning wings and flew into the sky. Momo created a thick sheet of RBB and crouched under it, hidden from view. Akino attempted to strike with lightning but, realizing it was ineffective, landed away from Momo. Momo crafted a small grenade, compressing halothane vapor into it, and fashioned a mini grenade launcher. "President, come on out. We don't have all day," she called. Momo threw the RBB sheet up, shielding herself as Akino flew higher. Momo jumped to the side and fired the grenade launcher. The grenade struck Akino's lightning wings, releasing the gas and spreading it around Akino's area. The audience remained safe behind an energy barrier. Momo donned a face mask as Akino slowly wobbled to the ground, chuckling, "I guess I lost," before falling asleep. The gas neutralized itself as Midnight, blocking her nose with a mask, entered the field. Raising Momo's hand, she declared, "The winner by knockout is Momo Yaoyorozu." Momo smiled and approached Akino, equally exhausted from her creations. She made a small bottle of cold water and splashed some on Akino. Waking up, Akino looked around, regaining her bearings, and took Momo's hand. Pulling herself up, Akino hugged Momo and whispered, "You were so cool, President. I will make sure to defeat you next time." Momo replied, "We'll see, Akino." They separated as Momo's creations transformed back into shiny particles, replenishing her energy. As they exited the arena, Izuku approached them. "You both fought really well, Momo. Your knowledge of chemicals is still a mystery to me. Akino, you managed to extend your use of lightning. Maybe you just need more practice with control," he said. Both girls smiled cheerfully at the compliment. "Thanks, Izuku/Izuku." Izuku returned a warm smile and headed to the arena for his match. Present Mic's voice echoed, announcing, after that intense match, we will move on to the next match with arguably the fastest person in Japan and the vice president of 1A, Izuku Midoriya, going up against Shiro, who is quickly proving himself to be more than what people think. On stage, Shiro wore a nervous smile while Izuku remained silent. Shiro said, "Please don't hurt me too much, Vice Press." Izuku nodded as Midnight began the countdown. "Well then, fight." In an instant, Izuku disappeared, reappearing behind Shiro with a swift neck chop. Shiro had no chance to react and face-planted into the ground, losing consciousness. The arena fell silent for a moment before erupting in cheers. Midnight entered the field, raising Izuku's hand. "The winner of this round is Izuku Midoriya." Robots arrived to lift Shiro onto a stretcher as Izuku walked away. As he exited, he heard Kurama's voice. "You sure didn't give him a chance like that, did you?" Izuku shrugged, thinking, Shiro already gave up halfway when he asked me to go easy on him. He noticed Itsuka walking toward him as she passed by, saying, "I can't wait to test my skills against you, Midoriya." Izuku paused, looking back at Kendo as she approached the arena. He whispered to himself, "As much as I want to face strong opponents, I know for a fact no one here can defeat me. I was trained not just to be a hero, but to protect people, even if it means taking down villains." Kurama's thoughts echoed in Izuku's mind about the horrors of ancient times and the potential threats from outer space. Mercy was never an option, a lesson drilled into him during training. Only those who suffered at the hands of villains could truly understand the importance of stopping them. The general public remained unaware that even villains could be eliminated, hidden from view, much like how All Might spread safety among citizens while others worked in the shadows to eliminate threats. Back to the arena. And now we have the indestructible Rock of Class 1A, Edgar Kirishima, battling against the president of Class 1B, Itsuka Kendo, announced Present Mic as Kendo glared at the booth, offended by the comparison. Kirishima and Kendo walked onto the arena, giving a nod to Midnight, who counted down, "All right, go." Kirishima hardened his hands and rushed toward Kendo with his arms in a cross guard. Kendo inflated her hands to a massive size and charged at Kirishima. Bang! Kendo's fist met Kirishima's guard, and he gritted his teeth, feeling the impact as he kicked toward Kendo's stomach. Jumping up, Kendo prepared to strike Kirishima's head. Kirishima placed his guard up, and bang! The impact was tremendous, pushing him down onto his knees and cracking the concrete beneath him. Shaking his hands to dispel the numbness, Kirishima exclaimed, "Wow, you've got some defense. Let's see you take this." Kendo jumped back, placing her fists against the ground and launching herself into the air with momentum. Extending her fists to cover more area than Kirishima could escape, she began to fall toward him with her fists facing forward. Kirishima paled as he pushed his hardening to the limit, curling up. Boom! A massive sound echoed as the arena broke apart. As the smoke cleared, Midnight saw Kirishima fully knocked out, his hands twisted. The robots came to take him away as Midnight approached Kendo, who was breathing and shaking her hands in pain, thinking, "That punch against the concrete was too much for my arms." Midnight pointed to Kendo, declaring, "And the winner of the last round of the quarterfinals is Itsuka Kendo." Kendo waved her arms with a small, pained smile as she headed toward the infirmary. Present Mic then announced, "We will take a 10-minute break to check on the condition of the students and be back with the semifinals." Turning to Aizawa, Present Mic said, "Man, this batch is crazy. She literally destroyed the arena." Aizawa nodded, replying, "True, Mike, but this is what we need, stronger students to take up the mantle. We both know All Might is not immortal." Mike nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Izuku watched the fight, surprised by the destruction. "I did not expect this level of destruction from her, I admit." Kurama replied, "That girl really trained hard with her quirk, kind of like you, Kit." Izuku agreed, noting that her quirk wasn't element-based, so he couldn't seal it. He shrugged, thinking, "I guess I will reveal another jutsu. She might think I will do what I did with Shiro." "You have to be careful, Kit. Her physical strength is significant. The momentum will definitely push you off." Izuku smiled under his mask, thinking, I just have to take her out faster than before. It was down to the top 4, Mina, Momo, Kendo, and Izuku, as they stood on stage while Midnight addressed the audience. Alright, time for the top 4. Let's see the matchup. The names shuffled on the screen, finally revealing match 1, Mina Ashido vs Itsuka Kendo, and match 2, Izuku Midoriya vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo, still exhausted from her match, looked nervous as she met Izuku's steady gaze. Mina was bubbly as ever, but Kendo appeared exhausted and in pain from her earlier match. Midnight announced, Alright, it's time for match 1 between Mina Ashido and Itsuka Kendo. The other participants may wait on the side. Momo and Izuku walked off toward Midnight Station beside the arena as Mina and Kendo faced each other. Midnight stepped between them, raising her hand. Alright then. Begin. Mina started by shooting acid at high speeds toward Kendo, who dodged around the field. Realizing her opponent was too agile, Mina began sliding around the floor, throwing acid to limit Kendo's movements. Kendo, noticing her restricted mobility, concentrated her quirk on one arm, inflating it to a massive size before pushing off the ground and launching herself over 13 meters into the air. Instead of panicking, Mina seized the opportunity, shooting acid at the airborne Kendo. Kendo used her enlarged hand as a shield, but it was still burned by the acid, causing her to cringe in pain. Mina quickly slid off, dodging Kendo's fist as it struck the concrete with full force. Kendo shouted in pain as Mina took the chance to kick her in the back, pushing her off the arena. Pressing a button to call the medbots, Midnight announced, and the winner of that match was Mina Ashido. Present Mike continued, Wow, our Acid Queen striked again with a clean victory using agility. Aizawa added, Ashido's quirk is very versatile and dangerous, as she can control the acidic level of her attacks and has an excellent way of managing it. Mina grins while waving and leaving the stage as Midnight announces, Alright, time for the second matchup of the semifinals. Izuku Midoriya vs the Princess of Yue, Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku walks up to the stage with a neutral expression, while Momo approaches with determination. Izuku thinks, Momo, you have come a long way in training. I will test you today on your progress. Alright Momo, show me your training, he calls out. Momo nods, bringing out her staff and creating a waist pouch for her projectiles. Midnight steps forward, raising her hand as she counts down, Start. Momo rushes at Izuku, striking forward with her staff, which he deflects with his palm. Using the momentum from Izuku's push, Momo rotates and strikes from the side, but Izuku jumps to avoid her attack. She then extends the staff, causing Izuku to grip it tightly as he is pushed back by the force. Izuku raises his hand, striking the metal staff to stop the extension, while Momo absorbs part of it and throws a handful of shuriken at him. Izuku jumps aside to dodge them. Seizing the moment, Momo creates a smoke grenade and puts on a mask before throwing it to the ground. Izuku knows where she is but remains still to gauge her plan. Suddenly, he moves to the left as he hears a slashing sound. He performs a hand sign, and a gust of wind explodes from him, clearing the smoke and pushing Momo back slightly. As the smoke dissipates, Izuku sees Momo wielding a katana with a rounded edge. He takes out 2 kunai as she rushes at him, slashing with all her training. Izuku calmly parries her attacks with the kunai. Momo then makes a forward slash, but Izuku spins around, kicking her feet to make her stumble. He uses the handle of the kunai to strike her back, causing her to fall to the ground. You're good with the sword, Momo, but remember not to place too much weight on one foot, it's easy to lose your footing, he advises. Momo glares at him for lecturing her mid-match but quickly retaliates by throwing more shuriken at him. Izuku jumps back as she creates a net gun and shoots at him. Coating his kunai with wind chakra, he cuts through the nets, letting them fall aside. Izuku steps forward and disappears, leaving Momo to turn around, thinking he might attack from behind. Instead, he is above her, balancing on her shoulders before landing and throwing her over the edge. Midnight declares, by ring out, the winner is Izuku Midoriya. In the booth, Present Mike comments, and the speed demon strikes again. Both contestants showing their abilities with different weapons, And Izuku Midoriya, in a show of acrobatics and strength, throws his opponent in a unique style. Aizawa adds, Yaoyorozu Momo was also very adept with her weapons and tactics, but Izuku Midoriya shows more prowess in physical combat, even compared to most pros. The audience cheers as Izuku helps a pouting Momo to her feet, putting on a helpless expression at her annoyance. You've gotten a lot better recently, Momo. You're really good with the katana, he compliments. Momo, silent for a moment, replies, I've been practicing, but Izuku, did you really have to throw me like that? You could have neck-chopped me like Siro. Izuku scratches his cheek, thinking, well, I can't say I was a bit too into the match, can I? Kurama chimes in, no way, unless you want Momo to ignore you for a week. Izuku dreads that possibility and responds, I was just showing you an example that you can be attacked from above, is all. Momo sighs and says, fine, but I want a date at the mall after this tournament. Yes, replies Izuku immediately. They both freeze, processing what they just said, their faces turning red. We will talk about the date later. Izuku stammers. Why yes? Momo replies, running off towards the stands. Izuku grows even redder under Kurama's teasing as Midnight chuckles at the scene. Going back to the stage, Midnight announces, all right folks, now it's time for the finals between Mina Ishido and Izuku Midoriya. Both walk onto the stage and Izuku says, I'm really proud of your progress, Mina. You defeated Kendo with great tactics. Mina laughs. Ha! Thanks, Vice President. Your guidance helped me train better. Izuku chuckles. I guess I don't need to go easy on you then. Mina panics. Please don't beat me. I have a appealing face. Midnight steps in. Begin. Mina starts shooting acid, but Izuku disappears using Flash Step, picking her up and flashing again to the edge, gently placing her down on the grass. The crowd goes silent as Mina yells, Dinin you, Izuku Midoriya? Laughter erupts, even Aizawa hides a smirk as Midnight announces Izuku as the tournament winner. Present Mike comments, well, that was a rather interesting finish to the tournament. Aizawa agrees, couldn't agree more. Izuku runs around the stage with a furious Mina chasing after him, throwing acid, reminding everyone of the classic cartoon, Tom and Jerry. A while later, after many apologies and a promise to buy candies, Mina finally calmed down, allowing the award ceremony to start. The podium was set up with Izuku at the top, Mina in second place, and Momo and Itsuka in third. Midnight began, and for the award ceremony, we have a special guest. It is me, All Might, he announced, landing on stage and interrupting Midnight. She froze in surprise as the audience erupted in cheers. Midnight composed herself and held the tray of medals. The third place goes to Momo Yaoyorozu and Itsuka Kendo, she announced. All Might placed medals around their necks, saying, you girls did amazing in this tournament. Yaoyorozu, your strategy was impressive, and Kendo, you fought fiercely. Both girls beamed at the praise. Midnight continued, the second place goes to Mina Ishido. All Might placed the medal around her neck, saying, you've really improved since the first battle class, Ishido. Keep it up. He gave her a high five, and then turned to Izuku. And the first place goes to the speed demon, Izuku Midoriya. He placed the medal around Izuku's neck, saying, you were incredible, breaking my records and dominating the tournament with ease. I can see you are close to surpassing me. Izuku smiled as Kurama remarked, if only you knew, the so-called strongest hero. The audience clapped for the victors as the four winners waved, and soon the crowd began chanting, remove the mask. Remove the mask. Oh, Shota, it seems like the audience wants to see the face of our speed demon, Present Mike said. Midnight handed the mic to Izuku, who asked, you want to find out what's inside the mask? The crowd responded with a loud, yes. Izuku slowly lifted the mask, bringing it close to his mouth. Inside the mask. He removed it completely, revealing another black mask underneath. The audience fell silent in disbelief, while Momo laughed at the situation. Mina, eager to see Izuku's face, tried to jump on him, but he dodged her with ease. Meeting up with the class afterward, Izuku was greeted by cheers and smiles as everyone complimented or teased him for pulling such a big prank during the award ceremony. After a small celebration with energy drinks at the vending machine, the class split up and Izuku and Momo walked toward the car. "So, a mall date, huh?" Izuku said, noticing Momo's face turn red. "Yes, it was a spur of the moment. You don't actually have to." Momo was cut off as Izuku hugged her, gently pushing her against the wall. "I am so happy, Momo. I will accept our date. I'm willing to go on as many dates as you like." Momo's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait. Does that mean?" "Yes, Momo. I love you, and I want you as my girlfriend." Tears filled Momo's eyes as she pulled down Izuku's mask and stood on her toes to kiss him. Shocked but happy, Izuku held her tighter, melting into their first kiss. Suddenly they heard snap snap. Turning, they saw Inko and Athena taking photos, with Akira smiling awkwardly nearby. My, aren't you too bold to do this in public?" Inko teased. Both Izuku and Momo immediately separated, their faces flushed. Athena, looks like I won the bet." "I knew Izuku would propose first," Inko said, causing Izuku and Momo to exclaim, "You two made bets." The rest of the day was spent at a restaurant, where the new couple was playfully teased by their parents. Later that night, Izuku paced in his room, still excited about the day's events. He realized they hadn't planned their date, so he called Momo. Ring ring. "Momo." "Yes?" "Izu." "Hey, we kind of forgot to plan tomorrow's date." "Oh yeah. A lot happened and we kind of forgot." "So when do you want to start tomorrow?" "Well, after breakfast at 10 would be good, and no fancy restaurant." Don't worry, I'm not like Uncle Akira. Let's plan it this way. I'll plan what we do after lunch, and you plan what we do before lunch and where to eat." "That sounds wonderful, Izu. You better plan well. I'm still mad about being thrown like that." "I'm sorry. How many times should I apologize?" "I'm just joking." "Well then, I'll see you tomorrow, Izu." "Same here. Good night." "Good night." After hanging up, Izuku smiled to himself, feeling very happy. "What can I say, sensei? This has been my most memorable day." Kurama chimed in, "You better sleep then. You want to look your best tomorrow without the mask." Meanwhile, Momo was seen rolling around in bed, excitedly hugging her pillow, before suddenly recalling her earlier encounter with Ryukyu. Momo takes out her phone and sends a message to Ryukyu. "Momo, Ryuko. Izuku proposed. We will go on a date tomorrow." Smiling face was smiling as Ryukyu, "OMG. You're so lucky. T to the power of T. Give me details." They chat excitedly as Momo recounts the events. "Ryukyu, you are so lucky. Don't forget our talk before." Momo, "Oh // oh, I have not forgotten. Let's meet up this Saturday with Kyuka and discuss." Ryukyu, "It's gonna be easy to convince Kyuka." Smirking face. Momo, "Huh? What do you mean?" Ryukyu, "Nothing." Ryukyu thinks to herself, "Oh Momo, you innocent girl. Kyuka has a crush on you harder than she does on Izuku. It's gonna be one interesting Saturday." She prepares for the night patrol. Despite getting her license only 8 months ago, Ryukyu has gained fame for skipping directly to the 3rd year due to her extraordinary performance. Her class has just entered the second half of their 3rd year. With one of the rarest types of quirks, Ryukyu quickly climbed the hero rankings due to her personality and gentleness with anyone she rescues. Already rated among the top 5,000 out of 56,890 heroes in Japan, she made headlines for acquiring the official hero title at the age of 17, only losing to Hawks, who got it at the next day. Izuku looks in the mirror, deciding between a blue jean shirt and a black one. He shrugs and puts on the blue shirt over his silver t-shirt and light blue jeans. "What do you think, sensei?" he asks, hearing Kurama's response. "Honestly, Kit, you are blessed with your looks. You can pull off any look." Taking that as a yes, Izuku folds the other shirt and puts it back in the dresser. "Alright, I'm good to go. Now to just eat breakfast." Meanwhile, Momo is in a frenzy. "Which one should I wear?" Athena sweat drops, unable to see her daughter's face due to the amount of clothes she is carrying, while Akira vanishes, not wanting to deal with the fashion show. Momo throws the clothes on the floor as they start picking out possibilities. 1 hour later, finally coming out of the dressing room, Momo presents her outfit to her mother, who claps in approval. The sound of Izuku's car horn is heard as Momo gives her mom a small hug and runs out, excited for her first date. Getting into the car, Momo gasps in surprise to see Izuku without his mask. "You look really good, Momo," he says, giving his signature eye smile. Momo beams at the praise. "I'm shocked you are. Without your mask, Izu. Your outfit is really cool." With a grin, Izuku starts the car, and they head towards the biggest mall in the city, hoping for less rush since it's a weekday. Time skip, next day. A red SUV stops at a parking spot as both Izuku and Momo get out of the car, holding hands as they walk to class. "Man, I regret not wearing my mask. So many people were taking pictures of us yesterday," Izuku says. Momo laughs, patting his back. "I mean, your modeling career, even though it was short, was very effective after all." "Well, I wonder what we will be doing today. Sensei did say we have to pick out our 2-week internships after the festival," Momo replies. Izuku shrugs. "Probably picking out hero names since we can't use our real names during internships." Momo nods as the new couple makes their way to class. Entering the classroom, they meet Mina, who looks at their linked hands and freezes. Izuku thinks, "Oh no. OMG, our viceroy is Yuzuki the model." Mina yells. Izuku facepalms while Momo stifles a laugh as the class gasps. "I saw the video of Yuzuki running away from fangirls while carrying Momo, but Izuku is holding her hand. So he is Yuzuki." Izuku curses in his head, wishing it wasn't Mina who discovered him. The class crowds around them as Aizawa, in the hallway, sighs at the scene. "Guys, Aizawa-sensei is here," Momo shouts. Everyone quickly returns to their seats as an irritated Izuku and a giggling Momo walk back to their places. Akino, noticing Izuku, says, I didn't expect you to be that famous model, Izuku. I wonder what else you are hiding." Izuku groans as Kurama comments in his head, "How about the fact that you can single-handedly defeat All Might?" Izuku sighs, replying, "You are not helping in this situation, sensei." Aizawa approaches the desk. "All right, problem children. You know you will be picking your internships today, but before that, we have something important to do." The students look on in anticipation and fear, expecting a grueling task. Choosing your hero names. A fun activity. The students cheer in unison. Aizawa glares, using his quirk to silence them. "But I will not be the judge of your hero names, because if you choose a bad one, there will be hell to pay." Midnight finishes, walking into the classroom and capturing the attention of several students. "Oh, it's Midnight," one student exclaimed. "I guess someone like her is best suited for judging our names since her hero name is one of the most popular ones," another added. "Man, those names are smack, shut up, Karo." The class quieted down as Midnight stood on the front desk, with Aizawa slipping out of the classroom. Midnight announced, "Now each of you take a board from the desk and write a hero name. I will judge your choices." The students lined up, taking the boards and returning to their places, discussing their names with friends. Most of the hero names were similar and unchanged. Midnight then called on Akino, who walked up to the front, showcasing her board. "I chose Lightning Priestess as my name to represent my power and my family tradition," she said. Midnight gave her a thumbs up. Izuku was the last to showcase. He stepped forward, showing his board and saying, "And I chose to be the Green Flash. The reason should be quite obvious." Midnight nodded in approval and announced the end of the class, instructing the students to go to the principal to register their hero names. As the day ended, Izuku, who was waiting for Momo, received a call. "Hey Momo, where are you?" he asked. "Aizu, I will be hanging out with Kyuka and Ryuko for the evening. You can go home without me," Momo replied. "Alright then, love. I will see you tomorrow morning," Izuku said. "Alright, bye." The call ended, and Izuku decided to drive home for the day. At home, Izuku's POV, entering the house, "I didn't notice Mom's presence. She must have gone for an extra shift. I made my way to my room and changed into my training clothes since I had a lot of time today. I might as well train for a while. After 3 hours of training, my phone rang. I walked over to check the caller ID and saw it was Mom. "Hello, Mom. Need anything?" I answered. "Izu, do you mind picking me up at the hospital? I'm feeling tired today. Just go to the register and say room 105A. They will guide you," Inko said. "Alright, Mom. I will be right over." This was new. It would be my first time visiting Mom's workplace. I might even meet her friend she keeps talking about. I teleported to the marker in my room, rushed for a quick bath, and changed into a black t-shirt and jeans. Getting into the car, I put the location into the maps and started driving. 25 minutes later, I parked the car and walked into the hospital, heading to the counter to ask about room 105A. "It's on the second floor, to the left side of the lift," the receptionist said. I thanked her and walked to the lift. Arriving in front of the room, I knocked on the door and stood for a few seconds before it opened. My mom greeted me with a bright smile. "You were rather quick to come here, Izu. Come inside. I will introduce you to my friend." Walking inside, I saw a lady who looked to be in her late 30s or early 40s, with little wrinkles around her eyes, perhaps due to lack of sleep. She had white hair and gray eyes that seemed dull. Mom then said, "Izuku, meet my friend Rei Todoroki, who I am assigned to as a personal nurse. Rei, this is my son Izuku Midoriya." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Todoroki." "Wait, Todoroki?" Giving me a small smile, she replied, "It's nice to meet you too, Izuku. Inko talks about you a lot." I then asked, Miss Todoroki, are you in any way related to Shoto Todoroki?" I noticed a brief flash of surprise in her eyes before they turned dull again. "Why, yes, I am his mother. How do you know him?" I rubbed the back of my head sheepishly. "Well, Miss Todoroki, I am his classmate at UA. She responded, "Oh, I thought I saw you somewhere. You were the winner of the sports festival. Congrats on that, Izuku." "Thank you, miss," I replied. She then fell silent for a moment before asking, "Izuku, how is my son in school?" I was surprised. Doesn't he tell his mom about his school life? Nevertheless, I answered, he is smart in studies. He comes off as cold, but he does have people talking to him. However, he seems to have a strange obsession with only using his ice and not his fire. I saw her eyes turn dull as she said, "I see. I wish I could talk to him one day, but he probably doesn't want to." Izuku's POV. The night passed as I contemplated what my mom told me about Miss Todoroki's past with Shoto. I never would have imagined that Endeavor would behave like this with his family. I woke up, having already finished packing my bags for the internship. I couldn't go with Ryuko since she was still a newbie in the hero field. I did pick Miruko, as many news articles pointed out that she never took in any interns. I wondered why she picked me, but her secretary had sent me the agency location. I went downstairs for breakfast, first needing to drop off Momo and pick up my hero costume suitcase with Aizawa. Thankfully, the agency is near the station. "Izuku, are you leaving? You'll be late if you don't," my mom calls out. "Yes, Mom. Just a minute," I reply, quickly putting on my shoes and grabbing the keys. I recently widened the size of the sunroof on my car for some reason. Strapping on my seatbelt, I start the car and drive towards the larger mansion in front of me. "Good morning, Izuku-san." Momo greets me with a smile as she gets into the car. "So, is all your stuff ready?" I ask. She points to the back and says, "Yep, 2 whole suitcases." I let out a sigh. "My dear Momo, is there a need to pack so much when you're practically a walking shopping mall?" She gives me a sheepish smile. "Well, it's my first internship with Uabami, and I got a bit too excited and forgot." Chuckling, I start driving while Momo connects to the Bluetooth to play some music. 20 minutes later, I park my car and offer to carry Momo's luggage since mine is stored in my tattoo. I spot Aizawa at platform 5, and we stand in front of him. No one else has arrived yet. Aizawa turns to me and says, "Good luck on your internship, Midoriya. Miruko can be quite a character." He gives me a glance of pity as I reply, "Thanks, sensei." I'm sure I'll learn a lot. He nods, and we wait in silence for the others. After 10 minutes, everyone arrives, and Aizawa takes attendance. Try to learn as much as possible. This is valuable experience. Don't cause trouble or do anything that could tarnish the academy's reputation. Don't use your quirks without permission from your intern teachers. That's all. Now leave. Yes, sir. Everyone responds, running off to their stations. I store my costume suitcase in my tattoo. That storage ability is really convenient, Aizawa remarks. I nod. I agree. I could be personal storage for an army if I wanted. He nods and turns to leave. I head outside to the parking lot, set the location, and start driving. 18 minutes later, I arrive at the building. I see a small underground driveway where I park and exit. Entering the dome-shaped building, it looks more like a training center, which makes sense since Miruko's secretary is the only other employee here. I walk to the reception desk and greet, "Hello, ma'am. I'm Izuku Midoriya from UA, here for my internship." The secretary, a woman with bunny-like features, claps her hands. "We've been waiting for you, Izuku Midoriya. I'm Rafne, Miruko's secretary. She's in the training hall. Just go straight from here and it's the fourth door to the right." I nod, bow my head, and walk towards my destination. I push the door open and say, "Hello, Miruko," just as I catch a kick aimed at my stomach. I push the person back and glare at the white rabbit ears. "What was that for?" Miruko smirks. "Heh, your reflexes and strength are on point as I expected, kid." I whisper to myself, "Wow, she really is short without the ears." A tick appears on Miruko's head as she yells, "All right, brat. You insult my height? Put him up." Miruko jumps forward with a kick. I stopped using resistance and weights a few days ago since my body exceeded them, so I easily swat away her legs and push her towards the wall with a palm strike to her stomach. She crashes against the wall, letting out a small gasp, but quickly gathers herself and dashes towards me. Seeing the kick aimed at my head, I bend aside, and her kick misses. However, her momentum halts abruptly as I knee her stomach. Miruko coughs and collapses on the floor. "Demon Kid, that was one hell of a strike." I chuckle. "And that was a nice warm-up for training, sensei." Miruko grows a tick mark but sighs as she stands up. "I invited you because of your strength at the festival, and you didn't disappoint. I thought you could use some kicking techniques, but it seems you don't need them." I nod. "So, what will we be doing now, sensei?" Miruko grins. "Drop the sensei part. You're much stronger than me. I'll be showing you hero work directly. You'll be patrolling with me for the next 2 weeks. You'll learn from the experience, kid." I give a smile. "All right, Miruko." She then asks, "How did you develop your strength to this level? I'm sure your quirk isn't related to physical advancement." I nod. "I used training techniques like resistance seals applied over my body with my quirk. There are different levels to it. Level 1 feels like walking through water, and it increases with each level." Miruko whistles. "You think you can hook me up to those seals as well?" Izuku pondered as he said, "I can, but you can't disable them. I can only do it. But I guess you can get used to level 1 by the time our internship ends, and we can meet up to alter it accordingly." Miruko grinned as she spread her arms and said, "All right, kid. Hook him up." Izuku nervously scratched his cheeks and said, "Well, you have to remove your clothes. I can only apply it on the skin." Thinking for a moment, Miruko circled around Izuku, poking at his muscles a bit before stepping back and saying, "You know what? You will be fine for a mate." Miruko then quickly removed her clothes, giving a wide grin. Izuku stared for a second in shock, turning red as he yelled, "What are you doing? Have you no shame?" Miruko tilted her head in confusion and said, "What? You said you can only apply it on the skin." Izuku, still covering his face, said, "Okay, it's my fault for the miscommunication, but aren't you ashamed to be showing your body?" Miruko pointed at Izuku, making her chest jiggle as she said, "Hey, I am not exposing myself. I only did this because I think you're suitable as a mate." Izuku yelled, "Just wear your bra and panties at least, or else I'm running away now." "Geez, fine," Miruko replied, putting on her undergarments. Izuku finally opened his eyes but regretted it. Finally calming himself down, Izuku took out his brush and started applying the sealing array on Miruko. The redness in his face didn't disappear, and Miruko's teasing grin didn't help at all. 10 minutes later, Izuku was finally done as Miruko dressed herself while he mentally apologized to Momo for seeing another woman's body. He banged his head against the floor for thinking that Miruko's body was attractive, but he couldn't help it. He was still a fanboy at heart, and Miruko had always been his hero crush in middle school. Miruko then tried moving around and said, "Phew, this is quite difficult. This is one hell of a training. Oh, I guess I can't do much fighting like this." She pointed at Izuku and said, "All right, Green Flash, you will be doing all the fighting against villains for the next 2 weeks while I train with this." Izuku protested, "Aren't you meant to be the one training me?" Miruko grinned and said, "Practical learning is the best, kid. I will give you pointers too, so don't worry." Izuku sighed, resigning to his fate as he heard Kurama laugh in his mind. "This is comedy gold, kid. She is one fiery woman, all right, more than Naruto's mom. Good luck with this one." Izuku retorted in his mind, "I already have a girlfriend." Kurama snorted, "As if one is enough. You will only grow more powerful. You will be the center of attraction with your face as well. And I think your girl is planning to bring someone too." Izuku blocked out Kurama's comments and looked at Miruko struggling to perform physical exercises. He then went to his temporary room to get some peace of mind. He opened his phone and messaged Momo. "Cringe content incoming." Izuku, "Hey, did you reach yet?" Momo, "Yes, Izu. I did. Turns out Kendo from B class is also here. Yuabami said she will teach us how to deal with the popularity that comes with being a hero and communication skills." Izuku, "That is nice. You will definitely be popular for your appealing face." Momo, "Oh, stop it. You are being cheesy. This lady only belongs to you." Izuku, "That is true. They can only cry in jealousy." Chuckling to himself at the cliché text, Izuku continued,